MCC. Why? Well, I don't mind having an MCC. It might help the audience.
Yeah.
I want them to be looking at the screen.
This will still be here, so you're sitting behind it probably.
Knowing me, I'll fall off the back of the stage. But I can basically sit down. I can pull that seat over and just or I can step down.
Yeah, if you like. Yeah, talk from behind the wall. Cool. Yeah, I mean you can sit down there while they're doing the talks and stuff.
And then someone will be here. Are they doing AV? They'll be at the back there. So they have all these mics here.
Yeah, actually that's a good point.
Do we ignore those?
I know we've got two at the back that have been testing. I'll go check the ones at the back very quickly.
Questions in the audience?
Check.
We're going to need, if we have any questions, we're going to need to.
I'll quickly say hello before I get you going. So you're representing SmartSat CSCO.
Look, everyone's told me to represent myself, but yeah.
SIS, you do that as well.
Exactly. So all of those things. So I'm representing. Certainly, I'm representing Aurora and SmartSat for New South Wales. But I'm here. You know, a bunch of my clients are here. So New South Wales government said, Tim, just say that you're something else.
No, I know you.
Look, it's how we survive, right? One day I'll get a real job.
Real jobs not always that nice at the moment. I try to work for the health department in 19 and then
oh my God! Yeah, right. Anyway, good to see you.
The only good thing I'm doing at the moment is I haven't gone back to the office at the moment. I work there for IT.
Only taken us 30 years to explain that. You realise this is why we invented it.
We're doing everything right. Sorry, not certain. It's all
Yeah.
I'm going to be a Kitchen control.
Fantastic.
I'm looking forward to Carl's talk on that.
Oh, great. All right, I'm going to go get myself organised. All right, good stuff.
pass him around. Yeah, just he'll tell you.
Hey,
So just saying, sorry, Tim.
Yes.
So we're just going to say that I went to the internship. So when we were talking about podium, so I told people that. So we're going to take the session.
Yep. Walk around, feed them.
on your sign, do you have a Wi-Fi thing? On like for your check-in, your hygiene check-in. If not, that's okay. I'm just thinking out loud for you. I can get on my phone. It's got like there is a Wi-Fi, bunch of Wi-Fi's, but people might want to steer. I'll have a little look.
Yeah, especially because of this.
There is a good something.
Right, okay.
So then maybe they
Well, check quickly.
I just have to make sure I don't leave this fully behind. Roll a fine for stupidity. Have you?
About a month ago, you could forward from the one of the stage
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
So I just like plug it in and nothing would happen.
Yeah. It's not that impossible thing.
I send the app and I plugged it in, turn it on, and something started telling me, I was like, oh, no, yeah. So it was just a pump power. Really? Yeah, no, I think that's
Yeah, no, pump out. Give me a break. No, I don't have to read it. Well, it's podcast, so about the early days of space exploration. And it's quite fascinating. There's so many of those kinds of things. It's just days and days, and they're on quadrillion adult generation for that, so quite incredible. Alright, I'm going to see if I can zoom this up, because I'm pretty blind. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Alright, I can actually read that.
So I don't know how many screen for remember it, but
So just with mics, should I be running back and forth?
no, I just pass it on the computer.
Oh, okay, so okay, that's right.
But I think we're also thinking about the audience, aren't we?
They should use Slido
Oh, okay. Yes, silly me. Right. Okay.
to avoid that.
Right. All right. Beautiful. All right. Well, if I come up with any other stupid suggestions,
No, it's exactly.
hey, volunteer organisation. Great job. That's good. Very nice.
Well, I might do that after.
right? All people with multiple jobs. Stop giving me shit, everybody.
It's just easy to say.
Yeah.
Just count. Greg, CSCO has got an introduction for himself.
Good morning, Niklas from Airbus. How are you? I will grab it. I'll do it now. Like, send it through it just last night. He from send it to my board. That's what we got. I'm one of the local orders for the space team based in Brisbane. Key account manager for our partnership.
Oh my god, sorry.
He's a brilliant. He's a program manager for ITES.
Test 1 2 3. Test.
They come up here, they give them a couple of seconds, and then we give thumbs up when they can use the camera. Backup microphone will be here.
Awesome.
So we just give
Is that off?
Yeah.
So you're on that. Okay, cool. So if someone stops working, blood pressure. do yourself a spot. Anything else, I'll try and miss it.
I'm not even going to go there. I'm not going to go near that one.
Good morning, everyone. If everyone like to find some seats, it'd be great. We'll get started. Thank you. Good morning and welcome everyone to the New Horizons Summit. I'll get speaking as you find your seats, so take your time. I'm Luke Heffernan, one of the co-chairs today, along with Greg Hunter at the back over there, and Dave Bell, who unfortunately couldn't come due to COVID on the 2 days before it starts. Great timing. We'll get into a bit of housekeeping to start. So, welcome to Lendlease's global head office here at Barangaroo. Lendlease's vision is to create the best places, and it's with great pleasure they are hosting us today within their event spaces. Lendlease's vision for reconciliation is one in which all employees acknowledge and celebrate the proud heritage of Australia's First Peoples and promote opportunities for career development, sustainable business growth, and economic participation of Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander Australians within their sector. We'd like to begin by acknowledging the traditional owners and custodians of the land on which we meet today, the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, and pay our respects to their elders, past, present, and emerging. Our catering today has come from the Lendlease partner, Pure Foundation, who provide high-quality catering and cafe services internally, just out in the lobby out there. Pure are the first Australian social enterprise group of their kind, donating 100% of their profits across all their business. They also operate training programs for people who have fallen through the gaps in society and provide meaningful donations to local charity partners. Pure also operate the cafe outside our event space on level 13, open to you today, and offer external catering. If you'd be interested in working with Pure in your own workplace, please ask for contact details and visit the team at the cafe. And with regards to other housekeeping, bathrooms are located down the corridor near the lifts and the internal staircase. If you need any support during your time at Lendlease today, please visit the help deck next to the cafe on level 13, just outside here, or the level 14 reception team. For social distancing, today's stuff has been guided by the Victorian Government guidelines regarding social distancing. Lendlease prioritise the health and safety of their people and guests and want everyone to feel comfortable whilst in their workplaces. Please be respectful of each other's space and keep your distance from one another where possible. Thank you. In the event of an emergency or fire alarm, please leave all your belongings where they are and follow the instructions of the fire wardens on the floor. In such an event, lifts will be locked and we'll use the fire stairs. With the formalities out of the way, I'd like to introduce our MC for today, Tim Parsons. Back here. Tim's been helping build the Australian space ecosystem since 2014. Like everyone here, he wants to be an astronaut. Along the way, he's earned a PhD in aerospace engineering, worked 20 years in dot-com companies, and run startup accelerator programs, which he still does today, from what I know. Today, Tim coaches space startups, chairs industry growth associations, and consults widely on space industry and research organisations, like the SmartSat CRC. He's recently returned from the 2022 Colorado Space Symposium, where he moderated a panel on commercial opportunities in the lunar exploration for global space research company Euroconsult. thank you for coming along today, Tim. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Luke, and thank you for having me. Delighted to be here and fulfilling a role both for you and also for our online audience. So at some stages we'll be doing some information that may seem perhaps a little elaborate for in-person, but we want to make sure that the folks who are at home, hi folks, are you out of your pajamas yet? Hopefully the folks who are at home are enjoying this and they get the information as well. And also we're going to be making a record of this event, so we want to make sure that that record is accurate. I'm delighted to be here. I have a few minutes where I wanted to make some remarks before I introduce our next speaker. Deliberately included in the bio that I supplied to the team that I'm fresh off the plane from Colorado, and I wanted to provide some reflections on that in the context of today's event. New Horizons Summit, our purpose is to expose attendees to a potential new horizon. I want to delete that word potential. It's not a potential new horizon. It's a new horizon that very, very serious money is coming in to invest in. And I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. And in particular today is also to paint a picture of an emerging supply chain. And one of the exciting things about where exploration is going is it's opening up to a lot of different kinds of people. Previously it was very much about fighter pilots and astronauts who had the right stuff and a very, very, very elite, ultra elite group. And in fact, the business case is closing around the idea that anyone can travel to space, that all sorts of different people and skills and capabilities are going to be needed in space, ranging from lawyers to artists, ranging from tradies through to computer programmers, ranging even from leaders and politicians, which we can say in the context of our upcoming election here in Australia, right through to school teachers and even families. The business case starts closing when it includes all of these different groups. And I'll talk a bit about that as well. So the aim of this summit today is to ensure that you leave with not only a better awareness of this new horizon and this reality that is coming into being, but with a knowledge of Australia's position and your position in this supply chain. And also I do notice that in the room we have the privilege, thanks to the team, Greg and the team from the National Space Society of Australia, from some terrific leaders in this movement and in this commercial movement. So that's some thoughts for you. I want to give a little bit of detail now. So I have the pleasure of representing, one of the gigs that I have is representing Euroconsult, a global space intelligence firm here in Australia. And I do that because I want to make sure that Australian companies have the best information and Australian government organisations can set the best policy based on data. So Euroconsult's one of those firms that people use as a reference. So some facts for you. There's a converging interest on the moon. So Moon to Mars, that endeavour, that sort of generational endeavour which we're expecting to unroll over the next 50 years, the shorter, or let's say the medium-term focus is very much about, okay, we're going to return to the moon. And there's a very key data point I want you to take away. The key KPI that's driving the whole design of the Artemis Moon to Mars, fresh from the words of the NASA administrator who's coordinating this big, big mission, the key KPI, 4 crews of people, men and women, down to the surface, each crew spending 30 days. Right? I want you to have a think about that. 30 days on the surface of the moon. What do we need to survive that length of time? How do you even go to the bathroom, right? What do we need to eat, to breathe? We're going to be those people, hopefully someone like my daughter, 15-year-old STEM student, hopefully someone who may have an alternative ability or even a neurodiversity, going out of a habitat, exploring this environment. And we will be right there with them thanks to technologies like telepresence or even just poetry. So this idea of 4 groups of people, human beings from a number of countries, including perhaps somebody in this room, for 30 days. So that's a big idea. Now, let's do a little bit of numbers. So over the last decade, we have seen about 52 missions into deep space, roughly, launched, and all of those funded by government programs. And we're predicting that over the next decade, there's going to be at least 130 missions launched, predominantly funded by public money. And that's the, if you like, civil space. Space we can cut up into 3 areas: military space, civil space, and commercial space. So civil space, they're expecting 130 missions. If we add in commercial space, the number, well, we're not sure, but we do believe it's going to be in the hundreds. Now, as part of that Moon to Mars story, there's another very exciting story that I learned a lot about in Colorado, and that is the story of low Earth orbit, and in particular, the story of private commercial space stations. We are very lucky. I will be a little bit naughty and call out that there's somebody in the room today who is right at the heart of that. Christian from Axiom Space. We're very happy to have you. Christian, you here? Here he is, right at the back. So Axiom is one of the leaders building a private space station, and I believe you just closed a Series A, and the number is a little bit eye-popping. It's a Series A, which is the second round of investment you get as a company. Was it 1.1, 1.2 billion? Like your wishful thinking. We had 2 companies, in fact, on this panel in low Earth orbit. We also had Sierra Space, who definitely are on record of having closed a $1.4 billion US Series A, specifically around this idea of people living in low Earth orbit, visiting low Earth orbit, developing new drugs, developing new kinds of computer chips, new kinds of source materials, new kinds of experiences, where a different level of analysis around Earth observation, and in a very important way, a different perspective on the planet, where suddenly national boundaries and so forth are erased. Anyway, the government spending we're expecting over the last, since roughly 2011, governments were spending about $16 billion a year. 2021, that increased to $23 billion a year on space exploration specifically, right? International Space Station, as well as robots and so forth. And then now we're predicting that by 2030, that's going to rise to $30 billion. So I want to kind of conclude these perspectives that we have companies that Australians have access to, that Australians have a position in with the Artemis program. And we have, today I want you to explore, as you listen to the speakers, what role might my company or my business or my career be able to play in this space exploration track that the National Space Society of Australia has drawn together for us. So now it gives me great pleasure to introduce our first speaker, who's going to appear via video. And from the United Nations Office for Outer Space Affairs, and that person is Acting Director Niklas Hedman. And I'm just going to read Niklas's bio out quickly before we start his video. Mr. Hedman, he serves as Secretary of the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, KUPOS, and its Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and its Legal Subcommittee. So he's quite an expert right at the heart of this international endeavour. He's Secretary of the United Nations Interagency Meeting on Outer Space Activities, right? This is the commons we're talking about here, space. How do we deal with the fact that this is something that we all have access to, all nations in the earth, all peoples? This Outer Space Activities Committee is the central coordination mechanism for space-related activities in the United Nations, and he is responsible for building capacity in space law and policy. So looking at the foundational pieces of the system that we're going to use to explore outer space as human beings. Please welcome Niklas Hedman.
Good. I will start. Yeah, can you hear me?
If not, I can just say next, but. There we go, does work. Okay, so yes, my name is Dan O'Toole. I'm the Senior Advisor for the Australian Trade Investment Commission, as Tim mentioned, for the space sector. We're part of a broader sector team that focuses on defence, space and infrastructure. And we have arrangements with both the Department of Defence and the Australian Space Agency that we support them. As Tim mentioned, I also do have a position within the Australian Space Agency. I work with Carl Rodriguez at the back there on engagement, and we have a number of joint initiatives. So I'll just touch a little bit briefly on that and who we are. So the Australian Trade Investment Commission is the Australian government's peak body for the promotion of Australian companies abroad and also the attraction of inbound investment. So we have quite a large global footprint, as you can see here. About 106 locations worldwide, 80 odd, well, 68 actually overseas. It used to be 80 odd. We've sort of condensed a little bit. They kind of vary. We also have 10 consular posts and a range of other different platforms that we use, like landing pads for startups. So what we do fundamentally is we help connect businesses to each other internationally. So we do a lot of business matching for Australian companies overseas. Also help investors coming inbound. We help companies reduce risk by guiding them through various regulatory processes overseas, providing them market intelligence, helping them understand the local landscape. And we also create opportunities. So we try and identify where there are going to be potential commercial opportunities abroad. In the space sector, this often looks like where there are open programs, partnerships and other things like that, and we disseminate them through our network. So just a couple of brief words on the Australian Space Agency as well. So I will try and speed through these. I realise I've only got 10 minutes. But the Australian Space Agency and its role, so we work very closely with them because they have quite an ambitious strategy. And just briefly, for those of you who are coming from overseas, the logo here, if you've ever wondered why it looks like that, that's why it looks like that. It's actually a collection of Aboriginal constellations to create the map of Australia, and it's quite a cool way of us integrating the rich Indigenous history Australia has with astronomy and its understanding of the land and the connection to that. So it's a lot of people ask us why it looks like, you know, a dot painting. That's why. So the Space Agency itself, as mentioned, does have an ambitious mandate of growing the sector to about $12 billion. It was valued at about $4 billion when the agency was set up in 2018. Is that signal I'm getting? 2018, and they're trying to triple the size of that effectively up to 2030. So it looks to do that through 4 different fundamental avenues, so national, international, responsible and inspiration, so basically looking to build the domestic capability, open international doors, regulate the sector here, so providing the licensing facilities and launch, and then also providing a pathway for the next generation to become involved in space. So it's a couple brief words on both of our agencies. If I can go to the next one. There we go. Yes, and they have the 7 civil space priorities that are guiding that. Most of you will be familiar with, so we'll just kind of skip past this because we do have a few slides. But while we're here, why space matters, I thought I'd just have a brief couple points on this. I had a conversation over Easter with my parents who asked me, you know, you work in the space sector, do we really need another man on the moon? That's kind of how a lot of people think about it. I had to explain to them that no, space is a lot more than that. Space is more than missions to the moon and astronauts. It is everyday services. Every time you pull your phone out, you get an Uber, you're utilizing Earth observation data, you're utilizing position navigation and timing data. These are all satellite-based services that people use every single day. Importantly, space also solves problems on Earth. You look at the work that the CSRO are doing, the work that the agency's planning to do in Earth observation. This is about planning for disaster management, looking at water tables and other issues that the country faces. It's a vast land, Australia, and Earth observation data in particular helps us manage a lot of the challenges we face from an environmental standpoint in particular. Space is also big business. So it's estimated last year to be worth about $370 billion. 95% of that has been around Earth-derived space services, and that's going to change. So one of the things this event will be focusing on, I think, is where this future of the space economy lies. At the moment, it's fundamentally for Earth-derived space services, but we see it as very much, they're being manufacturing in space. There'll be companies who you can talk to about that. It's very interesting stuff. Space also matters because space is increasingly congested and contested. It's about what do we have here? 8,000 satellites over that at the moment in orbit. Most of them have been launched in the past several years. Another 17,000 projected by Euroconsult, Tim's company, projected by 2030. And then there's other estimates that's put it at about 60,000 additional satellites from countries where we have less visibility. So there's going to be a lot of congestion in low Earth orbit. How am I going for time? Yep. So the drivers of the space economy, as we said, is fundamentally 5 forces. It is the miniaturization of space technologies, bringing down cost, reduction in launch costs, which also further supports that. The growing dependence of the global economy on data services, as touched on before, this is everything we use on Earth. The increased private competition, so we do have big players now entering the field we haven't really had before. The famous battle we've seen between Musk and Bezos, but also Branson, other companies as well. So there's a strong private element, and all of this is then reinforced to create, I guess, a risk as far as governments see it, that puts increased pressure on defence departments to also invest, which also is a driver of innovation. So these are all kind of positive reinforcing loops, as we see it, that help add to the space economy. So next slide. Yep. And so why Australia for space? It's got momentum, basically, is the short answer. So growing at about 5.7% a year in Australia. since the launch of the agency. Also since the launch of the agency, we've seen about $750 million directed to private organizations in space, which is about a third of which is private funding and matched government funding and other sources. But this is a sea change for Australia. It's probably a Series A for a US startup, but for Australia, this is a sea change for space investment. And the ecosystem here is also developing in a way that can support future growth. So the agency has developed a number of different mechanisms to do this. We'll touch on very briefly, but it's helping develop testing and accreditation infrastructure, and piloting programs to help sort of foster the development of new startups. And of course, there are major programs. So we have about $2 billion in assigned government spending in civil space and 7 to 10 in defence, which is quite significant. Again, a sea change for us over the past decades. So just briefly, I'll quickly skip through some of these. A lot of them will be familiar to you. But the Space Agency has invested in the development of infrastructure through the Space Infrastructure Fund, which is $19.5 million, I think, all up, Carl, across a range of different projects across the country. They had the International Space Investment Initiative, designed to help universities, young companies find partnerships with international companies and solve unique problems. That's going to be expanded. It was announced on March 31st that there'll be a $3 million expansion to this, and then also a second fund specifically focused on India, which is yet to be defined. There is the Moon to Mars program, which was, I think, the original title of this presentation, but because of caretaker, we can't go into too much detail about the Trailblazer program itself, but that is one of the big Australian government programs, $150 million. And then the really big one that was announced is the National Earth Observation Mission. Again, we can't go into too much detail because it's only just been announced and caretaker, but it's approximately $1.2 billion to put 4 satellites into orbit over the next 15 years, which is the first major program that the Australian Space Agency will lead and procure in partnership with the Bureau of Meteorology and, of course, Geoscience Australia and the CSRO. So just briefly as well on defence, it's guided by the 2024 structured plan, 7 to 10 billion across several different programs for space services and space control. These 3 programs are DEF 799, JP 9102, and JP 9360. A lot of them will be familiar to everybody, so I won't harp on too much, but basically you're looking at Earth observation platforms, space situational awareness, and satellite communications platforms. When we speak to agencies and defence around the world, these are areas that everybody's interested in, so it's worth investing in. It's worth investing in across, as far as the Australian government sees it, these are areas that we need to have robust capability and invest in. Okay, so I'll wrap up quite quickly, but Austrade's role in all of this, so I mentioned that we provide advice, we help companies export. The way we work with the agency really briefly, and this ties in a little bit to what Tim has said before, is we try and help push the sector out. We try and create awareness of the sector internationally. So part of this is through events. So we helped organise the delegation to the Colorado Space Symposium in partnership with the Australian Space Agency and the Department of Defence. That was our largest ever push, so it was kind of 4 years in the making. We were kind of planning to do this earlier, but COVID threw a bit of a spanner in the works for us. We want to do more of this. We want to give a platform to Australian companies to be present internationally and supported. We also have done a range of tailored events, and we can talk to people about that. The other major initiative we run, so you might be familiar with the UK Space Bridge. People often sort of picture it as being some sort of a space elevator. So I've taken that from Foundation, if anybody's been watching the series. It's not that, but it's a better image than a handshake from 2 government officials. But the UK-Australia Space Bridge is now 1 year old. We've used it to support the growth of research partnerships across Australia and the UK, and it's broadly organised across 4 pillars around providing stronger government-to-government linkages to share best practice, understand barriers that companies might be facing on a regulatory from a regulatory standpoint, and then obviously providing trade investment and business opportunities and research linkage opportunities. So we've been creating these platforms for companies to engage. So we've had a research grant that SmartSat CRC, the Science Innovation Network for the UK, and the Satellite Applications Catapult all generously funded. We're looking to build on those, and there's a Space Export Academy we're currently recruiting for that'll lead into the Farnborough International Trade Show. So I probably talked long enough and taken more than my due time, but that's us in a nutshell. Yeah, happy to go on to the next speaker if you're ready, Tim.
You bet. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks, Daniel. Thank you very much, Daniel. So without much further ado, I'd like to introduce Ben Kitcher from New South Wales Government. Ben, come up and let's have a look at you. Hi there. Good to see you. So Ben is Executive Director of Research and Technology in New South Wales Government, which is the state that we're in. Ben leads the development of the Advanced Manufacturing Research Centre in Western Sydney, the Bradfield Aerotropolis, as it's otherwise known. And his background is in aerospace manufacturing and the application of advanced manufacturing technologies and ecosystems. You've had a big experience of doing that in the UK, and we're delighted to have you in the New South Wales ecosystem. Ben, take it away.
Thank you, Tim. Okay, first up, I'm going to apologise because following your fantastic slides, these are not going to be mind-blowing. From a graphical point of view, I'm an engineer, I'm not a graphical designer, so these may be disappointing there. But purpose today is to talk to you about growing our homegrown industry, and unsurprisingly, as a manufacturing engineer through and through, I'm going to talk about production in particular. So I'm hoping to give you an insight. I'm hoping to inspire you to think about production capability, how we can grow production capability, and why that is important. Okay, so I work in the New South Wales Department of Enterprise, Investment and Trade, and we're committed to maximising industrial growth across sectors, increasing profitability and security in industry. We've got to take a full value chain approach to the increase in industrial activity, from fundamental inputs, so materials, research, design, through production and into utilisation, usage, support, service and end of life. What I've shown here on the chart is the generic smile curve. So you may all very well be aware of the smile curve and what it describes, which is essentially how greatest value is created in an economy at the ends of the value chain. So when you're creating something, when you're servicing something, when you're selling something, the greatest value is created. And when we look at this chart, one logical conclusion we come to is let's focus our effort on building capabilities in those areas. So this actually has been supported over recent decades by globalization and giving us an ability to actually outsource some of those lower value jobs and lower value activities to other economies. And that seemed like a fairly sensible strategy for the recent time. However, you may very well have noticed the world has changed. I won't go into the full details, I'm sure you're all very aware. But this strategy of outsourcing the production stages of our value chains looks increasingly fragile. And the likelihood is we'll see accelerated change towards reshoring, onshoring, and capture of the production stage of the value chain. It's quite slow, hence my pause. So let's just have a look at the Australian context, and I tried to gather some most recent data that I could on this topic. The Office of the Chief Economist published this in 2018, and it shows us quite clearly that, firstly, production jobs are significantly less well paid in Australia compared to those at either end of the value chain, and those jobs are in serious decline. As we might expect. That's what happens when we implement strategy. We see results like this, and we see what happens. And that's
hey, Niklas.
A fantastic strategy until this point, I should add.
Hi.
If you look at some international data, so this is taking a slightly different view on things, and in this chart, circle size indicates the magnitude of output of a particular country. We can see predictably, I guess, that high-wage economies tend to dominate at the start and the end of value chains, and lower-wage economies tend to be stronger and have greater output at the production stages. But one key thing to note in here, and this is the the cornerstone of my argument is that if you combine the scale of the USA and Germany on this plot, it actually equals that of China on this plot. Now, and that's despite their wage costs being more than double. You should also note that the USA and Germany are also particularly strong at the early and late stages as well. And again, that's not serendipity, that's purposeful strategy to build all components of the value chain as we work through it. So although this data isn't space industry specific, and although it's a few years old, it is very helpful and instructive in understanding how we build strong industries, and particularly in the context of high wage economies. So my proposal is, we should focus on building national production capability, and that itself will help lift all segments of the Australian space value chain. Not so fast, because there are some fairly significant challenges in this. And although I think we need to fact check perhaps Elon's figures here of 1,000 to 10,000%, I'm not entirely certain they're based on data. I think the point is true. So production and production capability is hugely capital intensive to implement. Availability of skills and services to support manufacturing is crucial, and if you don't have the legacy in these particular high value sectors, they're very hard to build. But it's true that when you have the manufacturer of the machine that makes the machines by your side, and the tooling suppliers and the materials and the softwares, it's much, much easier to actually implement your own production systems. And we also have to acknowledge that as products become more complex and as the value of our products rises, it becomes even harder. The barriers get higher, essentially. So what is the key to the USA and Germany's success in managing to have a less steep smile curve and to achieve output across the various stages of the value chain? So to me, the formula is relatively simple, simple in principle, probably harder in practice. But it comes down to three key things: collaboration, technology implementation, and building trading opportunities. So in terms of collaboration, principally, I think collaboration between government, industry, and researchers is crucial. And I'll start with our responsibilities as government. So we must back industry and academia in the commercialization and productionization of new technologies. And we can do that through a range of methods. I'll touch on some of the things New South Wales government are doing, and it's great to hear the projects being run by the Commonwealth as well. There also has to be investment and strategy around some of the more day-to-day and fundamental things that government does. I need to get a hurry on. And that includes education to increase the number of STEM students and graduates that we have. Industry must recognise and access the wealth of capability in research labs and use that to their advantage. And researchers must clearly define how industry can access the capabilities that they have, and also align education programs to that latest research. So make sure it's current, make sure it's actually relevant to what industry is doing today. Technology, I can't overstate the importance of technology, its ability to provide productivity, to make you competitive, to demonstrate quality, and therefore be accepted into international markets. But its effectiveness is only as good as its implementation. And given we've now got about 1.5 minutes, probably a topic for another time. And we must build capability and demand in unison. So we understand there are public programs. There's a exploding private sector in space at the moment. So we know it's there. We need to build capability in production to match that demand. And if we look at international examples of where this has been done very well, of course, NASA and the European Space Agency are great examples of where all these principles have been put into action, and you have strong, healthy supply chains, value chains that are able to produce, export, and create value. So the net result, what I propose to you, is that by building production capability, there are several things that we capture, benefits that we capture. The first one of those, obviously, is that we generate value in the center part of this value chain. I think that's the simplest, but probably one of the sort of least important benefits that we capture through here. Another reasonably obvious one is the sovereign capability and security aspect that we gain through being able to produce locally as well. But I also think we positively impact and feed back to the ends of the value chain. So if we make R&D easier by putting production capability nearby, we shorten development cycles, we feed critical information back to the design process, we increase its value, essentially, and we make it more investable. So I think that can lead to greater levels of investment earlier on in the value chain. And by increasing the value and variety of solutions offered, by speeding up that process, I also think we can attract a greater number of customers and build trade opportunities on the back of that. So very quickly, I will talk about what New South Wales is doing and how we can help. So current New South Wales government projects specifically relating to space have a combined value of around $6 million. That includes 2.1 for the National Space Industry Hub, delivered by Cicada Innovations, $1.1 million for the SmartSat CSC nodes, the first in Australia, $1.4 million for the Space Research Network, which is co-hosted by University of Sydney and UTS, and $1.5 million for space qualification missions, actually putting New South Wales developed hardware in space. We also have, and you see the image in the background here, this is my project on the AMRF. So helping manufacturers implement manufacturing technologies, de-risking that implementation, making it easier, making it more accessible. A more than $50 million investment in Western Sydney in a manufacturing development centre, the AMRF. And New South Wales government has also invested $37 million in a new education and training model looking to fill specifically manufacturing skills needs. So I feel my time is up. Thanks, Tim.
No, I learned a lot, Ben. Thank you so much. That was great. I want to steal those slides. So, guys, we are going, folks, we're going to actually have a break. It's Friday, so we have the right to, change our schedule. We're going to have a 10-minute break. This is going to give us a chance to do some AV things, and also for you to have a refresher, especially if you've raced here to get here on time. So we're going to see you back here at a minute past 10 a.m. here in Sydney time. Thank you for bearing with us.
Hello.
right, let me connect with you. Do you have your phone handy? I learnt this fun thing at yeah, it was got that. All right. So yeah, so I've known the. We're already connected. There we go. Fantastic. Good. I'm close to the family anyway. So we'd love to have you have a bigger presence in Australia. Is there anything I can do to help? Yeah. Who knows? We certainly have incredible talent here. And it's not being coached everybody. I ran a workshop with Australian and Italian startups a few months ago. Thanks to Rolls-Royce. So there you go. So I think we've got that opportunity. And as I like to explain to people, you know, the Italian space ecosystem is building the Axiom module. And Luke, hi. Hey, do you know Veronica? Anyway, thank you. It's all right. You making sure I've got communication with you over the phone is great.
Yeah, I put the phone
That
down
helps
for a minute
me.
and I was like, oh shit. Yeah.
That helps me.
I saw your messages.
Yeah. Just so that it's sort of smooth out the rough edges,
I
right?
think that one will now. Yeah, so now it's tennis. Probably the whole thing will push on a bit. That's the information.
We'll probably, I'm thinking we'll, after Niklas, do we go straight to and do the NASA thing later. Is that a good person or is that a candidate?
That's Jessica.
She's on the line. Okay, then because they're on the line, then I think the tricky thing we're going to have is the Q&A. You're going to push it to almost 10 minutes. Because otherwise we'll crush it.
Yeah.
But I think about that, like what's the break time? We lunch at 1:30, we have lunch at 12:30, we have lunch. Oh wow. Is that if we have a second morning tea, you'll work it out. You'll work it out.
But yeah, so a little bit longer because catering's going to come out.
I was just talking to Luke, like how to think about how you sequence things. I don't mind changing.
So we'll do morning tea, and then we'll say, hey, continuation of the last.
Yeah. Are you going to do a panel in one? Yeah, I really find that really crush the panel.
Well, as in, so there's no panel.
Oh, okay. There's just presentation. Okay, let's have a look at that real quick. So this is really just a series of presentations.
Down out, you and NASA, and then we'll go into the next
And then which one of these are online? Which one? Asterix. Asterix. Yeah. Just let me know who's online. So I can, because there'll need to be less than a couple of minutes.
But yeah, so we'll do, just say, you know, another 10 catering will come out. And
Another at
so we'll reconvene at 9. Just chill for a sec. Let me go check the catering.
I was going to get him to come back and sit down
Oh, no. As in, so,
because I said to come back together at 10:01.
as in, so the catering company, morning tea isn't out yet. So they're going to bring it out. We'll just do morning tea now. And then we'll break into the two speakers.
Okay.
So we're going to go for another, at least
Just say we'll be doing morning tea now.
Okay. Before we get back on
Let's say like 9:20.
9:20. Okay.
9:10, 9:20.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, I have some good news. So we're going to extend our break for about another 20 minutes, partly because the catering for morning tea is about to arrive, so we're going to have some things to eat, and also to just give us a little bit more time to make sure that the online component is super smooth. So we'll be getting you to come back at 10:20. And in the meantime, please do see how many folks you can meet in the next few minutes.
Yep. Speaking. Good. Morning tea is available on the perimeter. Food's at the back of the room for anyone that's hungry. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Testing. Yeah. Again. Okay. Testing. All right. Test. Can you hear me? Yep. Testing again. Yep. Again. Speaking. Okay. One more time. Yep. Testing again.
and he is responsible for building their capacity in law and policy. And you know, without the rules of the road being agreed and set upon, it's chaos up there, and we need to get ourselves organised. So without much further ado, let us.
Okay. Yep. So, thank you for inviting me to this important summit, and bear with me. It's 2:30 in the morning Vienna time, so I am a little bit tired, but I will try my best to make this presentation. So please screen my slides. Very good. I hope you can hear me all. So, thumbs up if you can hear me. Okay, perfect. I don't know if you heard me earlier, but I said that I'm very pleased to attend this summit. And bear with me, I'm a bit tired, and it's 2:30 in the morning Vienna time, but I will try to make this as smooth as possible. So I have prepared a presentation for the purpose of this summit, where I will give you a better understanding on what is being done at the global level, namely within the Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space. Next slide, please. The Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, with the acronym COPUS, was founded in 1959 as a permanent body under the General Assembly of the United Nations. And it operates with two subcommittees, the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee and Legal Subcommittee, and reports annually to the General Assembly, fourth committee, where we have a regular resolution, omnibus resolution on international cooperation in the peaceful uses of outer space. You might know it already, but it deserves to be repeated that one of the most prominent achievements of this intergovernmental body is the development of international space law. So the 5 UN treaties on outer space, namely the Outer Space Treaty, the Rescue Agreement, Liability Convention, Registration Convention, and Moon Agreement, were developed within this intergovernmental body. And then, of course, a range of soft law instruments, non-legally binding instruments, voluntary, such as the principles on outer space activities, the space debris mitigation guidelines, and lately, in 2019, the committee adopted the guidelines for the long-term sustainability of outer space activities. Now, if we look at the work of this committee, I will give you some understanding in the following slides, where you will see the composition, the member state complement of this committee, and also what are the topics. And then I will give you some insight and updates, in particular on the exploration, exploitation, utilization of space resources. Next slide, please. So the committee today has 100 state members. And in 1959, as you saw on the previous slide, it started with only 18. And now by 2021, last year, we are up at 100 states members, and it's still counting. We have Guatemala and Uzbekistan applying for membership this year. When you look at this slide and you see what the countries that are members of this committee, what they represent, you will immediately see the diversity and I would say also complexity in its membership complement. We have all the major spacefaring nations represented as full members of the committee, and we also have a range of, I would say, middle space powers, countries with quite strong space technology competence, but not necessarily major programs. And then we have a full range of so-called emerging space nations, predominantly developing countries. So it's important to understand this when we discuss the way that this committee has been able to function successfully for over 60 years. Next slide, please. So if we look very briefly and schematically on what are the topics on the agenda of the committee and its two subcommittees, I would like to stress the following. On the one hand, the committee is looking really into how we're using space assets for sustainable development and for human development on planet Earth. And in that range, we have, of course, obviously, as you can see on this slide, space and climate change, space and global health, space applications for disaster management and disaster risk reduction, and space for water management. So those are really areas where we are looking into how states are using space technology applications for those purposes. Then obviously, since this isn't a committee dealing with the peaceful uses of outer space and international space cooperation, and really looking into how states are acting in their operations of satellites in orbit, there are certain concerns, as we are all aware of. And of course, there are challenges and there are hazards and threats to the safety of space operations. And as we all know, space debris is really the biggest problem, but also space weather is a hazard that we are dealing with in this committee. Now, the space debris dilemma led to the work initiated 10 years ago on the development of those long-term sustainability guidelines that I mentioned earlier that were adopted by the committee in 2019. And what's very important there is the focus on how we together collectively will foster the safety of space operations in orbit, in avoiding orbital collisions, orbital breakups, of course, obviously, and then eventually uncontrolled re-entries into the atmosphere. So that is really a focus under that particular agenda. Now, when we look at the legal subcommittee and the work of the legal subcommittee, what is interesting to note is that there is really now a push and a focus on the exploration, exploitation, utilization of space resources. And I will come to that in a following slide to explain to you where we stand today. What's also being dealt with in the legal subcommittee is legal aspects on small satellite activities. And what is meant there is really to look into how states are operating CubeSats and small satellites, not only the CubeSat, but even smaller than that. And we have also now recently been focusing more attention on large constellations and mega constellations, because this is really an increasing area of activities, as we know, the deployment of constellations. And we see a sharp rise in the deployment of satellites in orbit consequently. And there we have also issues and concerns with regard to the registration regime of objects launched into Earth orbit and beyond. So there are a lot of attention given to large and mega constellations. The most recent item on the agenda of the Scientific and Technical Subcommittee earlier this year is what we call Dark and Quiet Skies for Science and Society. namely the impact of space activities, and what is focused there is really on, again, on large mega constellations, the impact of satellite activities on terrestrial astronomy. So this is now a new item where we have also push from the astronomical community, obviously, and it's a novelty because this committee has not really dealt with astronomy in the past. So this is a new feature of the work of the committee. Next slide, please. So, as I said, the working group on legal aspects for space resource activities was set up last year. It developed its terms of reference, and this year at the legal subcommittee session a few weeks ago, the working group was able to outline a multi-year work plan that will range from 2023 to 2027. So it's quite a long, I would say, work plan for the purpose of this working group. When you look at those bullets, of course, you will not see immediately that there is an objective of reaching any result out of this working group, and that is obviously for political reasons and reasons that you understand and that you are aware of in your work, that there are different ideas and different objectives of states. And you saw the state member complement of this intergovernmental body and how complex it is, that we don't know what will happen under this framework, but there is an understanding and there is a consensus among all member states of this committee that the complex of exploration, exploitation, and utilization of space resources need to be addressed by the legal subcommittee in order to see where we can find common ideas and common understandings in the future on how we are using the moon and other celestial bodies for the purpose of natural resource extraction. So that is important to note. Next slide, please. When you look at the governance phases of COPUS, pay attention to the following. More or less 20 years since the early 1960s until the adoption of the Moon Agreement in 1979. So 20 years of this intergovernmental body was vested in the treaty-making phase, where the 5 treaties were developed. And those are legally binding instruments, as we know. After that, in the 80s, there was not any longer a consensus on developing further legally binding instruments. So the committee, over a span of, again, 20 years, started looking into development of principles which are non-legally binding. Nevertheless, they form certain criteria, and they are important in understanding also obligations in how states are to implement their rights and obligations under the treaties, predominantly the Outer Space Treaty. One of the most important principles there is the principle on the use of nuclear power sources in outer space. And further on, in 2000 to 2020, also 20 years mark, the committee started looking into what are the mechanisms and what do states do in their implementation of their rights and obligations under the treaties, and how do states deal with the obligation under Article 6, for instance, Article 6 of the Outer Space Treaty, where states do have international responsibility for national activities carried out by non-governmental entities, and that is industry and private sector. So it was important for the committee to start dealing with resolutions, dealing with the understanding on how do we apply the concept of the launching state, what are the elements we could embark on in improving registration practice, and what elements should state consider in development of regulatory frameworks. And the latest instrument, again, is the 2019 Guidelines for Long-Term Sustainability, also a voluntary instrument. And now, as of 2020, again, 20 years forward, we don't know what will be achievable under the consensus principle of this body. Next slide, please. Very quickly, I wanted to just also flag that the Office for Outer Space Affairs is engaged with the Committee on Space Research, COSPAR, panel on planetary protection, where I hold a vice chairmanship. And there is quite a close link between the legal regime on outer space, predominantly Article 9 of the Outer Space Treaty, doing in the scientific side on fostering planetary protection. If you're interested, please check the link which takes you to the COSPAR PPP website, where we have a lot of information on what we have recently done within this committee. Next slide, please. And this is my last slide. Space multilateralism. Multilateralism is what it is about. And you have listened to me and you know now how complex the member state complement is, how complex the agenda setting is of this intergovernmental body, and how broad and diverse is the agenda of this body, noting that it's not only one body, it's actually three, because it operates with two subcommittees. And what is so important to note is that there are different criteria, different, I would say, standards, different mechanisms, and different needs, whether we are dealing with the moon and other celestial bodies, activities for celestial bodies. And there we have obviously space resource utilization, or whether we are dealing with the safety of space operations and concerns in how to mitigate hazards to space operations in Earth orbits. And lastly, of course, we see, a more and more increasing focus on what do we need to do to support and, I would say, develop further and foster sustainable development on planet Earth, and what are the hazards to Earth in this regard. And in the end, knowing this matrix and how complex it is, where there are different needs in norm making, of course, it's all about order, predictability, and consistency. And which means that it's important to look into the interests of various actors. And predominantly the three interests here that I have listed is governance interest of governments, commercial interest of private sector and industry, and obviously also scientific interest of the scientific community, which is underpinning and really building up the future of outer space activities, particularly when it comes to space exploration and innovation. So I hope that I was able to give you some understanding of this intergovernmental body. Australia, as you saw, is a member of this committee. And I would like to lastly just make the point that the working group on space resources that I presented to you is chaired by, it's a co-chairmanship, a diplomat from Poland, and Mr. Stephen Freeland, Professor Freeland from Sydney. So Australia is well represented in the work of the legal subcommittee, particularly on the issue of space resource utilization. Thank you so much for your attention.
Ready to go? Okay. Moon to Mars, of course, is a project that Australia is a contributor to. Those of you who may not know, we have committed $150 million for that in a whole series of different steps. And I know that...
Yep, we'll be.
Great. And I'm delighted to hear some more about it from Jennifer. Welcome.
Hello. How are you?
All the better for hearing from you, Jennifer. Take it away.
All right. So hello, everyone. I'm very happy to be joining you today to provide a glimpse of what NASA is planning and the projects it is funding that will help enable a sustainable human presence on the Moon and Mars. Specifically, I'll talk a little bit about NASA's Artemis lunar mission architecture, the technologies under development for initial planetary surface-based development, and a few of the technologies under development that will allow us to be Earth independent. This slide represents the first phase of the Artemis mission architecture, and it describes the first missions to the Moon, including the first human landed mission in over 50 years. Also in this phase is the build-up of waypoint for Earth to lunar surface travel. In Artemis Phase 1, we will restart ground-based operations and exploration of the lunar surface, paying specific attention to the lunar South Pole, where the largest deposits of icy volatiles on the surface of the Moon can be found. We will be doing the ground truth analyses and reconnaissance needed to determine if a base at the lunar South Pole makes sense, and if the resources we anticipate being there are in large enough quantities and indeed economically mineable to help supply the needs of the local base. I'm sorry. So this is the second phase of the Artemis mission architecture, where we establish the first surface habitat, fly larger crews to the lunar surface for longer duration missions, and begin processing those economically mineable reserves, such as the lunar surface material of regolith, into usable SRU hardware is important in this portion of the architecture because they are our first towards Earth independence. And a major goal of the Artemis program is to test technologies that will be extensible to Mars, and quite a few of them are listed here. So what isn't included here are the technologies to make human presence on both these planetary surfaces sustainable. That is construction, manufacturing, outfitting, repairability, and developed under the Space Technology Program and its game-changing under development. And you'll see in the white that the Lunar Surface Innovation Initiative, or LSII, which is part of the game-changing development program, I've highlighted the Airbus, which is the first topic that I'd like to address. So humans need the capability to produce on-demand infrastructure elements in order to truly be Earth independent. And this slide, a fully functional lunar-based concept that was envisioned by space exploration architecture, shows key needs for base: power, plants, launch and landing pads, roads, blast shields, habitats, refineries, and greenhouses. And to establish these infrastructure elements, we have to have a few critical technologies. First, we'll need excavation because we won't be able to provide feedstock to our ISRU technology without it. It's a fundamental critical technology, and I'm thrilled that Australia will be performing a key demonstration of lunar surface excavation technology through the Trailblazer program. Technology provides feedstock to IS. We can get the water and oxygen needed for human life support for their next mission, as well as things like metals and metalloids for construction and manufacturing. The goal of NASA's Moon to Mars Planetary Autonomous Construction Project is to develop, deliver, and demonstrate on-demand capabilities to protect astronauts and create pads, habitats, shelters, roadways, berms, and blast shields using lunar regolith-based materials. We're currently looking at a variety of different regolith-based materials, and the intent is to investigate materials that could be suitable for each of these infrastructure elements. For example, we're looking at mortar material that would be composed of lunar regolith aggregate, as well as a cement that would need to be brought from Earth initially, but produced from regolith in the future. We're also looking at high temperature processes that could create a structural materials, identifying the best way to emplace the material on the lunar surface, technologies to do that. The first is essentially what I do abilities due to the low weight construction to erect the multiple types of infrastructure elements on the Moon and Mars. We're developing sensors and instruments with our partners for monitoring and evaluating the construction process in situ, as well as verifying and validating our in-place demonstration article on the lunar surface to make sure that we emplaced exactly what we want to do in place. We need to test and evaluate the products for use in the lunar environment because we want to make sure that the material we deposit is actually useful for constructing the infrastructure. And our final objective is to validate that the testing that we're doing on Earth is a sufficient analog for lunar operations. We can't reproduce the vacuum on the lunar surface using a vacuum chamber on Earth and test with regular simulants. We can't reproduce some of the characteristics of lunar regular simulant. It's just not economically feasible. So MMPACT wants to understand what the effect and the lunar regolith are on construction hardware, processes, and materials than seen compared to terrestrial testing for future lunar construction missions. Now, our construction is December of 2026. We want to build a subscale landing pad and blast shield segment for our demonstration mission 2 and hopefully test the pad by hopping the commercial lunar payload services lander that will deliver DM2 to the Moon over or in the 2030s. We're moving towards full-scale structures with a full-scale human lander system-sized landing pad with a blast shield for our qualification mission 1 and a shelter or habitat. And partners will have the ability to offer their technology commercially for entities that are interested in building their own infrastructure elements on the Moon for their use. So the next area that I wanted to mention is under the space technology mission director. It's during or ISM ability to manufacture parts, tools, and electronics on demand and all out of just all kinds of materials, including recycled materials. And the first demonstration of reduced and microgravity printing was actually in 1999 when one Marshall Space Flight Center team members flew a 3D printer in a parabolic flight. But in 2014, when the 3D printing and zero-G technology demonstration flew to the space station, that's when ISM really took off, pun intended. Since then, the team has grown in people and in scope, and we're working on-demand manufacturing of metal parts and anticipate flying the Fabrication Laboratory, or FAB, to the International Space Station for a demonstration of microgravity in 2025. We're also developing materials that are recyclable. For example, use during flight to the space station to need printed parts when on the space station. And the Fab Lab that's originally designed to print metals has the capability to be modified at a relatively low cost to print electronics. So while a commercial supplier of the Fab Lab is working on the modular electronics printing technology, the ISM team is focusing on developing printed electronic devices that include wearable sensors that can detect cortisol levels and sweat, heart rate, temperature, and power themselves through energy harvesting, the emotion, or pressure. And also key is the ability to print radio frequency identification tags that allow inventorying the space station and future lunar and Martian bases and their assets extremely easily. So in addition to developing the technology for on-demand manufacturing, ISM is leading a paradigm shift, and that is encouraging groups like the Environmental Control and Life Support System team or information teams to design and build their hardware with repairability and maintainability in mind, making parts that are known to fail over time accessible so they can be replaced by humans or robots, and designs for those parts to an ISM design to the operating lifetime of the hardware, making life support systems fixable and failure, and allowing for general growth of the planetary surface ecosystem. Speaking of growing ecosystems, one of the areas that has to grow through a collaboration between construction and manufacturing is outfitting. The outfitting area was recently added to the excavation and construction area under LSII. And outfitting is essentially how one turns a house into a home. We have to manufacture homes, doorknobs, piles, such as countertops, cabinets, workbenches, tables, chairs, and power, lighting, and communication conduits and lines, things that allow a habitat to be enclosed but accessible, including hatches, bulkheads, and allowing humans to interact. Also involved are the verification, validation, and inspection technologies of large size. And this is just now gaining traction that will make this capability a reality. We're doing the same in the technology development in our construction and manufacturing efforts, and we would be happy to work with you. So I'd like to thank my contributors for this presentation and efforts, including the MMPACT ISM and Foundational Habitat teams, the Space Technology Mission Directorate, the Exploration Systems Development Mission Directorate, our various partners, including Michael Morris, a Space Exploration Architecture, and David Goodlow, a branch technology that you'll be hearing from later today. So if anyone is interested in hearing more about NASA and the different technologies that they're developing, feel free to go to the URL that's listed on this slide. So thank you so much for your time and your attention, and I look forward to working with you. Thank you.
There at times, but wow, what a vision. I think that's probably the most comprehensive vision we've seen for living on the moon and all the different things that involves. Thank you so much, Jennifer. So we're going to move really fast now to the next session, and it gives me pleasure to introduce Ryan Nagle, who is Chief Supply Chain Officer and co-founder of Datum Source. Now, Ryan, I'm going to say you are space royalty. Can I just say, I'm very excited to even be standing on the same stage. Previously, Ryan worked at SpaceX for almost 8 years, focused on new product introduction and supply chain management for Falcon 9 and the heavy launch vehicles, the Dragon 2 spacecraft, and Starlink satellites and Starship. Wow. Ryan, can we take a look at you? Where are you? Come over and oh, you're that guy I met in the bar last night. Right, awesome. And so Ryan is going to be the moderator for this panel, but Ryan, congratulations on recently closing $6 million in seed funding for your business, Datum Source. Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. Oh, man. Wow. Space royalty. We're going to keep that ego in check very quickly. I do not agree, but hey, we're doing it today. So, about me. Hi, I'm Ryan Nagle. I'm the Chief Supply Chain Officer and co-founder of Datum Source, based in Southern California. Datum is a SaaS product focused on helping OEMs structure and conduct business with their unique supply bases. Today, we've heard a lot about production and how you have to ramp up and find value in that. I'm a huge believer that if you set the stage in the beginning during a new product introduction, think about your design for manufacturability, you're gonna make the curve significantly easier to get over. And although we're relatively new, early adopters in the space industry are finding ROI and value in the software, which is what we're all kind of seeking here today in different ways. But before we jump into ROI and finance and like capital allocation, please allow me to make a quick comment on the more intangible subjects. He actually kind of touched on it a little bit. Australia is a legendary place, and with incredibly great people. You know, we just saw some guys washing the windows on the outside right here, right? And I'm certain that they have some opinions on how to outfit like a base on the lunar surface, right? They would know how to do it. I think so. So I'm also an avid traveler, and without fail, the strongest relationships I've built while traveling are with Aussies. One friend fought alongside the U.S. military in Iraq, and the stories he told ensured me that he was an incredible character with like a serious work ethic. Another friend is a Sparky in Perth, and he can install electrical wires in a new apartment complex within 48 hours. Like, he's incredibly adept at that. And I'm of the opinion that if you took that skill set and directed it towards a different goal, namely like building an avionics harness for a spacecraft or something like that, I think it's a real short putt to make that happen. So I'm talking about this because I really do think that the Australian culture and people understand like a call to adventure and hard work that space exploration does require. And you know, you can't throw money at those things and capital at those things to increase them. So, you know, we've already had one quote about how you guys have the right stuff, and I think you do have the right stuff. Believe it or not, down in Darling Harbor, there's a ship called Starship. It's right there. Like, go take a walk, get a coffee, it's right down there. So I say we just put some rocket engines on that, and yeah. So before starting Datum, I joined SpaceX in early 2014 as a composites buyer, and eventually worked up my way to senior manager of Starship supply chain. Like I said, I'm all about new product introduction and establishing supply chains from the ground up. You know, working on the laundry list, right? Falcon 9. Wait, hold on, I was supposed to go to this. Uh-oh, there we go. Working on SpaceX's Falcon 9, second stages, Dragon 2 spacecraft, Starlink satellites, and Starship programs exposed me to problems that require filling inventory at highly accelerated lead times with human spaceflight quality standards at prices that didn't break the bank. You know, and I'm talking about CNC machine components, propulsion systems, avionics, heat shielding, form tube assemblies and weldments, bellows, the whole enchilada, like literally everything you need to build a vehicle or an outpost or something like that. And to achieve something of that complexity, we had to design processes and tools derived from first principles, transparent data, and properly aligned incentive structures. That's a big one. And admittedly, I completely hate working weekends. So to keep the pace of execution that SpaceX demanded, I had to get seriously good at designing process flows that get continually improving outputs with a fixed number of man hours. That's also a big one. Datum, my software solution, the team we're building, and the supply chain processes we operate on are the result of this experience. My co-founders and I all exited SpaceX to dedicate 100% of our lives to scaling what we know works from a new product introduction perspective, so that companies, governments, and programs could all benefit. You know, we hope to contribute to this massive space infrastructure ecosystem alongside other awesome companies that we're all going to hear about today. So we've already figured out like multiple types of infrastructures like roads, waterways, rail, and all that. I really do feel like space is the next frontier. So let's get after it. And our first speaker is James Gilmour of Gilmour Space Technologies. He is the co-founder, director, and head of launch operations at Gilmour Space Technologies. James has over 15 years of experience in marketing, business development, and operations in Australia and Singapore. James has been instrumental in driving Gilmour's engagement with government, academia, and industry. Today, he's responsible for launch site development and operations for Gilmour launch vehicles. Thank you. Come on up. Yeah. Come on up.
Hello, everyone. Greg, the rest of the team, great location. Thanks for having me here. Definitely look forward to chatting with you later. James Gilmour, co-founder, director, head of launch site operations at Gilmour Space. For those of you who don't know us, let's just get into it. 15 minutes. So yeah, vision, short term, small sats to LEO. First commercial launch aiming for end of this year, 2022. Raj, that's us. In the longer term, our ambition has always been to send humans to space. I personally want to go. Tim, let's go together, mate. The vision statement, all orbits, all planets for the benefit of humanity. All orbits because our rockets will have the capability to deliver satellite spacecraft to commercial orbits over the next 5 years. All planets because ultimately, like a lot of us here today, humanity will be a multiplanetary species and that will need transportation. R&D company currently employ 132 full-time employees, 2 part-time, 2 casual. We're principally based in Helensvale, Queensland, Gold Coast, north of Gold Coast, south of Brisbane. This is our headquarters, just here at Millaroo Drive, and this is inside our vehicle assembly building here with some of our dedicated staff. You can also see some of the rocket being manufactured in the back. A significant investment from the venture capital market, $89 million in Series A, B, and C, mainly led by Blackbird, go Blackbird. And recently, as part of the federal government's Manufacturing Modernisation Initiative collaboration stream, as part of a $157 million total project with 32 partners, a lot of you guys here today, thank you, secured $52 million from the federal government. We look forward to finalising that contract so we can start executing on that. Other takeaway, we are looking for staff. I think we've got about 40 headcount at the moment, so if you can demonstrate exceptional ability, please jump on the website. Engineering, manufacturing, operations, business development, and HR. So if you're interested, please jump on the website or come and have a chat with me afterwards. Some technology highlights. Launched our first rocket with a small team in a small shed on 22nd of July 2016 out at Westmar. Very small team, and it's funny, a lot of people say, oh, you guys are really successful. I don't think we're successful till we start on time, on delivery, reliable access to space. And trust me, people that start in kind of sheds, I've kind of been there, so I understand some of the trials and tribulations. $5 million after that, tried to demonstrate an orbital class engine on One Vision with a flight attempt out at Bullia, south of Mine Elsa. That was a huge, happy to chat about that over a beer. That was literally in the remotest place of Queensland we could go. That was unsuccessful, had an overpressurization, ruptured the oxidizer tank, learned so much about it, and on to bigger and better things. So hopefully today will be a mission duty cycle of the liquid rocket engine that we've been rapidly developing, so fingers crossed. And we've just about to finalise the qualification of the main engine, Sirius. Some other test fires there. So, part of today is the awareness piece, and then where you might kind of see yourself fitting into the broader supply chain. So, really want to talk about that today. Despite a number of challenges, high costs and risk working with Australian companies that have little or no heritage in space manufacturing, we are actively supporting the growth of the local supply chain. We have literally over 300 local suppliers, mostly from adjacent industries like mining, generic manufacturing, engineering, and that number will only grow as we move out of this R&D phase into manufacturing and increasing our launch cadence. This picture here, this is the main oxidizer tank that will hold about 23,000 litres of high-test peroxide. This is some pretty cool Aussie ingenuity here. Morant, a Victorian company for the machining, and then Thornton Engineering for the barrel rolling. And then we couldn't source any end domes locally, so we had to get them from Spincraft over in the UK. And then we finished the welding process, which literally took over a year. Big push with regards to increasing female participation into our workforce. That's also, I think, a big key and focus for us. Yeah, so you haven't, a lot of my space industry peers here probably hasn't seen me for a while. I've literally been shackled trying to ensure that the launch site's operational for Eris. We secured some land with the Minister for Economic Development, 94 hectares in the State Development Area of Queensland, just near the Abbott Point coal terminal. Just a quick backstory, I found that location trying to look for somewhere for the suborbital, but it wasn't suitable. But this is extremely suitable for launch operations. Yeah, it's a minimal viable product. Yeah, a vehicle assembly building out to a small road that I'm going to call Space Bridge with a launch pad with the oxidizers and propellants. Clean room capabilities for our customers. Some other highlights, fastest cultural heritage management agreement in Queensland history with the Kaibaramunda Yalga group, who represent the Juru mob. That's going to be a huge part, I think, in what we do, and also our customers, immersing them in that welcome to the country. This was at a smoking ceremony. Yeah, I'm getting kind of tickles thinking about it. This is just a bit of a video. This is the access track that goes out to the vehicle assembly bay. We got approval, operational provisional works with the Gold Coast City Council. I wonder if I can pause that. Yeah, so this is the vehicle assembly bay that goes out to the launch pad, 2 minutes. Look forward to continuing to work with the federal and state agencies for approval. That's been a challenge in itself, but you know, when you're trailblazing, you got to do what you got to do, right? So this is the site, very far away from sensitive receptors like schools and hospitals and whatnot. So just get into it. So Eris from 2022. Huge opportunities in moon missions, later vehicles, and other technology. Our roadmap includes capabilities to send cargo to the moon for 2024. G-class satellite bus, 100 kilogram G-class sat, designed to hold payloads of up to 25 kilograms, 300 watts of power, scalable, modern, modular, and open standards. Block 2. From 2023 onwards, 3-stage vehicle, 2.7 metre diameter, capable of about 750 to 800 kilograms to LEO. Eris Heavy, 2025 onwards, 3 metre diameter, 3,000 kilograms to LEO, and Super Heavy, which we don't talk about here. Maybe I shouldn't talk about that, who cares? 2028, that's 8 tonnes to LEO. And that's for larger payloads and multiple constellations to GEO and the moon. Look forward to seeing what we can do and build together. I guess just the final comment, today's focus was about, you know, awareness of where you might sit into the supply chain. If you're very interested and you haven't already, talk to your state officials about a quad chart and a capability statement. That really helps when you start talking with companies like us. Yeah, thank you for your time.
that was incredibly cool. I mean, when you're seeing launch sites being built, I mean, don't blink your eyes because that is going to go very quickly. Very compelling, very compelling. All right, our next speaker is Sandy Tirtey. He's a director at Rocket Labs. Dr. Sandy let me back this up. Dr. Sandy Tirtey is Rocket Lab's Director of Global Commercial Launch Services and the company's launch director. He joined Rocket Lab in 2013 as Vehicle Team Lead, where he supervised the development and construction of the Electron launch vehicle. In 2015, Dr. Tirtey took on the role of Vice President of Vehicle Systems before becoming Rocket Lab's launch conductor in 2016. In this role, he led mission operators through the successful launches of It's a Test and Still Testing in 2017 and 2018, respectively. Today, he's the Director of Global Commercial Launch Services and based in Brisbane, Australia. In this role, he supports small satellite operators globally to access orbit through frequent and reliable launch opportunities of the Electron launch vehicle. Come on up. See here.
Thank you very much. Sorry for not being there in person. I could not join today in person, but I'm still going to give you this presentation online. So Rocket Lab at a glance. So we've just had our 26th launch and deployed 146 satellites so far. We do this out of 3 launch pads, 2 in New Zealand and 1 in the US. We are the second most frequently launched vehicle in the US, and we have 2 control center, mission control, 1 in Auckland and one in the US. We've had 7 successful missions for the US government. We've made 4 strategic acquisition in the space system, in our space system division. We have 2 factories. We have 2 of our own satellites on orbit. We've recovered one rocket last week. And actually, this is a mistake. We have actually more interplanetary missions than that, and various other NASA contracts for space systems. So our customers are a quite wide variety of customers. So we have sort of 50-50 between commercial and government. And within government, about 30% defense and 20% civil. So we have all the US government agencies and quite a variety of commercial customer, going from very small CubeSats, 1U, 3U, 6U, whichever form factor, up to the 150, 200 kilo class of satellites. We are very vertically integrated, which is very important for us because that allows us to control our quality and our timing. We have multiple sites in New Zealand and in the US. This map is actually not accurate anymore. With our acquisition, we have more sites than that in the US, but I'm sort of losing track a little bit. I would say that from a launch point of view, our main sites are in California, where we produce our engines and avionics. Then this is sent to New Zealand, where we produce all our structure and the body of the rockets. All this is integrated into stages and being tested at our stack test facility, which is the number 7 here, and then transferred to our launch pad, which number 8 is our launch pad in Mahia. We also have a launch pad in Wallops, Virginia. We are right now launching at roughly a cadence of once per month when COVID allows. And for being able to reach once per month, you really need to be in control of your manufacturing and your whole quality chain. A lot of companies focus on getting to first launch. I can tell you that when you are at first launch, you still don't have a product. It takes more launch than that to have a product. And by product, I mean most of our clients come to see us for dedicated launch, and what they want is they want to be in control of where they go, but they want to be in control of when they launch. So you need to be able to tell them 1 year ahead, this is when I launch you. In fact, we've sometimes signed contract. If we don't meet the 2 weeks launch window, we will have to refund almost the entirety of the contract. So to be able to do this, you really need to be in control of your manufacturing. And basically, you need to know 9 months ahead, you need to know if you're half a day late. So this requires being able to really have a state-of-the-art manufacturing plan. And obviously, you need to control your costs. You need to control your quality. So this is something that is very, very difficult. The other part of the equation is Launchpad. There's really 3 parts of the business. There is the rocket, technical, there is Launchpad, and then there is regulatory. So the Launchpad is very important for us, and we own our own Launchpad in New Zealand. We have 2 Launchpads in Mahia. And this is really our workhorse. This belongs to us. We can launch every 72 hours. And then we have a Launchpad in Virginia, which is more dedicated for US government clients or clients that absolutely want to launch from the US. As I said, dedicated is very critical for us. We do have rideshare missions, but when you do rideshares, you're competing with everyone else. You're competing with SpaceX. You're competing with ISRO. You're competing with the European. And really, in the rideshare, for three, you know better being a 200-kilo payload rocket than being an 8-ton payload rocket. So rideshare is something that is important because sometimes we have a main payload on board and we need to fill the remaining capability. But really, our bread and butter is really dedicated. So being able to launch on demand, to be able to offer a very specific orbit in terms of choosing the orbit, but in terms of really giving, for example, a very special operation or very special accuracy. So these are the kind of thing that our clients want, basically flexibility. And then we have our reusability program that has become very important to us. We've been working on this for a couple of years now. And we started by simply reorienting the first stage and bringing it down. And this in itself is a difficult thing to do. And as you've probably seen, our reusability solution is not the type of solution that a company like SpaceX use, a propulsive landing, simply because physics do not allow it on a small launch vehicle. You would basically lose your entire payload. So our solution is to capture the rocket, which is on a parachute with an helicopter, and this is what we've successfully achieved last week. We've successfully captured the parachute, and then subsequently the pilot noticed that the load profile was a bit different from what we were expecting, which on a maiden flight that is not uncommon, and decided to eject it. But we've demonstrated all the main part of the operation, and that last bit will be fixed for our next attempt. So we consider this as a huge success and demonstration of our reusability solution. Reusability is very important because it allows us to tackle price and tackle frequency. So this is a very key aspect in our Electron program. We've also announced a year ago our Neutron program, and this is an example of the fairing of Neutron. So Electron was dedicated to offering a dedicated solution for the 200-kilo class satellite, and this is still a very successful product, and we will keep using Electron for the years to come and keep increasing the frequency. But Neutron brings something else. We've seen that a lot of our clients that we've launched a few times, for example, since Spective, we've launched them twice, and we're still going to launch them 2 times this year and next year. Our clients have planned for constellation or mega constellations. So we need to keep working with them and offer them the ability to deliver the payload not one at a time, now that they've demonstrated the platform, but an entire L10 plan at a time. So this is what Neutron is for. Neutron will be able to launch 8 ton to a fully reusable, so basically return to launch pad, which is the most energy greedy solution, up to 15 ton into fully expandable, and we'll have also, I think, a 13-ton version, which is a downrange landing. So again, a lot of flexibility, but really tailored to constellations. Sorry, I should say as well that that one very important aspect of Neutron is human spaceflight. So again, reusability is built in its core, and that explains its very special design. But being able to fly humans. Our satellite program is very important to us. We've had we have 2 of our own satellites on orbit right now, Photon, and we're preparing to send our mission to the moon, Capstone, this month. So the second photo you see here is the Capstone platform. And what you can see is that this Photon platform are very different from each other. It's a very customizable platform. We're preparing a mission to Venus. We're preparing 2 Photon to go around Mars. We're preparing for the launch, the LOX-SAT for NASA. So it's a very customizable platform. It's actually pretty much a brand name. It's a collection of components. And we're also in the spacecraft components business. So we've made acquisitions. We've acquired ASI, which is a flight software company. Sinclair, we're producing now a plane that can produce more than 1,000 wheels per year. Star trackers, launch dispensers, radios, and solar panels. So all the different components of space systems. I believe that my time is up, and I'll give you back the microphone for any question. Thank you.
He attended the UNSW, where he worked on the EC0 CubeSat for the QB50 mission. James holds a Master's of Space Studies from the International Space University, and we're very thrilled to hear him speak today. Come on.
Hey, it's good to be back in Australia. I've actually been out of the country for 6 years. So I left around the time that Gilmour was launching their first rocket, and it's incredible to see the progress that's happened while I've been gone. We are pretty far through the deck here. Okay, yeah, so I work at a company called Orbit Fab. Our CEO, Daniel Faber, a number of you may know, he's also Australian, also a UNSW alumni. He sends his apologies, he can't be here with us today. Yeah, so at Orbit Fab, we try to build gas stations in space. So the company emerged while Daniel was the CEO of Deep Space Industries, which was an asteroid mining company, when they realized that basically even if they could get propellant out of asteroids in the near future and sell it, there was no one to go and buy it. We hadn't built the market, and we hadn't built the technology chain to actually enable the movement of propellant around in orbit. Oh, okay, that's fine. Okay, so what do? We build the in-space propellant supply chain. The reason we do this is our vision is in a bustling in-space economy with thousands of people living and working in space and lots of different new business models that we haven't envisioned yet. We can't bustle without the ability to move things around in space. And bringing all the propellant up in a single-time use capacity just isn't sustainable long-term. If you look at every kind of transportation paradigm in the past, they've all gone to reuse. We reuse rockets now. I used to say 10 times, but with SpaceX's continued reuse, it's something like 13, 14, 15 now. We use spacecraft one time, and we throw them away. So yeah, a little bit about the company. We are now about 45 people. At the beginning of COVID, we were 4 people, so it's been a rapid growth. We started out in Silicon Valley. We actually started in the same garage as Planet, that some of you may have heard of as well. So yeah, grown quite a bit in that time. Now about 45 people. We've moved out to Colorado. We're based between Boulder and Denver. Just moved into a 56,000 square foot facility up there that really lets us do next level of production on the work that we're doing. The team has a bunch of veterans from all over the industry, from small space to big space, some SpaceX guys, a lot of NASA people. So yeah, how does this all fit together, right? Basically, our architecture consists of 2 kinds of vehicles. I might say depots, but you guys would say depots. I've been that Americanized. And then shuttles. So a depot is, I like to say, it's as dumb as a spacecraft can be. It's primarily just propellant with the minimum avionics to keep it alive, do thermal control, keep it in the right place. A shuttle, on the other hand, is a go-between vehicle. Now, there are a lot of satellite servicing companies that are emerging. You have your Astroscales, your Northrop Grummans, all kinds of companies. There's companies in Australia coming up, like Space Machines. But our shuttles are different in that they're only designed to ever do fully collaborative, which is what we say cooperative and prepared rendezvous and prox ops. So basically, they go and work with end customers that have been designed around serviceability from the beginning. The satellite servicing companies can also come to us because they bring the capability to come straight to our depots and get the propellant. So basically, we build and sell two things: propellant in space and interfaces that you can put on the spacecraft on the ground that facilitate future refuelability, but also facilitate ground fueling. So this interface on the left here, Rafty, this is a pretty picture of CAD, but it is real hardware. We've had significant investment from the United States Space Force and Air Force in that, over 4 different programs with them through StratFires and AFWorks programs that have led us to get that to, it's a fully flight qualified version that's flown, and then a Block 2 that's going through further refinements and going through flight qualification right now. And so that is compatible with hydrazine, xenon, high-test peroxide, and eventually we will be building variants for your NTOs and more aggressive oxidizers, and eventually variants for cryogens as well. Our approach is that we want to use the propellants that people use nowadays. So right now, that's a lot of hydrazine and xenon. To sell fuel in space, we need to build those 2 vehicles we talked about as well. So let's talk a little bit more about Rafty. Rafty's kind of cool in that typically on a spacecraft, you have a fill drain valve, which has a certain swap. You normally need 2. You need one for propellant and one for pressurant. And then previous applications, you've had a docking interface plus those fueling interfaces. And so you've got a lot of equipment you end up having to add. We put it all together into this package that's about the size of a fist. It was designed to fit in the tuna can volume of a CubeSat. It grew to about 10% bigger than that, but it's still quite competitive for size. It works in concert with GRIP, which is the active side. We've purposely designed it so that the passive side is completely passive and the active side is active. One of the great advantages of that is that the passive side is EAR 1099. And so the passive side is an international solution that can be built in Australia, can be built in the UK, and we're actually starting up capability within the UK. We've just made our first hire within the UK, and we'll be doing more work there, and we'd like to one day be in Australia as well. That's really good when you want to make an interoperable defense standard that means that Australian defense, UK defense, and US defense satellites can be serviced by the same capabilities in GEO or cislunar space or beyond. What do we build in Colorado versus what do we go out and buy? This kind of shows for those 2 vehicles, the pieces we build and the pieces we buy, and how kind of we access the supply chain on the ground today. So we focus on the new technologies that haven't been done before. So the interfaces, we focus on working with our partners to develop that fully collaborative rendezvous prox ops and docking, where it's cooperative and prepared, and the feed systems. So how do we physically move the propellants around in orbit with pumping, with pressure feed, those kinds of things. We've talked about this already. Here's a photo of Rafty. That's an early development unit. There's some covers that aren't populated there, but yeah. You can see the dimensions there as well. Let's talk about the missions that we have flown and the missions that we are flying in the future, and then we'll finish talking about how we fit long-term into this Moon to Mars economy. So this is FURFY, which you guys will know what that means. Everyone at NASA thought it was an acronym. There's a really funny story where this is the very first thing we did at Orbit Fab. We were founded in January of 2018. I joined the team in June, and I sat down with Daniel, and he said, let's talk about the FURFY schedule. And I thought he meant the joke schedule, because it was 4 months to flight. And he was serious, and the mission name was FURFY. So yeah, this was an awesome mission to work on. You can see it on the International Space Station. There's a flexible tank in the vehicle on the left-hand side, and a rigid tank full of 3 gallons of water on the right-hand side. Basically, we launched one full and one empty, and we spun the vehicles in microgravity, and then the astronaut would catch them, and we would look at what happens to the precession, what happens to the fluid slosh in the inside, and those kinds of things. And then we would transfer the propellant back and forth between them and do that at different stages of fill. We have some long-term interest in flexible tanks, effectively fuel bags in space, if you will, and we wanted to make sure that the dynamics wasn't intrinsically wrong there, while also proving out our transfer technology and proving we can build and fly hardware. So that was a great opportunity. From there, we spent a lot of time working our interfaces, and once we had the first block of our interfaces to the point we were happy to fly them, we went out and worked with our partners at Austrade to build Tenzing, which is the first CubeSat that we built. I said CubeSat, it's not actually a CubeSat, it's bigger. It's 35 kilograms, sure. Yeah, it's a little bit bigger than a 6U, probably 10 to 20% bigger in every dimension. It has 10 kilograms of high-test peroxide in it. And so we built our own in-space storability and refueling feed system, upgrading from the water that we'd done on Tirtey to the high-test peroxide, this iterative fly-the-technology approach. We know that the next thing we'll do will be hydrazine, but long-term we'll continue to support high-test peroxide as well, and we wanted to learn with something a little bit more kaboomable, as we say, but less carcinogenic. Yeah, that deployed from Transporter 2 last year? Yeah, last year, on orbit today. Has a propulsion system provided by Benchmark Space Systems out of the US, which is a high-test propulsion system on there as well, and has a number of cameras and things that lets us test out some of the technologies we need for rendezvous and proxops. The next big milestone for us is what we call Trailblazer, which is kind of funny that you guys have a government program here now called that too. And basically that's to take 2 of our shuttle vehicles, launch them to LEO, and have them role play as depot and shuttle, and repeatedly transfer propellant back and forth. So they'll have to do the rendezvous, the proxops, the docking, and that propellant transfer. So that's really why we've built the team out from where it was historically the 4s, 5s, 6s, and 7s up to 45 people now, is to achieve this mission, those milestones. One of the other things that we work on the side, everything I've talked about today is about us bringing propellant up the gravity well. So launching propellant from the Earth and selling it in space to enable new business models and more sustainability. Long term, the way to go to real sustainability is to bring the propellant down the gravity well. So to start with the resources that are on the Moon and Mars and turn that into propellant. We're really bullish after seeing the evolution over the last 6 years around high-test peroxide, that is an optimal solution for the near term for ISRU. So rather than going full to cryos for ISRU, start with the high-test peroxide. Long term, it also fits in for reaction control and things like that. And it's kind of a byproduct you get as a result of making hydrogen and oxygen. Well, there's extra stuff you can use it to optimize the system, I should say. It's not a byproduct. So we're putting together an international group that will be able to go from soil to high-test peroxide firing of engines. And that's been pretty cool. We have a peroxide fuel cell that you basically can put water, hydrogen, and oxygen in, and you'll get 10% peroxide out. And then, yeah, you can kind of see how it all fits together. We'll leave it on that one. But yeah.
Impressive hardware, like simple design. Like I didn't see any 5-axis curves on that thing. I was like looking good. All right. Next up, we have Rajat Kothresha. He is the co-founder and CEO of Space Machines Company. He trained as an aerospace engineer, and his professional experience spans from a senior technician, product and research leader at Microsoft, to being earlier senior executive and founder of 3 startups, helping raise over $150 million over the last 15 years. He has managed businesses across multiple international markets to build large, diverse product and engineering teams. Right?
I think you got most of that right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks for having me, and I'm going to try and make this quick so we're not, we don't have too many talks between now and the beer clock. My name is Rajat Kothresha. I'm the co-founder CEO of Space Machines Company. We're about 4 years old, and from the founding story perspective, in a very cliche moment on a Friday night over a glass of wine, me and my co-founder George, we said, let's build a space factory. That's where the journey started for us. And very quickly we realized that in order to do any type of assembly or manufacturing in space, you need to be able to move around. And that meant for us to focus on how do we figure out the problem of moving things from one point to another point in space effectively. There was a lot of innovation happening from SpaceX and others in terms of getting that first mile sorted. Our view was, how do we look at it from a customer point of view, a satellite customer? And a great metaphor for that customer journey was, a few of you have traveled here from the States, and imagine for a satellite customer where to get a ticket to come here, you actually had to speak to Boeing or Airbus. And then they built you a seat which was perfectly molded to you. And then you put your car in the cargo hold, and you landed at Sydney Airport, and then you got in your car and drove to this place. That's how satellites get into their final operational orbits today. So our view was, how do we change that? How do we create those Ubers and taxis and a whole bunch of infrastructure that starts to provide that last mile capability? And we called it peace of mind space logistics. I want to be able to tell you, this is the size of my satellite. I don't care what launcher. I want it in this orbit, in this time frame, with this price point. So that's where we started this journey. So our vision was a robust in-space logistics and transportation network, and a bunch of services that support that network. But more importantly, a layer of customer experience that currently is driven by technical specifications and a lot of technical interaction between customer and providers. How do we get to how easily today you move product from one place to the other? As simple as FedEx, right, where you just turn up to the shop, FedEx shop, or they collect it from your front door and deliver it to their final destination. So again, it's costly and complex, and both solutions, dedicated and rideshare, have their pros and cons. Dedicated, you have issues of cost prohibitiveness for smaller customers, and infrequency of launches depending on where they are, access to specific orbits and higher orbits, more importantly, and inflexibility to change launch providers. Now that, from a launch provider perspective, all of them want you to fly with them, but from a customer point of view, satellite customer doesn't care. They want to get to their final orbit. Same thing from rideshare. It brings that cost efficiency, but that means that scenario of taking your own car in the cargo hold remains, where you're building a propulsion subsystem that you're then having to carry, which affects satellite life, overall life. It affects cost. It affects engineering. So our view is, how do you get to a cost-effective and versatile transportation and logistics solutions in space? And there's a lot of lessons to be learned from terrestrial logistics, right? Like, you look at the way it's developed. You have the first mile sort of step, where there was a cost efficiency in getting to a hub and a distribution point. From there was a bunch of infrastructure that got created, and then a last mile service and software that allows all of that to be brought together in a great, seamless customer experience. So I think our view is that space transportation logistics is going to follow the same process. The first mile being lowering of costs to get to space, to LEO, SpaceX, and the 100 other launches out there that are out there at the moment are going to solve that problem. In addition to that, you need distribution and last mile services, followed by an experience that's built for the end customer, where they're not having to have the level of engineering and technical interaction they currently have to get their satellites in orbit. Sorry. I think we missed a slide. So I think most of you know the key macro trends that are driving a lot of this. There is a drop in launch costs. The size of satellites are starting to go down. The number of satellites exponentially growing. And space is becoming a contested domain from a sovereign capability perspective. So there's a lot of investment by governments on infrastructure, whether that's on orbit or on the ground. There's an exponential amount of money being put in. So those trends are really starting to drive the demand for three key services in our mind, right? Point-to-point transfers. How do you get a satellite from ground into a particular orbit, final orbit? Two, servicing. So, in the same sort of metaphor of terrestrial logistics, you need the Ubers and the taxis out there, but you also need service vans and repair vans that get to end customer and create more value out of the assets that you already have on orbit. And thirdly, exploration. I think this is my favorite one, because traditionally exploration has been done with multi-instrument large projects. You look at Perseverance, you look at some of the larger projects historically, multi-billion-dollar projects that take tens of years. I think exploration paradigm, where you can have a high-frequency, single instrument, limited capability, but going often, which allows a lot of democratization of science exploration, where smaller institutions with not hundreds of millions of dollars worth in budget, but tens of millions can get good data for going to lunar orbits or Mars. And so our view is that the demand for those services is growing exponentially. So our solution, our step one, the way we look at this process is 3 steps. Step one is creating that last mile platform, which is what we call Optimus. Step 2 is distribution, and step 3 is that software and experience around how to get your satellites into orbit. So step 1 for us is a vehicle that supports customers get to their final orbits more effectively. It carries multiple payloads. It's integrated and it's sort of launch agnostic. So we've done a lot of work to make it compatible with most large launchers out there and some of the smaller ones. It sort of allows for multiple deployment of constellations in one shot with a high delta V. So again, some of the benefits that we see around mission versatility, getting to your orbits faster, which means more revenue from an asset perspective. And so really starting to look at how can you quickly configure this platform for multiple types of missions, whether that's LEO, whether it's LEO to medium Earth orbits or higher, or cislunar orbits. So really looking at a ground-up approach and going back to the sort of blank sheet of paper and redesigning a vehicle that takes into account the customer experience rather than building on legacy architectures. So again, I'll go through this quickly. Again, from an adaptive delta V, so being able to add more fuel to the vehicle to support larger customers, standardized interfaces for different types of satellites and separation systems, and configurable propulsion. I think from a propulsion perspective, we're building Australia's first cryogenic engine, 2 kilonewtons. So our view is with the methane LOX economy that the larger launchers are already putting in orbit, our view is methane LOX will be the right combination as far as being able to sustain and extend the life of these vehicles. So again, there's 3 versions of it. The first one supports 500 kilos payload. It weighs about 270 kilos nominal, and the larger ones that are in design at the moment go up to 2 tons plus. That's a quick view of the way we see a future network, a network with vehicles being serviced, vehicles being put in orbit, constellations being deployed, distribution depots that allow for refueling, and then multiple reuse of assets rather than having to throw them away. I've got a couple more slides, so I'm going to try and get them. So from a roadmap perspective, phase 1 for us is a single-use spacecraft. So really trying to prove the concept that this is valuable to end customers, where it gets transferred to its final orbit and then we dispose of it. Phase 2 is multi-use. So really looking to deploy customers into final orbits and then repurpose that vehicle. And third, with help of distribution depots, starting to look at reusing that infrastructure. So yeah, that's really all I had. That's a render of a distribution depot that we're working on at the moment to really start to support the 3rd stage of our roadmap. Thank you.
Thank you. That really got my brain going. It feels like we need a whole new set of Incoterms to like really kind of explain what's going on there, right? So at lunch, let's all workshop like a new global Incoterms list, like XWorks, Orbit, XWorks, I don't know, free alongside gas station, free alongside, I don't know. We'll see what we need to come up with. All right, so next, talk about like real space royalty. This one's super impressive. It's Mr. Christian Meander. He is the Director of In-Space Manufacturing and Research at Axiom Space. He's a key architect of the planning, design, technical integration, and execution of microgravity research and technology demonstrations on the International Space Station. Christian brings his unique experience and expertise to Axiom's leadership in offering microgravity as a next-generation platform for innovation and discovery. He directs Axiom's conversations with in-space manufacturing and research customers. Prior to joining Axiom, Christian's 17-year NASA career included roles as technical liaison for the ISS Mission Integrations and Operations, ISS National Lab Deputy Manager for Commercial Utilization, Chair of the ISS Research Planning Working Group, and Increment Payload Manager. He has an extensive history working with a variety of customers to expand commercialization of the ISS and brings commercial in-space research and manufacturing services to the ISS National Lab. Please come. Have fun.
All right, I'll definitely try to keep us within the 12 minutes, so I'm actually going to start a timer here. So, but keep me honest in the back here. I appreciate the opportunity to be here, and I really appreciate the invitation to share a little bit about what we're doing at Axiom. And so I'm going to talk about that a lot more than I can cover than I can have time for, so I'm looking forward to meeting all of you in breaks to have conversations. But really I came to talk today about how Axiom supports context of Moon and Mars exploration, but I'll share a little bit more about how Axiom and the Axiom station that we're building is going to support a whole host of ecosystems that are growing in orbit. So if we could, let's see, next page here. So our vision really is around a thriving home in space that supports every human everywhere. And what that really translates to is creating opportunities in space that put more people in space, but also using that as leveraging for creating opportunities that bring space back to Earth in various formats and things like research and in-space manufacturing and the benefits that can create. So to do that, our mission is to build the world's first commercial space station, and we're already well on our way to doing that, and I'll show you some imagery. The focus that we have is a multi-use platform that really supports a diverse base of customers. The easy part for us as a company is building the space station. The harder part, and this is why it takes a village that we're talking about today, is building this in-space ecosystem that really allows us to have the economies in place that drive the need to put people into orbit in the first place. And so we support government agencies and private astronauts, people who want to fly, but we also support researchers and manufacturers. We support space exploration organizations, and that's what we'll talk about today. But we can also support new things around the A and the STEAM entity around arts and media and filmmaking, and also the defense industries and satellite builders and operators. So when you put a human-rated platform in orbit, it simply stated it's a large platform that generates a large amount of power and can reject a large amount of heat. And when you do that and you need to supply that with the supply chain necessary to keep those humans happy, you create an ecosystem that really creates a depot that can be used for a whole lot of things, including a laboratory, a factory floor, but it can also be a place where a lot of these applications can be amplified in terms of refueling, satellite manufacturing. And so what we're hoping is that it becomes a catalyst for a lot of these projects that we're already hearing about today. Let's go to the next page. So how are we going to do this? We have decided to compete for, and we won an award from NASA to build our platform off the front of the ISS. NASA competed, and we won an opportunity to use the last remaining port on the International Space Station. And then we're going to build our space station in a piecewise fashion by attaching first to the ISS and ultimately separating. That supports a lot of things for us, but one of the most powerful things is it lets us spread out CapEx as we build our platform so that we can take advantage of the opportunities to use a little bit of power and use a little bit of data from the ISS platform. But it also lets us ring out systems with our future customers, both the agencies that are flying the ISS and all the commercial companies that are using it, and creates a great path, a transfer path for all those customers using the space station at the sunset of its life to come across the hatch before we become an independent platform. So we're going to do that in a couple different phases. Our first phase is missions to the ISS, and we started this in April 2022. Some of you have may seen we launched and landed our first AX-1 mission, carried 4 private astronauts to the space station. They were supposed to be there for 10 days. They ended up being there for like 15 days. The weather in Florida didn't cooperate with landing, so they got a bunch of bonus days for free. We're the only private company that's equipped to provide the astronaut training necessary to really utilize the space station in this way. And it wasn't just a mission to fly people. We flew 26 flight experiments with them involving almost 100 different organizations across the planet. And so we really amplified through this commercial mission the opportunity the ISS creates to do research. I'll show you some pictures of that in a minute. Phase 2 for us is attach our modules to the ISS. This is a rendering of what that looks like. And lest you think that it's just paper, I'll show you the metal in a minute here. We're going to launch our first hub module in 2024. We're going with modules for a number of different reasons, but the modular approach here is really about building an architecture at the beginning that customers are familiar with, and we'll get into more exotic architectures of different components of the space station over time. One of the nice things about each of our modules compared to the way the ISS was built is each module is its own spacecraft. It has its own guidance, navigation, control, thruster capability. It can basically be dropped off in orbit and it can fly its way to wherever the platform is. That also supports reusability in terms of reconfiguring the space station over time. We can undock parts of these modules. We can reconfigure the space station over time. And then it's responsible disposal at the end. One of the other beautiful aspects of our overall environmental control system is we produce our own fuel. Through the regular processes, we convert the human byproducts and with the water we bring to orbit in our supply chain and hopefully eventually get from the moon, we will be able to produce all the methane that we need to drive our propulsion systems. And so that helps us with obviously reboosting capability, but also it helps us along the way with maybe providing a product that can be consumed by a lot of these communities out here that we're talking about. So the first module goes up in 2024. The second module goes up in 2025. We will be launching a research and manufacturing facility dedicated to those aspects of the business. And then eventually we fly what we call the power tower, which is our large solar arrays, thermal capacity, airlock for up to 3 crew to do EVAs. We are building our own suit as well. Now, that said, we will offer the opportunity for spacewalks, but it's going to be more of an entertainment opportunity than it is going to be for maintenance of the space station, because the way we're designing this platform is where all of the ORUs are really going to be in a shirt sleeve environment and the replacement on the inside. You might ask, how do you build something that's roughly the equivalent to size of the USOS operating segment of the ISS for the cost that you can to meet commercially? And really it's about the 20 years. It's a combination of the 20 years of experience our team has in operating the ISS compared with the advances in technology that let us really borrow from things like electric car industries and other kind of automotive advances and industrial advances to really lower the cost 100x to what it was compared to build. We're also making some smart decisions where not everything obviously has to be made to aerospace grade when you can go use industrial or automotive grade parts and still get the same results. But really from a customer perspective, we're trying to provide as much as possible the interfaces that you see in your laboratory in the ground and your factory in the ground so that you can transfer your operations and your know-how and your machinery to orbit with as little space knowledge as possible. So the only other thing that I haven't talked about this is just another image of the first modules attached to the ISS. What you see on the front side are 2 habitation modules. They'll each house 4 crew, so we'll have an addition of 8 crew members to the ISS stack, so to speak, while we're there, and it'll host 8 crew independently as we go forward. It'll have an Earth Observatory module. That's the large glass dome that you see on the bottom. We call it the cupola on steroids. But it is going to be room for 6. It'll be the largest window in space when it's flown. We have the glass under testing right now in our facilities in Houston, Texas. And then finally, the research and manufacturing facility is still under design, but the first 2 hubs are actually already in construction. And so let's take a look at that. You can see with our partner Thales Alenia, we've got manufacturing already underway for the first couple modules. This is a machine obviously milling out one of our radial ports, and then lots of other things that are in construction, windows, hatches. We've got barrel sections. Most of this imagery is over 6 months old at this point, so there's a lot more hardware that's already being constructed both in Italy and a lot more prototype work that's being done on systems in Houston that I unfortunately can't share because of some export concerns. So So human spaceflight, how does that ultimately enable the Moon and Mars program that we're trying to do? And it's really about, for us, we provide missions to the space station today and ultimately to our own platform tomorrow. And the services that we provide are available to host government astronauts, private companies, and researchers. The goal here is that really from an exploration perspective, LEO, low Earth orbit, can be a training ground for going to those larger exploration class missions. So the world space agencies and even commercial companies that want to fly astronauts to Moon and Mars can use the relatively safe confines of LEO to get their people the experience they need to go on further and farther and do a deeper space class missions. Here's an example of our first mission. We finished AX-1. These are the folks that we flew. 3 different private citizens from 3 different countries, Larry, Eitan, and Mark, and then our own crew member, Mike Lopez Alegria, a former NASA astronaut who took the mission to orbit and helped operate on the crew. I can tell you more about the mission, but I'd tell you just go to the Axiom website and you can learn a lot more about what we did on orbit while we were there. And I think here's a picture. Proof is in the pudding of the crew on board just a couple weeks ago, working with the ISS crew together to do a lot of the research that they were doing. So an example, though, of how the platform also supports exploration technology maturation. 2 ways. We talked about how the modules can detach and free fly. We talked about the regenerative propulsion system based on the Sabatier process that we're going to do to generate our own fuel. A lot of the capabilities that we're putting in our platform to support human life in low Earth orbit are good testing grounds for sustainability of exploration class missions as well. So using this platform to wring out your systems that go to the Moon and Mars is a great way to leverage low Earth orbit and the relatively cheap access to space compared to having to try and fly your system for the first time to Moon or to Mars. And so we can do that both internally to the space station in a shirt sleeve environment, but we'll also have extensive external hosting capabilities as well. So if you need to test a new refueling system, if you need to test a docking configuration, we're planning to kind of support all of those operational schemas so that we can ultimately help you develop your business models that whether they involve our platform or whether they don't, it becomes an opportunity for you to test your platforms. Ultimately, the vision for us is cities in space. And this is obviously just an image and it's a picture, but it's built on reality from the sense that between the technologies that we have today from hard shell modules, the tech that exists to do inflatables, and the advances that we see coming in terms of in-space manufacturing, we're really hoping to build platforms that really support hundreds of people off the planet. And from an exploration perspective, we don't see sustainable exploration being supported without a good infrastructure layer in low Earth orbit that really provides all the goods and services that really let you use low Earth orbit as your jump point for your missions as opposed to using the ground. And so for us, we want to evolve into a place where when a team needs to go to Mars or a group needs to go to Mars, they're just like in the movies, flying to a platform in low Earth orbit, they're getting acclimated for a couple days and then they're climbing into their spacecraft and heading off, refueled in orbit, resupplied in orbit through the supply chains that we're all creating here today. So I think that's all I've got. That's our picture of our crew getting ready to launch about 2 hours before they went. And I look forward to having the conversations with you guys along the way here just about what we're doing. And more importantly, I'd love to hear about what you're doing. So thanks for your time.
That last picture gave me chills. It's like all the astronauts dialed in. It's pretty cool. I hope I have a kid one day that's in that cupola on steroids who's just playing Candy Crush and like does not care. That has zero respect for what it took to get there. Anyways, we have one more speaker. His name is Troy McCann, and this is an incredibly special speech for him to give because we usually hear from Troy as the CEO and founder of Moonshot. But today, he's here representing a new company which has been growing in stealth for the past year. And for the first time, he is going to tell us about it. Troy?
All right, something lighthearted before we jump into lunch. So, we're using the resources available to us on Earth way, way too fast. We've got a limited window of opportunity to consider 3 options. We can go blind, we can continue, we can run out of resources, we can risk a mass extinction event and deprive the universe of the only known sapient life that we know for sure to exist in the universe. Number 2 is that we can go dark. We can drastically reduce our consumption, particularly of energy, and we can return to a more agricultural-centered society, artificially limiting our global population for a zero-sum world of complacency while we wait for the next mass extinction event. Or 3, we can be bold, we can diversify, we can reach beyond the Earth, we can cultivate growth in space for Earth as well as elsewhere. We can expand the biosphere to reach new locations and support new migration and creation of biodiversity. Now, 1 and 2 are really the same given enough time. The only viable solution, as far as I'm concerned, is number 3. We need to look up at the starry night. We need to stare down the abyss and find inspiration to solve our biggest challenges. We need to go to space for the Earth and for humanity. The problem is that there's no infrastructure today to allow it, and I mean right now, this moment. So growing the market for space won't happen unless using space becomes much easier, which is a totally different thing from just being more accessible. So even SpaceX, the champion striving to establish an entire city on Mars, is still mostly stuck on the activity of lifting raw goods from the ground above the Earth's gravity well. They've only just, after 20 years, expanded to their first new products beyond rockets with Starlink. It's not enough to have rockets that take us just from A to B, because no one buys a car if there's no road to drive it on. Cool. In space, we know that there are things that we can do better than, or that can't be done at all on Earth. And as easy and as frequent as it's become to move material from the ground to orbit, we need more infrastructure, like what we've been hearing about on this panel, so that we can make it a more useful place for more people to leverage. We need to do more to create the utilities of space. We need more tools for manufacturing. We need access to more energy. We need resource extraction and distribution and bigger computing. And sure, there are some initiatives around with people trying to build some of the pieces for a much larger picture, but there's no ecosystem in space today just yet. So if we're to be successful, we need to be more strategic in how we create these new capabilities as dual purpose. They can't just be either for space or for Earth anymore. We need space startups to purposefully create benefits for us here on Earth as much as in space. Because we'll fail if we have a mindset of creating an independent economy in space. The only successful space business is one that's totally agnostic to location. We need to leverage the core of the existing economy, which is already trying to burst beyond the confines of today's atmosphere, rather than aiming to establish a new capability at the edge of our world. So I've got a shamelessly massive ambition for Nebula. I'm going to create you an operating system for the universe. It's a platform ecosystem of software and hardware tools for you to unlock new wealth and opportunities for humankind to build the future. So my name's Troy McCann, and most of you know me from Moonshot, Australia's premier space tech accelerator and investment firm, which, by the way, tonight is launching a 48-hour boot camp, so please check it out. But for the past year, I've been running my own little kind of skunkworks operation, developing utility to enable in-space manufacturing as a service. So I'm going to try to keep the rest of this pretty super short on detail because there's a lot that I can't tell you about just yet. But if you do have any questions, feel free to reach out to me afterwards or get in touch on Twitter or LinkedIn. So at Nebula, our first major milestone is creating a 24 rapid turnaround for satellites from design all the way to having them on orbit. Because once we can manufacture directly in space, we invert that traditional design, build, and then launch process that we're very used to. And it switches to launch first, then we design, and then we build. So that means that tomorrow's spacecraft operators no longer need to worry about launch at all. The manufacturer will take care of that in advance, simplifying launch operations structured around needing only to launch raw material from the Earth rather than fragile spacecraft. So our first small step is a machine that we call a fabricator. It's a gravity-agnostic three-dimensional printer for space electronics. The fabricator will totally revolutionize low-volume, high-value manufacturing of space hardware by allowing anybody to create electromagnetically, thermally, and mechanically optimized products. So we built one of these gravity-agnostic 3D electronics printers that can manufacture space-rated electronics with features as small as 1.18 micron. Not only can this machine build complex, otherwise impossible circuits in space, but we can use it to change the way that we design and optimize our electronic designs when we're not restricted to planar design process anymore. So if you take a printed circuit board today, or a PCB as we call it, if you're not an electrical engineer, if you are an electrical engineer, has a trace or a wire, and you might take a piece of rectangular prism ceramic material and you place that right in the middle of that wire to create a resistance. And today we implement our circuits that look really complex, like little cities, using idealized models that totally simplify the underlying physics of our reality. And that often comes to bite us later when it comes to doing things like trying to package it into something really useful, or things like electromagnetic compatibility. So imagine if that ceramic material instead, though, was sprinkled throughout that trace so that it could perfectly be tuned to the ideal resistance. And we could even optimize the size of the circuit. So you don't have a mini tower that's sort of sticking out of the top of the board. We can change the shape as we need it to be. We also sometimes forget this conductive trace, as they all are. It's actually effectively an antenna that's both emitting and receiving undesirable electrical noise. But what if we transform that straight trace into a spiral that seamlessly curves beyond the limits of today's two-dimensional printed circuit boards, and it creates an inductance that creates a perfectly neutral effect instead. So our fabricator treats every piece of an electrical circuit as if it's a transmission line and fabricates a perfect circuit drop by drop. So maybe you have a very special need for a very precisely manufactured RF front end that closely represents the results of an FEA optimized simulation. Now, if you're not, don't worry if you don't understand what all those words mean. Maybe it's an antenna. Or maybe you want to use a passive RF Fresnel lens for more accurate beamforming. So today we place surface mount components on the top of printed circuit boards. But what if they were placed in between, almost like a sandwich, where the interconnects can be on the top, on the bottom, on the sides, instead of all coming out and fanning out from one side on the bottom. We're starting to explore interesting ways to perform thermal dissipation for tightly integrated embedded circuits for space, using this new freedom that we gain with this precise three-dimensional electronics manufacturing. So this is what me and my kind of secret team are working on today at Nebula, over at the UTS Tech Lab in Mascot. And we've already got customers in our pipeline who want to go to space with their first boards and products manufactured with us on the ground this year. I've probably said enough for today, at least anyway. We'll have much more information available soon when we officially announce Nebula ourselves. But I hope you enjoyed this sneak peek. And I hope that I've got you thinking a little bit more about how close we are to in-space manufacturing and why I think it's really that missing piece for making space truly accessible for a much larger market beyond those of us who are in this room today. Thanks very much.
Perfect. Yeah, invite all the speakers back up. That was very technical. Oh yeah, absolutely. That sounds like you're going to go crack the quantum computing nut real quick. All right. Okay, so we just heard all the presentations, and now we're going to open it up to more of a discussion, questions. I'm going to try and keep the questions like, smart and punchy, but, bear with me if they're a little bit more boring. We're here focused on, space infrastructure, and what I'd like to know is what types of metrics or a style of a key performance indicator do you guys think gives good signal on the health of the space industry? And it can be like pretty creative. For example, a pretty standard one would be launches per month from Australia, right? Another one could be significantly more granular, and it could be domestic suppliers per part number launched into orbit. So what do you think are good metrics that give good signal on the health of space infrastructure? And yeah, I'll just start with you.
Well, I think the first one is real customers.
Okay.
Not just necessarily government contracts, or especially not grants, but actual customers is a really key one.
Reoccurring real customer. Okay.
Reoccurring.
Perfect.
I think for me, again, I go back to the model that says we need a robust infrastructure layer in LEO to support this kind of exploration. And this robust infrastructure doesn't exist unless there's reasons to be there. So it's really about diversification and the economic reasons to be there. And so to me, measuring the different use cases that are actually developing to go to space is a great indicator of early growth. But there's a difference between who wants to go and how we can afford to go and whether you can close the business case. And so you've got to look at both the diversification of people who have real applications for microgravity or for space, and separately how many business case closes is it. And as those numbers start to reach the same level in the curve, then you've been more and more successful.
Look, I think it's hard to pin down a variable, but I think it's about the shift from supply side market to a demand side. You know, there are a number of variables to it. It's number of customers, things to orbit, launch cadence. But I think at the moment there's a very heavy over-indexing on the supply side, which is great because that's what happens with most markets. But I think an indication to start moving towards a more demand side is where you'll start to see a real growth, because focusing on one variable or the other is not going to give you a good idea. Just because there's a large number of launches does not mean that that it's starting to grow. I think it's about a value by a number of those variables.
So we think about this a bunch because at Orbit Fab we like to say that we have an economy that includes space but is on the ground. And we want an in-space economy, which is different in that goods and services need to be exchanged in space and need to emerge in space for use in space. And we're starting to see the first of those things. But it's still very centered around every business model that generates revenue is for people living on the ground. And so there's a bit of work, we think, long term, but that's how we would measure success.
Yeah, good question. A couple of things. I think investment, both from a venture capital side, but also at a federal and state and even local level. I think when my brother and I started a long time ago, there was little or no venture capital in investment in Australia. It took the I'd say boldness of Blackbird Ventures to actually see that there was a shift in the space landscape, both domestically and abroad. I think some other key indicators is the amount of small to medium enterprises that have started. I think Tim's probably the man to say how many small to medium enterprises in Australia are operating. I think when we started, there was a small hand few, and I think now there's, in a sense of 100, 200 small to medium enterprises operating domestically in the space domain. And for me, I would like to see a shift in the amount of talented individuals studying, space technology in Australia. That's what I think would shift and move the needle.
That's incredibly cool. People just fired up, learning at universities, graduating, specifically going into this industry. Yeah, that's really cool. When I think about KPIs, they always kind of make me cringe a little bit, right? Because then I'm going to be held accountable to those KPIs and increasing them. What are some of the most efficient sort of capital allocations that governments or any sort of capital allocator that could put into place that would make you feel more comfortable being held accountable to the metrics that you just sort of signed up to, if you will?
Look, I think moving away, at least locally, starting to move away from the grants to more contracts. because that allows us to directly address that demand side, that supply side. So being part of a supply chain that allows us to go build something, right, and launch something. And so I think from my perspective, from institutional governments moving towards more, here's a capability that we're starting to build. And so how do the different companies start to play in this building infrastructure in space?
Yeah, I'll say that the US is a good model here, right? You don't have to invent how to allocate money in a new way. Particularly AFRL and the work that they do around AFWorks, which is their application of what they call Small Business Innovation Research Grants. They're structured so the first phase is define your market, figure out what you're going to build, prove it can work. The second phase is really prove it works. And then the third phase is not here's more money to scale it, it's find a customer. And that customer can be government, but they need to bring money. And AFWorks becomes a contracting mechanism that makes it easier for you to get that customer's money into a contract form that you can do work at as a small business. So taking those kinds of ideas from elsewhere and implementing them in Australia could be very powerful.
Well, yeah, sure.
Well, speaking from experience, it tends to be centered around headcount. Politicians tend to have the factors of jobs and growth. I don't see that changing. That will continue to be a requirement with any grant or co-investment at a federal or state level. I'd like to see a shift in the government being a customer or a buyer of services from small to medium, large enterprises, mainly domestic, because I think Australian industry content is important, and then I would like to see more contractual arrangements for large bidding for Australian industry content to actually be measured, rather than what I've seen of late. Thanks.
I don't know if I'm well equipped as a research guy to answer this from a capitals market perspective, but what I will say is this. From the U.S., we're obviously spoiled from a capital perspective, both from as an infrastructure provider, but what I would really like to see is a greater diversification and investment in the companies that want to use space as opposed to the ones that want to get them to space or sustain them in space. And maybe that sounds weird for a guy that's still trying to raise capital, but really, I don't need capital as much as I want to see customers. And so that's what we all really need. And so what I like to see, and what I am seeing at least an uptick in trending, is a risk tolerance growth, at least in the U.S. markets, on going after some of these space applications. And it takes people like this on the stage to demonstrate that there's access to space that hasn't been there before, so it makes those investments realistic. I think I can't speak intelligently within Australia, but I can echo from what the Gilmour team says is it seems that Australia could really benefit from government infusion of dollars that really foster a growth of a LEO commercial, or not LEO, but a commercial space marketplace here in Australia. There are other countries that are doing it, and I think it's a real race. I mean, to really say who's going to leverage and take advantage of the opportunities that space is going to provide. And so I would love to see more government funding go into these applications, whether it's on the infrastructure side or on a use case side. But that said, I think there's plenty of VC out there, whether it's domestic or international, but the governments that really put an effort into developing the economies in low Earth orbit, especially Austrade and ultimately Lunar and beyond, are going to be the ones that really reap the benefit of the economic benefit terrestrially that supports all of that infrastructure.
Yeah, I'll tack on to the end of that. This is something I've spoken about for years, especially in Australia, where we're trying to grow an entirely new set of space supply chains. And this is something that's happening all around the world as well, because the way that we're doing space, as you've just heard, is entirely different today than it was a few years ago. But a part of the challenge that we have to work out, how do we de-risk every single part of that supply chain before it, if you're developing launch, for example, the end customers down the end of the supply chain are going to be farmers that are looking for data that comes from the satellites that were launched, et cetera, et cetera. So we need to do more to be less risk averse, especially in Australia. If you're saying that in the US they have an issue with risk, then I don't even know where we fall on that scale.
but we definitely need more. We do need more capital from government as well. It's great, the amounts of money that it's increasing in Australia. I hope that we see less of them. If you know me, you'll hear, I don't like the idea of grants at all. I like the idea of contracts and customers over the top of that. So I hope we see less grants and more real contracts. And I hope that we see more risk takers. And I hope that we see more people reaching out to people like Kieran at Being Systems and really thinking about how do we de-risk the technology that we're developing and not say, all right, I'm going to trying to solve this scientific problem and I'll talk to a potential customer in 5 years' time. Start with talking to a customer today, then develop your technology to suit the solution that they want. And that has to work all throughout the supply chain. And so we need better use of infrastructure to help us do the testing and the development and getting onto the space station to if you're doing microgravity research, these sort of things. We need to work out how do we de-risk each of the steps of this supply chain using a lot of the tools that we have available to us, but they're just very fragmented at the moment. Sorry, I'll stop rambling.
No, that's great. I mean, you said you don't want the grants, you want to actually go compete for it, and that's like very bullish. I mean, that's a completely different risk profile. You sound more like a race car driver.
I did used to do race cars, but
nailed it.
If I can just quickly bring it back to the KPIs though, because I realised we sort of went off track a bit. I think that we need to embrace KPIs a lot more, especially if you're just looking for a customer, not even necessarily just for government contracts or government grants. If you're developing a new capability, talk to your potential customers and say, well, look, let's do some sort of demonstration, and here are the what are your KPIs that you need from us? Because then it starts to de-risk it for them. If you don't hit it, that's fine, but if you do hit it, then you can say, well, let's lock you in for a bigger order. That helps investors understand that, okay, there's real significant customers here, not just a one-off, tire kicking kind of customer. And that's how we can start to build out those supply chains.
Yeah, KPIs are real. If you can't measure it, you can't improve it. That's like my CEO. That's pretty much what he preaches at me every single day. Also, I read this in the hotel room, like kind of preparing for this, and it seemed as if the entire industry, on the heels of the NASA administrator speaking, kind of had a shift a couple days ago. And he said that the cost-plus contracts were like a plague on NASA for the last few decades. Sorry if this is like sharp subject matter. But what's your reaction to that? Because when we were buying things at SpaceX, Elon, nicely told me to go remind the suppliers that we're not a cost-plus contract. We're a firm fixed price launch company. And now that they're going that way, what's your reaction to that? Does that stoke you out? Do you want to compete? Does it add a little bit more risk that you might not have got it correct? I mean, where do you see it going? And should Australia duplicate that or not?
Yeah, I mean, personally, I love it. Of course it increases risk. That's what we should be doing. We don't want rent seekers, that are just saying, well, I'm in this position and all of a sudden I can just keep on charging more and more. We need to create a little bit more of a market to work at. Well, what is the value that group is actually providing in the supply chain so that we don't get any stagnation like what we saw, before the last, decade or so. I'll give the other speakers a bit more time to talk, but yeah.
I support it too, but I mean, simply because if nothing down, cost plus waters down the opportunity to deliver on KPIs. I mean, at the end of the day, you're expected to deliver, but in the cost plus world, you can make excuses that ultimately let you ask for more. And from a resources perspective, if we're ever going to become a multi-planetary species, the amount of capital it's going to take to go invest in that, we can't afford to waste the money as a precious resource. So from that regard, creating a competitive environment, making sure that people deliver what they deliver, that's what I think. So,
look, I think going back to the KPI question, this is one of those variables where, if it becomes a demand-centric market, you're going to get value-based pricing. So moving from cost to fixed to value, and you see that in other industries where slowly the transition happens. At the end of the day, you want the customer telling you, I'm willing to pay more for that because it's high value to me. So my view is that it's a solid step towards moving that future.
Yeah, I mean, cost plus doesn't just give an avenue for increasing cost, it encourages it. It actively makes people underbid, knowing that they can increase the cost. We all know this. We all know that everyone's guilty of it. It has to go. And the only way for it to go is for companies to make the stand and say, we want to do firm fixed price. And that's been happening for long enough now that they've been hearing it. So it's great news.
Yeah, great news. I think that that's one of the reasons why there's innovative companies today like SpaceX, competing for business that was traditionally to these type of arrangements that didn't lead to the best idea wins or efficiency or effectiveness. So that's what actually we're doing now with regards to the next phase of the contracting, fixed price. So both parties take risks. We've got to make sure that our requirements are clear and well defined, and they know exactly what they're looking to do. And I fully 100% support it.
Cool. Unanimous opinion. I'm really glad that I don't have to steel man the argument of why cost plus is just not great. To me, it's all taxpayer dollars. And when you say it's firm fixed, you can look at the taxpayer and say the incentive structures are aligned. We're not wasting your money. We have a goal and we're going to go achieve it.
But it really does put responsibility back on the government too, to know very clearly what they want when they define the opportunity, because to change requirements on companies in a firm fixed price, and it happens.
Scope creep.
Might know about that on a personal basis. But the point is that scope creep really can't be tolerated in a firm fixed price environment. So from that perspective, if you're going to go that way, you need to understand that any scope change results in a change in the cost of to deliver the service. And so from that regard, from an efficiency perspective, to go to fixed price, government's really got to know what they want on it, and they got to say, this is what we bought, and follow through on it.
Mm-hmm.
So
there's another thing too, where traditionally everyone's thought the risk on R&D is too high to allow it, but there are avenues if you get 90% of the way through a project and you're over cost with firm fixed price to still closing the project out, right? You can go to the capital markets and say, look how much work is done. This small investment from you at a good deal gets it over the line. And that really lets the market then solve the problems in the way we do in the rest of the economy.
Fantastic. Those are the questions that I have. I'd like to take some from the audience now. You're second. I had one over here. He deleted himself. You're now first. Yep.
Bill Barrett from Asia Pacific Aerospace Consultants.
Bill, we got a microphone here for you.
Thanks. Bill Barrett, Asia Pacific Aerospace Consultants. I know many of the people on the panel here already. Question about, it's been fantastic to get the presentations from everybody today, because you're really pioneers in what is a new area in space. It's the off-Earth space economy, if you will. We're in an area, we're in a country that has only just discovered there's actually space, and that Australians are actually doing space. So that's only been, within the last 5-7 years in some ways, that the government here has really gotten behind it. Likewise, this still exists to some other areas of space. I mean, large parts of the population have no real idea that most of their lives actually rely on services provided from space. So venturing into a new area like the off-Earth space economy is a bold step. What do you feel needs to be done to bring the rest of the world along in that journey? One of the things that you've all mentioned is customers. I think obviously if there's money to be made there and that can be shown very quickly, then that's something there. But it strikes me, certainly for governments, the U.S. government's a bit different because they've been playing in space for a long time. But for other governments, I think that's a bit of a challenge. And also for other players in the commercial sector, in industry. Why would you invest in off-Earth space economy as opposed to something you can do down here, which seems to have a lot less risk? So perhaps the panelists could address that question. Is the world ready for an off-Earth space economy? And if not, what do we need to do to convince them that it's here, it's happening now, and you got to get ready for it?
So I'll jump on that one and tie it back to something that I said in my talk, which, I don't think that there really is going to be an off-Earth economy, not something that's totally separate. I don't think that it could be sustainable on its own anyway. Anything that we do in space, and even today, everything that we do in space ultimately creates value back here on Earth for us today.
And everything that we will be doing will be creating that value, because this is where the bulk of humanity will be for the foreseeable future. As we do spread around and you have along, that will start to shift, but it's really about how do we create value for human beings wherever they are. So I don't think it's going to be too much of a problem. I think that as we get to things like, I'll talk about in-space manufacturing, we're going to start off with, manufacturing small things like these. Most people probably won't pay attention if you're manufacturing, say, a satellite in orbit or things like this. But that capability, if it's run by a good business, we'll start to scale that up, and all of a sudden we're going to have this great manufacturing capability doing things like, say, microprocessors. And it's these things, as they go bigger, it'll just naturally emerge, like the internet. We grew an entire economy, the modern economy, into the internet. It started to weave its way in. It was sort of like a boiling frog thing. We didn't really notice that all of a sudden we're living in this crazy future. I think we're going to see the same thing with space. I don't think we have to think about it too much.
I actually agree with almost all he said. The only thing I think the challenge is going to be making sure that we find good ways to communicate the value of space in a layman's way that helps the general public really understand and appreciate the value that they're getting from space every day. And that requires local voices, and then it requires national voices too. And government in some ways has to play their role to articulate the value to the country, but value to people in general as well.
I think 100%. That's why we're all kind of here today, trying to effectively communicate what we're looking to do to support off-Earth activities. I think the fundamental input to any initiative or new way of doing things is underpinned by timing. I'm pretty angry. My mum and dad's used to say that they all promised trips to the moon when they would get old. That there was also meant to be 3-day long weekends and electricity too cheap to meter. The only thing I see coming to fruition in the next decade that is happening, thanks to companies like the people on the panel, is starting to come to fruition. And I think that it's very important and underpinned by effective communication. People, space is so much a part of day-to-day life, and they just don't understand that. And I think Troy's been a big advocate for saying what would be a day without space to Earth kind of be like, just to shake things up. But I think timing is happening, and it's moved away from governments taking that lead over to private enterprise to take that baton, and not a lot more needs to happen, but there is some really exciting stuff happening. So yeah, the time's right.
I think I want to take the part of the question that's sort of bringing people along for the journey. I think where you look at spacefaring nations that have done this for 30, 40 years, it's more of an iterative step because they've got the infrastructure around education, around knowledge of what space does. I think being bold and risk-taking is exactly what Australia needs, because that's one way to leapfrog and educate the wider society and these users of space. I think in some ways it's specific to us, like from our perspective, making these bold sort of visions of how we want an on-orbit economy to work is one way of exciting the whole country into saying we could leapfrog some of the legacy stuff that some of the other countries have suffered from. So it's an advantage and it's a disadvantage. But I think the fact that the first step of that is recognizing that. And I sort of go back to the mobile revolution where, developed countries had landlines for 30 years, and then some of the emerging economies went, well, we're never going to do landlines. We're just going to move to mobiles. And that sort of allowed them to leapfrog. So I think being bold and having these, sort of forward-looking, risky approaches, yes, some of them will work and others won't, but it just starts to build a culture where we can start to do, catch up with the rest of the spacefaring nations.
I will say, well, you can't just push supply on the international community without demand. And we've seen that failure with Facebook trying to hand out space-connected mobile phones in the developing world and no interest. What you need to do is go and find out what interest there is. So when I was at ISU, we had a fellow student who was a farmer from Zimbabwe that had made lots of money farming that wanted to learn how space can help farming in Zimbabwe. That's a use case that is so different to someone coming from Australia or the US wanting to go and walk on the moon. So we need to go out and ask what people want to use space for in other countries and see how that can happen. And Australia's in a unique position as they're going through that process internally, right? You're asking what is good about space for Australia. As you find the answers to that out, as we find the answers to that out, vocalize why it's important nationally and why it's different from an American or a Russian way of looking at it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think Australia, like, talk about first, second, third, fourth, maybe fifth mover advantage, right? There's also a lot of STEM people up here, and mathematicians, mechanical engineers, PhDs. I think we need a lot more like EQ-based people, injecting love, injecting culture. I want to be able to buy a long sleeve T-shirt with that Australian dot painting on it. I want to wear it around. I want to actually show that I want to do it. I think we just need a lot more inspiration. You know, quit making movies where you land on a planet and 2 seconds goes by in your world, and then 300 years goes by and your whole family's dead. Like, quit making movies like that. But I think we do need to have a lot more culture and adventure, and getting people really fired up on that as well. And then I think the engineers will also follow alongside. That's something I think we can improve on, like, very dramatically, and you actually can kind of shove that marketing down people, like, a little bit more, or force them to like it if the art is good.
Can I quickly take on to that? Because I think that, I love what we're seeing sort of recently with all these new sci-fi movies like Dune and Foundation, I know it's not a movie series, but these sort of things coming out, because they do touch on a lot of those things, the ethics and, these sort of more, arts sort of style things that you'd go and study. So hopefully they are attracting more people in. But I do agree, we've got a bad habit in the space sector, and this is globally, of taking all the fun parts away of space. I think it's one of the things that SpaceX does pretty well in keeping that there, bringing that magic and that wonder to it, while also showing, hey, there's actually really, real stuff happening. But especially in Australia, we have a habit of trying to take that away to be taken more seriously, and so we say, oh no, this is actually really boring. Let's just, it's just science. And we're just making science into technology that does something.
Yeah, I want Coors Light to come out and say, like, every time SpaceX lands a rocket, 1 beer for every American.
And Australia, I hope.
Watch investment. Come on in. Yeah, so I'm done. Okay. One more question, and then we're finished. Somebody come up with something clever. Yes.
Are there plans to develop space not as a humanoid?
Anybody doing work on developing space, because I can see myself living in a computer in space in 1,000 years' time, traveling to Alpha Centauri as a completely inorganic being. Is there anybody doing work in that sort of area? Or because we can't, I look at it, we've never built a continuous undersea platform. Okay, I don't know anybody that's lived undersea for 5 years. And I just wonder whether, I'm just curious on that side. Are there work to develop a radioactive proof human being that doesn't need to breathe or drink water?
I think you should move to Silicon Valley. There's the Breakthrough Starshot initiative, which is looking at taking tiny microchip-sized satellites and pushing them to Alpha Centauri with lasers. And there is significant money from billionaires behind this idea, which is humanity's first interstellar voyage. So it's not being yourself there, but it is projecting human presence in a way that is pretty non-traditional and generational and different. So there's that.
I think Facebook and Meta are trying to do their best to stick us all inside of a computer, so there's that as well, from a different angle, but...
Yeah, I got nothing.
I'm not sure. All right, we're going to end this session on that. Thank you so much for listening, and have a great day.
What a great job. Thank you so much to all of our panelists. And some people believe that we're actually on that spaceship ride right now, and this is in fact all a simulation. And on that note, we're going to take 30 minutes for lunch, which has arrived, and we're going to get back together at 1:10. Don't forget, you've got to meet at least 2 new people this lunchtime. Don't just hang around with your cronies. Okay, thank you, everybody. Hello.
I guess I am, if it says so. I don't know about it. Okay, let's have a look. Let's have a look, because we can change it probably pretty easily. So let's see. Moderator is Tom, but I can change your intro.
Oh, yeah.
So we can just type it in right now.
Yeah. I think that's really irrelevant.
Go for it. Type away. Hack it. Well, you're a STEAM person who has had, take your time. Oh, that's more comfortable as well, yeah. Look, I think the important thing is, I have, you're a person who's worked across the high-tech ecosystem global, right? Of course, right? So globally, you have taken technology, you put it in the field, right? And so you start with that. Okay. Hello. I love you. That's right.
norms added to In order to
So, ladies and gentlemen, we're having too much fun meeting new people. We are going to be getting underway in a few minutes' time, and we'll have our second session. So we're looking forward to seeing you back in the conference room in just a few minutes' time. Don't forget, if you need writing implements, we have some nice pads and pens that are over on the SmartSat CRC Aurora stand, just to my left, your right.
Ready to go when you are? I would love it if someone could update the sheet, the times on the run sheet. I don't know where. He is. Can you find him for me? Yeah, sure. All right, and then I think we're just going to need to get the whole team to do a sweep. That's a great little vignette. Yeah. Fantastic.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I'm tempted to do a countdown. We are going to get underway, and we have another fascinating and unique and incredibly difficult to source set of information from you. Just in case you are shy and retiring kind of person and are scared of microphones or whatever, or you would like to have a think about the question you want to ask, you can jump onto Slido, sli.do, or just Google it. And the code for this event is NHS, New Horizons Summit. You just put in NHS into the little entry box there, and you can compose a witty, cutting, and insightful question, all of the above, or just one, or none, for the moderator. And so when the moderator is casting about for questions, they've got the option to also look at what's online. And of course, folks that are listening in remotely, you can do the same. You can jump onto Slido on your computer, you can use that code NHS, and you can also vote for questions, right? So if you think, oh, I don't want to ask a question, but oh, gee, that one sucks, or gee, I wish I'd asked that, you can vote for questions, okay?
All right. Just quickly, if anyone can't remember the details being said verbally, we've just emailed it out just before as well. So there you go.
There you go. Thank you, Luke. So Luke has got that email in your inbox with those details. Now, our next session is, which I believe is going to take us through to a short break, but our next session is pretty amazing to be talking about at a space conference, construction and extraction. And how appropriate that we're doing this in Lend-Lease, which is a company that's built some incredibly beautiful infrastructure all throughout ASEAN and the world. Designed, built, managed, and is now looking beyond. So it gives me great pleasure to introduce Tom Mackler, who is the Managing Director for Development at Lend-Lease, and he has also just returned from Italy, where he was working on innovation projects and international collaboration there. Is that correct, Tom? Tom, I'm going to get you to come up to the panel, and you'll be introducing our panels, and also you'll have a chance to speak as well. Okay, thanks, everyone.
Thank you, everyone, and welcome to Lend-Lease. It's a real privilege for us to be able to host such a wonderful set of people in our building, and what a fantastic topic. Lend-Lease is a global company. We have offices all around the world, and really we try and undertake large-scale urban renewal projects in major gateway cities around the world. Sydney is our head office, but in our Italian office we have a project called MIND, or Milan Innovation District, and we've been looking at how can we adopt some of the space technology to build on Earth, and how we might apply some of those technologies. So we're always looking at how do we build better and more efficiently, and really change our industry in terms of construction and development. So we're very, very happy to be here today. We've got a wonderful set of speakers, and I'm going to introduce our first speaker, Michael Morris. So Michael is an architect slash space architect and an educator with 30 years experience. With his late wife and partner, Yoshiko Sato, he founded CERC in 2006 and incorporated Search Plus in 2015 with their former space architecture studio students. Search Plus is a multiple NASA award-winning firm with independent and collaborative habitat designs for Mars and the Moon. In 2021, Search Plus W on phase 1 of NASA's Deep Space Food Challenge with their collaborative project Radical X. So welcome, Michael.
Thank you, Tom. See if I got this thing correct. My first slide's up. Thank you, everybody, for joining us here today. I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me. It's been a big effort on their part to bring everybody here, and I'm really appreciative. SEARCH is an acronym for a lot of NASA acronyms today for Space Exploration Architecture. As was mentioned, we incorporated in 2015. And today I'm going to be talking about our work with NASA, the Moon to Mars projects that we've been working on since 2015, really, and focusing a little bit on outfitting and logistics, which is the direction we're going in. So what I've kind of done, I feel like this is going to fall off the platform, is kind of conflate a bunch of projects. I'm not going to talk about any one project specifically. I'm going to sort of show how the group of 5-6 projects that we've been working on are kind of beginning to gel together and and move towards a real practical application in relationship to that. So this one goes, oops, too quick. So just some of our work. Search is as was mentioned, is a group of people. I am the sole male partner. My partners were predominantly a majority a female-led firm, which in the STEM world is a unique situation, and I just happened to field the phone call from Greg, and so here I am. It was my turn to lecture, otherwise you might have been hearing from one of my much more intelligent partners. So it's a collaborative work, and all of the work is done in collaboration. So after all the rocket scientists we saw in the previous session, I'm going to be dumbing it down because I'm just a lowly architect. And when we work with NASA, we enjoy the sort of conversation that they tell us, well, you know, when working with United Technologies Aerospace Division or with NASA people, they say, well, we're asking level 5 or higher questions, and you guys ask really good level 0 questions. So it's like, I mean, we're shocked that they think that's a really good question, and it's to us, it's very obvious, you know, having been an architect for 30 years and practicing, you just ask really practical questions like, well, how do you get that there? What do you do with that? Or something like that. How does that get built? So it's kind of, that's our kind of role, is a little bit of disruptors in the situation where we're trying to also inspire technology. So although we're part of the timeline, the mission timeline of the NASA sort of ethos, we're also working on things that are establishing a future. So we've been working with NASA on these Earth space diagrams, which are overlapping research projects and performance requirements. So we don't have any standards or anything like that. So these are just a couple of these Venn diagrams. There's a paper that's going to be published later this summer that outlines a lot of this, where we're looking to basically create building standards and safety protocols for these different missions. So we're looking at this as the sort of broadest possible spectrum, but mainly what we do at Search is we deal with human factors. And human factors means like everything, like as Jennifer was saying, turning a house into a home. And what we're focusing on is not only to help people survive in space, but to help to create spaces where they thrive. And architecture is not something that NASA is necessarily familiar with. They're like, well, what science do you have? What's your precedent? And we're like, several millions of years of human existence in terms of how we've lived in space, but how we've lived on Earth, and how we might bring that with us or apply that, because after all, we are humans and we haven't evolved into robots or cyborgs exactly yet. We're moving in that direction, but we're not there yet. So just dealing with some of the factors that affect people's health in space is what we sort of mainly deal with. And recently was just mentioned, we won the first phase of the Centennial Challenge, Deep Space Food Challenge. And we started really looking at the human and plant biome. We've been interested in this, but this was the first project we sort of took on with Radical X. And I'm not going to show this project, just kind of skip over it, but a food growing system, because we're going to be talking about it later tonight if you're joining the session this evening. So this was sort of some of the ideas of Radical X. But we work on everything from site issues to regolith construction timeline sequences. So we design habitats and shelters and structures throughout this timeline. But we always aim for a higher fidelity future, and sort of like to tease out the technology we should play.
Landing pads, thought to be one of the first lunar structures, will need to contain and control the supersonic and subsonic dust ejecta created during launch and landing.
So this was part of the MMPACT project that we worked on, sort of showing this landing pad and how it deals with this 17-degree dust ejecta that is a created thing, which is supersonic dust that will destroy a space station that's orbiting the moon or seriously injure any, damage any kind of equipment. So just responding, this is the first kind of infrastructural project that we worked on. These are projects that I'm working on with my students, which has to do with outfitting, so gantry systems and rigging, and how do you get supplies from a landing pad to a habitat, and then how do you 3D print under shelter, particularly on the moon, which is a much more difficult environment than Mars actually is, that we found out. So this is just different construction sequences. So we try to literally animate our thinking through the process to sort of explain things to ourselves. And actually, we had a big argument internally about the way this construction sequence works. But we're working with industry leaders such as Apis-Core and Icon, which are big 3D printing companies in the States. And so they've sort of both are sort of construction partners, and we're hoping to work with other innovative companies soon. Just sort of workspace ideas. This is another animation.
In order to replicate the Earth's daily circadian rhythms and seasonal cycles, the lunar lantern utilizes a fiber optic system, which captures the nearly perpetual light at the moon's south pole.
So it's also dealing with the sort of psychological health of an astronaut in space. So not only just the sort of food and human requirements of eating and constructability issues, but also these sort of psychological factors. And then working with 3D printing. This was a hydrostatic test that we had to do for one of the competitions that we won. And it was basically this relationship between this sort of outfitting of this robotic part to be placed in the system. There we go. And so that was actually very difficult to do at the time, a few years back, in terms of incorporating a part into a 3D printed system, and then it had to hold a meter of water for so many minutes without leaking. So these are other sort of teasing out other sort of construction details that we engage in. So we feel like we're in the realm of hard sci-fi. These are just different ways of looking at the same wall section for a Mars habitat called Mars X House. And if you go online to our website, there's full videos of these projects, which would take me probably an hour to explain each one because they're fairly involved, although there's probably some critical flaws in each one, and just even trying to locate a window in the Martian habitat. So just beginning to think about 3D printing these elements and then how do they get installed. It's just sort of a mechanical question, but also it's based in this idea of giving people a sense of these circadian rhythms and lighting. Part of our main focus is working on this MEP relationship in terms of the human biome and the plant biome. This is a sort of main focus of our current work, and so this diagram is something that we would actually really like to build and have it completely 3D printed. So we've been working on these greenhouses. These greenhouse projects is a project we did after we won the first Centennial Challenge with Mars Ice House. We started working with NASA Langley on Mars Ice Home, and we designed a home using ice on Mars, and then we were asked to design a subsequent greenhouse as an attachment to that same thing. And we're happy to say that project is now part of the lexicon of NASA space architecture. They've even made it into a stamp. And so these are other further developments of what we're really working on contemporaneously. We're really working on this sort of plant and human biome, and sort of trying to bring them together in this notion of not only sort of the food chain and food supply, but also into the mechanical ECLIS systems, the life support systems, and the sort of torrefaction issues there, but also use these products that can be produced or grown in space, such as the mycelium wall, which you'll hear about later from James, that we just worked on with Arup and partners. But the main part of our focus is this astrobiomed, and sort of really look at the conditions of not only keeping people healthy and alive, but also addressing when they become ill potentially in space, particularly as we would develop shorter-term missions on the moon and longer-term missions on Mars, so that this just-in-time medicine is plant-based growth, and then how is it processed, and then how are the individuals treated, and what kind of environment they need for quarantine should there become unfortunate illness, where I think on the moon they would probably ship them back to Earth, but on Mars it's a little bit too far away to get them home safely. So they need to develop all of this, super high tech. But I think that the Earth space diagrams, again, sort of ties these things back in together. So what we're doing for space is that the synergy of that application and that research will then be applied to Earth simultaneously, that we can do these things. We can create a market for this efforts that we're making that pull these things together. And I think that, in architecture, we always prize the art of design and we need to incorporate the science. With NASA, they need to incorporate the art, because they realize that they're going to go on these long-duration missions, and they need to humanize the spaces that they're making. They need to make them more interesting, more palatable, more embracing, and I think that's the role that potential architects can play in the mission. So that's it for me. Thank you. And join us for a beer later in our lunar habitat.
That was really exciting. Thank you, Michael. Our next speaker is James Trevorrow. James comes from a structural engineering and fire dynamics background. Following an engineering role at Arup, James moved across to the Advanced Digital Engineering team and now leads Arup's space business under the Foresight and Innovation Group. Thank you, James.
Thanks, Tom. Hi, guys. So, funny story, how I actually first met Greg and was aware of the National Space Society. There was the Australian Space Agency was talking at Arup, giving a presentation. I was naturally really interested and keen to be involved, but my first question to the panel was, why on earth are we actually doing this? Ironically, it's now my job to say why Arup's doing it. So first of all, yeah, thanks Greg and the National Space Society for having me here, and Arup as well for allowing me to represent them and talk specifically on this segment. So with that in mind, really what I want to get through today, and the message is who we are, what we do, and why we do it, and how that's, from a commercial and a technical perspective, and how that relates to this space business. So out of curiosity, a bit of a show of hands, does anyone have, raise your hand if you have a pretty good idea of what Arup does? Okay, great. How about the Sydney Opera House? Has anyone heard of the Sydney Opera House? Okay, that's a bit better. So that was designed, the engineering design was by our founder, Ove Arup. So it's not an acronym, that's his last name. And what we, as you can see on the diagram here, what we take care of is the front end side. So bringing abstract concepts through to tangible realities, we take care of the upstream part. So asset development, planning and design, and then we get it to a point that it can be built. So it really is upfront design. Straight from Google, that's pretty accurate of what we do. So we do this across a suite of sectors, from science, industry, technology, aviation, right through to arts and culture. So we do a lot of stuff, and breaking that down from the value we provide to the world gives us a lot of resources to work with in creating future service offerings for new markets. So it gives us a lot of skills, a lot of people, and a lot of clients. So what's the agenda driving this? Because that's going to justify our investment in it. So our fundamental aim is to deliver meaningful work for a more sustainable built environment. It really does underpin everything we do. Putting that into something a little more tangible, first we must adopt the ways of doing things that reduce greenhouse gas emissions. So reconfiguring the way we power our world, move through it, produce materials and build with them. Secondly, we must become far more resilient to threats such as flooding, droughts, wildfires and heat waves, and build resilience to the unavoidable impacts of climate change. Okay, so where does space fit into all this? So it's not very cost effective or sustainable to launch payloads into the Moon and Mars. So how do we design space colonies in a more sustainable manner? Well, quite simply, we do more with less. So we use local materials, leaner transport loads, we reuse and recycle, and have closed loop systems. So this forces us to exercise sustainable design principles, which we can apply here on Earth. We need to embrace these constraints to drive creativity and innovation. And our ingrained design and construction industry is hard to change in its own right, as resources, for now anyway, are plentiful and readily available. Whereas designing for space, it's not just a cultural shift, it's a practical necessity. So everything we do is framed around sustainability. The pressure for sustainability on the Moon and Mars is just even greater. Okay, great. So to exercise this agenda, we need to do some work, right, and build our capability in this area. So we need a market and a right fit to exercise that. So we split that into three parts at Arup. One, facilities on the supply chain here on Earth. So that's from research and testing facilities with universities through to launch infrastructure. Data, using satellite imagery to inform our work on Earth enhancing services like wildfire mapping, waste networks, and transport planning. And the third one, and the funnest one, colonisation. So habitat design, automated mining, and off-world manufacturing. So I'll just run through these. These are some of the more scientific, big science projects we've worked around the world. So the Deep Underground Science and Engineering Lab with the National Science Foundation, the European Telescope with the European Southern Observatory, Hadron Collider with CERN, and some NASA research parks as well. So moving on to data, so low Earth orbit data. Our digital and data science team in the UK partnered with the European Space Agency to put their satellite data to work, developing two products out of this. One that enables benchmarking and auditing for biodiversity net gains, and another product that identifies vacant land and brownfield sites and opportunities to bring them to life. So this is currently being used by government agencies, companies with large land holdings, and private landowners, developers, local planning authorities, and offset brokers as well. So at the core, we're a built design firm for the built world. But we have a whole sector of upfront discovery specialists, UI UX designers, software engineers, and data scientists to identify and put our clients' data to work, to build functional tools for end users that get used, working with early stage startups right through to large government organisations. Okay, so onto the fun one, colonisation. So we're trained for design on Earth circumstances, so of course we need to uncover what assumptions would change in the engineering approach for the Moon and Mars. So our research work falls under three categories here. So habitability, focused on the soft qualities and designing for comfort, which Michael touched on a lot before with human factors. Constructability, focused on technical performance. And the environment, focused on designing for the conditions on site. So being isolated for several years with limited and delayed contact on Earth increases the chances for psychological issues. So how do we mitigate this through design? So Hania Murdamati from our Arup, New York office did the lighting design for Marcia, a 3D printed solution which won the NASA Centennial Challenge to develop a workable environment on Mars. So Hania's work was focused around the impact that lighting has on the circadian rhythm for well-being. You see here, it's on the diagram there. So because of the harsh conditions and limited resources, construction on Mars would need to be autonomous. The team then developed a composite that is biodegradable, recyclable, and derived from natural materials found in the regolith on Mars. So the extreme exposure to radiation, lack of oxygen, dust storms blocking sunlight means the crew would need to spend most of their time inside. So that dual shell design allows a pressure vessel to function separate from the living space and provide structural stability during material contractions to handle the drastic thermal swings which we're going to see on Mars. So these same vessels enable the circadian lighting to flood the space installed in the outer shell. So each fixture provides lighting for the floor above and the floor below, both up and down lighting. And every morning the downlight component slowly turns on and mimics the natural position and colour of the sky. And they provide light in the peak of the visible light spectrum that helps crew to remain active and focused during the day. And in the afternoon, the overhead lighting slowly dims down with the uplighting component with warmer colour temperature, which is actually inspired by the comforting colour of a campsite fire. Towards the evening, it dims down and turns off. There's even, as you can see in the second image there, there's a special events mode, which colourful lighting that can be used to celebrate holidays and birthdays. Can even sync with the sound system to allow the crew to recreate the immersive environment of a thunderstorm. So now on to constructability. So our Los Angeles team covered all engineering disciplines for the Mars Colony X in the Mars City Design competition, which takes form as extreme greenhouse habitat. So it's pretty cool the way they constructed this one, inspired by Search Plus, this design. So stage one, the foundation and landing. So they used a shipment before firing back to the ISS to be reloaded, and the idea is to form Martian concrete from the in-situ material. Stage two, the external structure. So a second rocket comes up, lands inside of it, and that forms that's repurposed as the inner core. And then a hatch on the top of the rocket opens and deploys a double-layered material that provides a structure to the ice dome. And then that's inflated, it's like a big bouncing castle, and that serves as the formwork for water to be pumped in, creating this sort of ice dome effect, which is really cool. The internal structure, now we've got an environment we can work with, and then build the internal structure with precast Martian concrete, cantilever on that core rocket, lifting scaffolding cranes into place as we go, and then facade panels placed after that. and then we can start cracking on with the internal systems. Harry as a party in our Sydney office has been done extensive research on mycelium, which is the root structure of fungi, and its potential for off-world applications. So growing biomaterials off-world to maximise resource efficiency. You can see this render here by Search Plus shows how plant waste could be integrated as a mould and form a greenhouse. So what's really cool about this and working with Search Plus is not only can they use this to sort of build their environment, but also keeps them occupied as well. So we get twin effect and twin benefit of doing it. And here's another render showing that as well. And it sort of opens up this whole suite of different things we could create while people are in those environments in space. So using the Moon and Mars program as a disruptor for our own development can create so many opportunities. So rethinking the human-centric design and rethinking our usual ways. So, you know, on-demand medicine, how will that shape our hospitals and pharmaceutical supply chains? Creating and growing our own buildings. Does this facilitate additive manufacturing? And is the end user directly involved in continually shaping our built world? Imagine if we could sort of change the compartmentation of our own buildings. Construction methods, 3D printing, modular construction. How's that going to change the whole design and construction chain here on Earth? Food supplies. Can we create more sustainable agricultural practices from what we're taking for the learnings in space? Risk and resilience. Can we explore and colonize extreme conditions on Earth and build more resilient cities? So hopefully that you've come away with a bit of an understanding of who we are, what we do, and why we do it. We're really here today to listen, understand your problems, so we can work towards solutions and tailor our R&D towards that and really help this industry grow. So we don't have all the answers. We're still uncovering the right questions. We're not daunted by the challenge. We're quite excited by it. There's no precedence, but we think we've got the capability and courage to meet it with lots of confidence and optimism. So figuring out with you guys along the way. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, James. I'll introduce our next speaker, Jeremy Albert. Jeremy is the brand and media strategist for Fleet Space Technologies in Adelaide. After 15 years as a film producer, he took his passion for storytelling and his decade-long obsession with space and finds himself here today. With an insatiable hunger for knowledge, he strives to find the truth behind the science and share the incredible vision for the future being made possible by the engineers at Fleet. Thank you, Jeremy.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having me here today. There was a comment earlier about the need for the stories to be told about space to inspire, and that's something that I'm really passionate about. Engineers aren't always the best about explaining the things that they're working on in ways that everyone else will understand, and it's my great privilege to do that with the people I work with at Fleet. So I'm talking to you today about lunar prospecting. And first, before I get into that, I'd like to acknowledge the Gadigal people of the Eora Nation, upon whose land we meet, and pay my respects to the elders past, present, and future, and recognize their connection to the lands we meet upon today. As the caretakers and stewards of this beautiful country for millennia, we really take inspiration from their example as we wonder about what our connection and relationship will be to the new worlds that we intend to call home. And I hope this is going to be one of responsible caretaking, rooted by a profound respect for the places we're so lucky to explore. Now, I'm a space fanatic. I grew up on a steady diet of warp drives and flowing spice, looking at astronauts floating and footprints in the sand on the moon. And I imagine a future where we have this permanent presence on the moon, Mars, and other celestial bodies. But that's going to take a lot of infrastructure. And launch costs are coming down. But we can't take everything with us. We know this. So to stay in space and thrive, grow, we're really going to have to find out how to use these resources. But first, we need to find them, and we need to understand them. I think of it in two stages. First, you've got the easy access, the most valuable and accessible materials that you're going to want to get for. So that's the lunar regolith itself, and shoveling it on top of your habitats, and definitely water ice, or extracting oxygen from oxides in the lunar regolith. But the second stage would be making use of the more complex resources that we can have access to, things like aluminium and iron, titanium, magnesium, silica for solar panels. Those are a lot more challenging, but we need to understand them so that we can research and we can know the direction that we need to go in so that we can make use of them in the future. And with prospecting, it's not just about finding things. It's also about gaining a wider understanding and surveying. Like early explorers who were looking for a place to settle a city, they didn't just look for some fresh water and a beach to land at. They wanted to know there was nearby mountains for quarrying stone or encouraging rainfall, suitable land for farming, deep waters for future harbors. And so too, we need to have this deep understanding of where we're going to be going and what we can do in the future. So we need to know more than just about where the water is, but we also need to know about what the properties and characteristics of the resources are. So for the water, we of course have the NASA Viper mission that's going to be going into one of these craters in the South Pole to look for water and understand its characteristics. And, but we're also going to want to know about the craters and what's inside of them, the ejecta, dormant volcanoes, and the solidified magma that makes up the Maria now. And while there are quite a few resources abundant, most of them are bound up into complex minerals that are actually quite hard to extract from. And the processes that have been developed over thousands of years on Earth to extract these resources had things like easy access to water, to labor, atmospheric pressure. These things we don't have on the moon, so there's an entirely new way of thinking about how we efficiently extract these minerals. And to design this, we really need to know about what we're working with. And with the minerals that we have, there could be things that are more easy to extract or more difficult to extract based on where they are, their location, proximity to the South Pole. So all of these things need to be understood a lot more deeply. And also, another feature is the lava tubes on the moon that the NASA's Grail mission discovered could be up to 3.5 kilometers wide with 600-meter tall lava tubes, where we could use these potentially for future habitation. But how deep are they? How structurally sound are they? Are they going to collapse if we build on top of them? We need to know all of these things if we're going to make use of them. And the better we know about our lunar surface and the subsurface, the better we're going to be able to plan our infrastructure and resource utilization. So how much do we know, and how much do we need to know? Luckily for us, incredible science has been done over the moon. From 1959, when the Soviet Union's Luna 1 flew past the moon, to the incredible missions that have taken place since then, about 71 successful missions, 400 kilograms of samples returned. We've photographed it, we've measured its gravity, its radioactive properties, its electromagnetic properties. We've drilled into it a few meters, and we've analyzed the thin lunar atmosphere with spectrometers, and we've crashed into the moon a lot, sometimes on purpose, most often on purpose, and sometimes not. But most of that research concerns only the first meter or so of the lunar regolith, and some of the research that's been done that is extended deeper does so from a very wide perspective. So we need to go onto the ground, take direct measurements that are a lot more specific and can tell us a lot more about the makeup of the moon and the subsurface. And when you think about it, one day on Earth with a truck, some shovels, and some seismographs, you could probably complete the entirety of the work done by the Apollo teams on the moon, because it's so difficult to do anything there. So anything that we do on the moon needs to be incredibly efficient, autonomous, and as hands-off as possible. And we'll have this with not just a singular rover, but we imagine a fleet of rovers with a Swiss Army knife-style collection of different instruments. And one of the exploration techniques I'd really like to talk about is 3D subsurface mapping using seismic vibrations. So this is something that's been used on Earth for a long time, using the ambient noise of the Earth to listen and to create these structures and to be able to tell the velocity of the ground beneath you. And this is something that Fleet's working on right now to service mineral exploration to find the materials that we're going to need to reach net zero in 2050. There's a lot we need to find, and quickly. So we have to have really efficient processes. And using satellite-connected nodes, this is exactly what we're doing. And this is directly applicable to exploration on the moon. So the moon, you might think that it's quite quiet, but the Apollo astronauts with their seismographs actually showed that there are small lunar quakes, and there's about 100 ping-pong-sized meteoroids that hit the moon every day. And all of that adds to a little bit of noise. And from that, you can determine what's actually down there. And when you combine this seismic data with gravity data achieved from the Grail satellite, you can get the exact density. And if you know the density, the position, the orientation of what's beneath your feet, you can tell a lot about what you're working with. So imagining 30 to 40 rovers, all with these sensors out in an array, autonomously working. Now that's a lot of rovers, and I know that you think, well, sending one is pretty hard. But we're not just thinking about what we can do today, but what we can do tomorrow. And only last week in Houston, the program manager for the human landing system from SpaceX said, you know, we can land 100 tons on the moon. Engineers who are dealing with in-situ resource utilization need to start thinking and dreaming about what they could do if they didn't have mass restrictions, if they didn't have volume restrictions. And my vision for that, and Fleet's vision, is 40 rovers working in concert, working together. And we do need to make them small, and we need to make them efficient. And this is where low-power communications can come in. So you have satellites that orbit the moon using low-power communications so that you can have a higher bandwidth link back to Earth. So Fleet currently does this with its satellites that it's flown and is using for its terrestrial exploration product. And we could use similar things, having multiple fleets of rovers exploring the moon and telling us about how it's made up. And of course, they need to be autonomous. You know, we take inspiration from the Australian mining industry, which has some of the most advanced automation and smart robotics, smart manufacturing in the entire world. They really are incredible, and we need to take inspiration from that and look to maximize efficiency at every single step. So that's the vision. And with low power communications, autonomous operations, lower costs to orbit, we can really start to get down into the surface of the moon to understand what we have beneath our feet to be able to work with, to build the future infrastructure to explore our little part of the universe. Thank you very much. And there's some slides I missed. That's the subsurface velocity, and a rover in there somewhere as well. It's there we go.
Thank you, Jeremy. I was looking hard at that picture, try and find it. Our next speaker is Leanne Cunnold. Leanne is the Director and COO of Arose. Leanne has 25+ years experience in high technology industry, delivering business expansion in both startup and complex multinational environments. In this industry, Leanne has held senior executive leadership positions across the globe in Asia and the US, with a diverse mix of experience across commercial, operations, product marketing, strategy, M&A, digital, and strategic transformations. Thank you, Leanne.
Great, thanks for having me here, and it's I'm delighted to be here. Now I'm going to really shift gears and talk about extraction. So really getting down to mining. So first of all, I'll give you a bit of an introduction into who is Arose, and then why is Australia well positioned for extraction. Okay. So Arose is an industry-led non-for-profit consortium, and it's a really interesting story that it was actually only founded 2 years ago. And it was founded by a former astronaut who has had 40 days in space. And this particular astronaut now is the Deputy Administrator of NASA. It was co-founded by the head of robotics at Woodside. And basically, what they saw is Australia has this huge capability in remote operations and automation. And by that, it's about the ability to remotely control, to manage, monitor, and control an activity where the operator is separated from that site. And they said, wow, wouldn't this be great if we could take this capability and take it to space, adapt it for space, and then the learnings, we bring that back down and optimize for our processes here. So that's how Arose was literally born, and it was over a long lunch at a restaurant in Perth at the beach. So that was about 2 years ago. And if you look at our business model, we're an industry-led consortium, and essentially what we're doing is we're taking big challenges, and then customers' big challenges, then what we're doing is matching them with the expertise from the consortium, which provides collaboration, a diversity of thinking, and then we're putting that with the space engineering approach, and that combined is delivering transformational solutions to achieve, the problems that are trying to be solved. Our members today, we have about 15 members. We have members that bring space capability, and today we've had a great presentation from Gilmour. I'm not too sure if he's still here, but Gilmour Space. Hopefully we'll have lots of mini Australian rovers for extractions, which will be transported by Gilmour. And we have Woodside here as well, and Mark will be talking a bit more later on today as well. And then we have a growing contingent of mining companies. Now, they're not interested in mining the moon at all. So they're kind of like, we don't want our logo anywhere near it, because you can imagine all of the issues around, the narrative. You messed up our planet here, now you're going to go and mess up the moon. But we can learn from their capability, but what they really want to know is, how do we leverage space technology to benefit their operations here, so they can have lighter equipment, less capex projects, and deliver net zero carbon emissions projects. That's the reason why they're involved. So, and when you look at our environments, the commonalities between the modern mining business and space businesses are very similar. And they're both focused on lower footprint, delivering zero net emissions operations, and also relying on a substantial amount of data in order to make decision making. On top of that, as you can see from this picture, yes, one's grey and one's got a bit of green, but it's desert. So essentially, they're operating in a harsh, high-risk environment. They've got the same issues around dust mitigation, around extreme temperatures. I'm sure the moon has a bit more than Earth, but still, they have issues there. But what they do need to deliver is a safe environment for their workers, for the communities, and for the industry, to carry out their business objectives. Today we've had, I think everyone is aware that, NASA wants to live and work on the moon, and also from there go further into deep space. And Tim mentioned that it's 30 days is the first, the goal, but it's going to get longer into months and years. And with that will become the issue of, how will the astronauts have access to the critical supplies for living? You can't have hundreds of supplier emissions going up there, because it's going to be really expensive. So this is where the in situ resource utilisation is really important. They need to be able to extract the space-based resources to deliver regolith for shielding, water for drinking, for hygiene, for rocket fuel, and oxygen to breathe. And this is where Australia comes into it, because we are good at digging dirt. So this is a mining process. So yes, I don't have many spacey slides here. This is all about leveraging our mining capabilities. So if you have a look here, Australia digs today 920 million tonnes of iron ore. The next country is Brazil, which delivers less than 50% of that. So there is a huge gap in terms of what we deliver. Now, it's not, we don't deliver all of that through a shovel, and, that's not modern mining today. It's through being remotely operated, autonomous. And so and technology has enabled these huge production of the ore. So Australia has demonstrated capability in the mining equipment, the technology, and the services. And we actually have the most modern mines in the entire world. And when you look at mining, the process part that they have automated today is really in the mining and the processing, so the extraction and the processing. And what the big miners are doing is that they're remotely operating multiple assets, fixed fleets, so drills and trucks, and as well as concurrent processes. And they're doing that day in, day out, 7/24, in a dynamically changing environment at scale. So for an example, you can have one operator sitting in an office in Perth managing a fleet of 14 trucks in the Pilbara. So, that's a huge ratio of people managing robotics. Or you've got one person managing 6 drills, again, in the Pilbara or wherever. So that is really what, NASA has, Pam and Russ saw in the capability that Australia can help deliver for the Moon to Mars mission. And I think you heard from Jennifer, who also said that, she was looking forward to Australia providing extraction resources. And so when you look at this process, what's happened is over the past 20 years, that the mining companies have innovated the process, they've deployed technology, so it's repetitive, it's efficient, it's reliable, it's safe, and it's scalable. And we also have the most safest mines in the world. So that's the backdrop into why, Australia can help with the excavation. And then as you look on further, we heard Jason from Fleet talking about mine exploration, having 30, 40 rovers there doing exploration. So it's starting to, the remote operations autonomy is going to extend to the exploration, and it's also extending to the transport on the private roads. Just about 3 weeks ago, one of the mining companies is now doing autonomous haulage on a private road of 3 trucks together delivering tons and tons of dirt. And by doing that, then that will help us become a lot smarter at extraction. And Trailblazer is really about, so Daniel couldn't talk about it because of the ASA is in caretaker mode, but that really is about our contribution to Artemis is about having a semi-autonomous, remotely operated rover to take regolith from A to B so then they can put it into their extraction facilities. I think everyone in the space industry knows the system engineering approach, so I'll skip that. But really what this is that, if you take the knowledge that we have in the space industry and then you couple that with the systems engineering approach, the space systems engineering approach, because mining does not talk that language at all. But, for space systems engineering, you are really developing for the barely possible. So if you put that combination together, what it's going to lead is to have a sustainable off-Earth presence with services that are recurrent, continuous, enduring, and increased volume when it comes to the delivery of foundational services in extraction. And my last slide here is the Australian Space Agency has invested in Spark, which is a control centre, and today they're doing subsea control, and they're also doing space. They've got some CubeSats that they're monitoring, but this is essentially so that we will be a global centre where you can manage assets deep subsea to terrestrially and to space. Thank you. Apologies for being over.
Thank you, Leanne. Our next speaker is Jake Thompson. Jake is the Head of Innovation for the Rolls-Royce nuclear business. He is a nuclear physicist with over 16 years of experience in the industry and has worked in both the UK and US across both civil and defence markets. He currently runs the Innovation and Future Program Department and is the Chief Engineer for the Rolls-Royce Microreactor Design Program, which is aimed at industrial decarbonisation and providing the power for the next generation of space exploration. Thank you, Jake.
Thank you very much. And it's great to be here in Australia and Sydney, so thanks for having me. Now you probably know from that introduction, I'm not going to talk about the most luxurious moon buggy you've ever seen. We're not quite there yet, and actually Rolls-Royce Motor Cars is owned by BMW. What I am going to talk about is our vision for space power, and it's a pretty simple vision. If you want to do stuff in space, you're going to need power, and if we can provide more power, you can do more stuff. So that's the vision, and if we could just play the video, I've just got a little short video.
Humans are looking to go back to the moon in the next 5 years, looking to create a permanent habitation, a permanent base on the moon this side of 2030, and then looking to move out to explore Mars and the solar system and actually the deeper universe in the coming decades. So a really exciting time for space exploration. To explore space, you need reliable power, you need safe power, you need power that works where there's no sunlight, power that works where there's no fuel, and power that works where there's no oxygen. There are several different technologies that will enable this human exploration back to the moon and then to Mars and further afield. We're working on gas turbines to power hypersonic planes to take payloads from Earth into low Earth orbit. For in-space travel, to get from low Earth orbit to the moon, to Mars, or even further, we're working on nuclear thermal propulsion, really efficient, fast rockets for space travel. We're also using our nuclear expertise to design small reactors that will power bases on the moon or Mars, providing reliable and clean power for astronauts at these destinations. A traditional mission to the moon or Mars using chemical rockets would have to carry tons and tons of fuel. A nuclear reactor uses only a few grams of uranium. That means these systems are much lighter, which means you can take a lot more payload or travel a lot faster to Mars, which is really important for human spaceflight. Right now, here at Rolls-Royce, we have over 60 engineers and scientists working on these amazing technologies for space exploration. We're currently working on the early concept design, development and testing phase, both for our two-stage to orbit system and our nuclear systems. We've already built a small-scale prototype demonstrator of our space reactor, and by 2029 we'll have a reactor ready to send to the moon.
Discovery Roger, go for deploy. So he can do a better job than introducing that in a constrained time. So I'm going to talk about the microreactor program, because that's my program. So in Rolls-Royce, our Innovation Future Programs business is basically called a 100-year-old startup, which is great because we can get rid of some of the bureaucracy, but we have the legacy and the capability that Rolls-Royce has demonstrated over the last 100 years. So we build big gas turbines for aeroplane. We have a power systems business, specialising in reciprocating engines and hybrid engines. We have a defence business. Nuclear business, our nuclear heritage is really built on the last 60 plus years of providing all of the nuclear reactors for the UK submarine programme. So where I spent the first kind of portion of my career designing submarine reactors, which are a little bit akin to space reactors. There's no air under the ocean. Those systems have to be super reliable because you've got a crew depending on that power. And we've also recently spun out a small modular reactor business backed by the UK government that's aiming to put at least 8 nuclear reactors onto the grid in the next 10 to 20 years in the UK and further afield. So that's kind of the heritage of our 100-year-old startup. What is a microreactor? So just quickly to put it into context, microreactors are pretty small in nuclear terms, so somewhere between 100 kilowatts electric output to the single-digit megawatt output. That is pretty small. Submarines somewhere between the 10 and 100 megawatts ish. Numbers classified, but somewhere in there. The Rolls-Royce small modular reactor is small in terms of footprint, but in terms of power, it's actually not that small. It's nearly 500 megawatts electric, which that's a small city here on Earth. And then you get up into the large gigawatt scale plants, absolutely enormous plants. Clearly, we're not going to build one of those on the moon anytime soon. So it's like everything, or like most things, it's not a new idea. Microreactors are not a new idea. I often think, you look at these pictures, the 1960s would have been an amazing time to be a nuclear engineer in America. They just tried everything. It was brilliant. So the Army, they had a kind of 1 megawatt nuclear reactor on the back of a truck. And actually, they have a live design program now for the Army in the US to replicate that. They built a bit bigger one, deployed it in Greenland on an ice shelf. They've even sent, the US and Russia have sent nuclear reactors into orbit before. So the US sent that, SNAP-10A reactor, that was a kind of 10 kilowatt electric reactor in orbit, still up there, although not operating. And the Russians sent 31 Topaz reactors powering satellites in orbit, which ceased to operate, but they're still in orbit. And we've done some pretty small mini submarines with pretty small reactors. So yeah, not a new idea. There have, though, been some advances in the technologies that underpins a next generation of nuclear reactor designs, which means we can scale down these designs. So it's not kind of scaling down a submarine design or scaling down a small modular reactor from Rolls-Royce. It's kind of designing the system from the bottom up to make it small and compact. So a real key part of this is some of the work that NASA have been doing. So they, one of the only organizations that have actually built a brand new type of reactor, so a heat pipe cooled reactor, and took it critical. So in 2018, I think, just before the pandemic, they took a demonstrator reactor critical, Krusty, which is it's on the left there. It's a 10 kilowatt reactor, so it's pretty small, and it wasn't really it wasn't a space qualified system. It was a demonstrator, but really proves that some of these new reactor architectures are possible. And then it'd be remiss of me to talk about nuclear power for 10 minutes and not talk about safety. There've been some big advances in the safety of nuclear fuel, specifically coated particle fuels. So there's a picture of a TRISO, which is tri-structural isotopic fuel particle on the screen here. These are these coated particle fuels, really kind of small particles, about the size of a poppy seed. They have the nuclear fuel in the middle, and then a bit like a gobstopper or an M&M, the manufacturing process have got to the point now where they can coat these particles in silicon carbide and some other materials to make sure that under any accident scenario, so a launch accident, a re-entry accident, or a kind of operational power excursion or something like that, the fuel and the fuel products, which are the kind of bad things you get with nuclear reactors, can never be released from those individual small poppy seed-like particles. So it kind of changes the game, really, in terms of the nuclear safety of these modern systems. So as a nuclear engineer, I get really excited about coated particle fuels. So unsurprisingly, our reactor concept uses coated particle fuels and heat pipes. We've been working on this design concept now for just over 2 years, part funded through Rolls-Royce and part funded through our government, through the UK Space Agency. And we're in this concept design phase now. As the video alluded to, we have a program to deliver an operational reactor before the end of this decade, and have that flight ready in time to do all the amazing stuff that your organizations have talked about, mining on the moon, building some houses. I mean, they're way cooler than my house, and it's all going to need power. We also see this as the business case that don't quite let me do anything innovation. We need a business case, and that is underpinned partly by the excitement of doing things in space, but partly around how we can apply that same technology here on Earth to decarbonize industry. So I won't go through the stuff on the slide, but there's an absolutely solid business case around terrestrial applications for these technologies as well. So finally, I just want to leave you with our vision of Rolls-Royce reactors powering permanent infrastructure on the moon. And actually, for this audience, Australian uranium could power this next giant leap to the moon and Mars and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jake. Now, our final speaker, David Goodlow. So David serves as the Program Development Manager for Advanced Concepts team at Branch Technology. His background is in physics and material science, but he now functions more at the intersection of science and business, managing efforts to develop and scale technology application research projects for the company's revolutionary cellular fabrication, or CFAB, 3D printing process. Among other responsibilities, David is also the principal investigator on Branch Technologies' collaborative agreement contract with NASA, investigating techniques to integrate CFAB for lunar construction and outfitting with in situ resource utilization. Thank you, David.
Good afternoon, everybody. One day, humans will establish a permanent presence on the lunar surface. When we do, this presence will be the most physically isolated colony of our species in human history. We'll be hundreds of thousands of miles away from home. We will be in an inherently uninhabitable environment with limited local resources and with many missions and objectives that we'll have to carry out that are going to necessitate the rapid consumption of those resources. So whether it is building a habitat, an enclosure, outfitting a lunar outpost, or manufacturing tools, the resources needed for those tasks must be stewarded well. And without strategies to optimize their use, we won't survive. So this means that we must create technologies now that will minimize the consumption of those resources while still ensuring the functionality of the end product. And with cellular fabrication, Branch Technology is beginning to do just that for lunar outfitting and construction. So hello, my name is David Goodlow, and I work on the Advanced Concepts team at Branch. So I get to have the privilege of managing our government research projects and investigating new applications of our technology. Today, I'm here to share with you a little bit about how we've begun to approach the challenge of resource utilization and optimization, especially in the context of our ongoing contract with NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center. But first, some context. In the commercial sector, Branch exists to create a beautiful built world. We use our full stack technology platforms to create digital matter at construction scale. Essentially, we digitally prefabricate and 3D print commercial buildings with a focus for the initial market on the exterior enclosure, so facades, rain screens, mega panels, and the like. We are physically making designs and architecture which have been only possible digitally until now, real, and including some of the world's largest and most significant 3D printed projects to date, like in the bottom middle there, the world's largest spanning 3D printed structure, 42 feet unsupported span, or the world's first two freeform 3D printed building enclosures shown in the bottom corners. Our platform technology of cellular fabrication is helping us digitize, automate, democratize, and unleash the design freedom of the construction industry. And today you'll hear about how it can also assist with lunar outfitting and construction. So our process is called cellular fabrication. Our software creates the internal geometry and sequences a custom path for a large-scale industrial robot. We use freeform 3D printing that we have developed and is novel and patented under our umbrella to solidify material in open space, as opposed to being deposited layer by layer. This allows us to print objects and volumes with 20 times less material than would be needed otherwise to print them in a solid layering technique. These are carbon fiber reinforced polymers, and a 2-pound block, like this, can support over 3,000 pounds in distributed compression. We then fill those volumes in the interstitial spaces with a fire-rated, insulating, and structural foam that makes it a multifunctional composite for construction applications. And we mill it down robotically back to that surface, the custom surface. And now that block can support 6,000 to 10,000 pounds in compression, depending on the cellular density. And for context, that's about 3 to 4 times the strength of normal residential wall framing methods. Oops. So all of this lives in a fully direct digital manufacturing cycle. From the 3D model that we receive from our clients to the digital production and the robotic printing and other operations that encompass CFAB, to the subassembly and shipping and logistics, and then to on-site installation in the commercial space like big Legos. And so in 2017, we demonstrated this digital manufacturing cycle to NASA. We competed in and won their 3D printed habitat challenge, autonomously producing a variety of structural members from a geopolymer composite that was 70% analogous to Martian regolith in the form of basalt fiber, and 30% analogous to mission recyclable materials like PET food packaging. We printed beams, cylinders, and even a dome that we produced on site in less than 12 hours. And our specimens performed the best structurally out of 77 global entrants into this competition, and we won that. But you'll notice that each of those objects that I just showed was printed with what we call fused deposition modeling technique, or more traditional 3D printing. So this is layer by layer buildup, or essentially creating a two-dimensional object and stacking it iteratively along a third axis. And while we also have this capability inherently in our CFAB process, you notice the bottom of the specimen here, while we also have that capability, we actually saw more value in our freeform printing technique for off-world operations. So we came back to NASA and demonstrated each of those specimens with the freeform lattice, and basically asked them the question, would reducing the mass of material needed to build up a given volume by 20% or 20x, 95%, would that be of interest? And obviously they said yes. So as I'm sure most of you are aware, mass efficiency is one of the most critical considerations in the lunar operations. Either you're launching your feedstock material out of Earth's gravity well, which is prohibitively expensive, or you're trying to harvest your feedstock material in the harsh environments of space, which is prohibitively dangerous. So either way, mass efficiency is key. And with freeform printing, we believe that we have a framework for optimal mass distribution. We're using geometry to create strength and function, only placing material where it's necessary for end use, instead of monolithic layering of material. So this is an entirely new approach to 3D printing that we believe provides a much more scalable framework for long-term sustainable off-world operations. And so we began developing a further partnership with NASA. We pursued a collaborative agreement notice, or a CAN. And unlike a traditional grant or contract, a collaborative agreement pulls in the experience of NASA personnel, and they contribute directly to the project in conjunction with us and our team. In order to stay in line with NASA's true North Star of in situ resource utilization, we onboarded Stanford University's Civil Engineering Department. And in order to help us explore this newly found and developed vertical of outfitting, which you heard from our program manager on this contract, Jennifer Edmunson, earlier today, to help define outfitting, we onboarded Foster & Partners and are partnering with Search Plus as well to help develop a master plan of outfitting components and brainstorm what things could be produced and how best to demonstrate this concept to stakeholders now. So NASA looked to our team to define it. What is outfitting? So we came up with this definition as part of our proposal. Outfitting is the critical application of in-space manufacturing, the equipping, provisioning, and furnishing of a lunar outpost with medium to large-scale structures like partitions, building components, and other things needed for full operational capability. I'd actually never heard Jennifer use that phrase earlier today. Outfitting is turning a house into a home. So that's another good way to think about it. And CFAB is uniquely suited to handle this type of manufacturing for variable scale and variable topology of structures. Stanford brings the in situ resource utilization material science background to our team. An outgrowth of NASA's Space Synthetic Biology program, they and NASA Ames have jointly developed what's called a biologically bound soil composite, or a BSC. It uses a synthetically produced protein as a binding agent for loose aggregate soil. And the result is a biocomposite material that uses only locally sourced materials to make a versatile and strong construction material. Lunar regolith is a viable constituent for that composite. And this has been pretty extensively characterized with lunar regolith simulant over the last few years. The matrix consists of the sort of abundant low-cost filler, the lunar regolith, and even on Earth, things like sand, it's sort of agnostic, and then this synthetic biology protein. And it creates stronger than normal construction strength materials, averaging above 3,000 psi. Turns out that in addition to this, the same synthetic biology pathways that create the protein binding agent, one slide back. The synthesis of this binding agent can occur on the lunar surface as well one day. So here you see a 5-liter benchtop bioreactor for smaller scale testing, and then one day this is a 10,000 liter bioreactor for at-scale production, producing 50 kilograms of the protein binder, which can be used to solidify 1 metric ton of the lunar regolith. And these bioreactors could be operated on the lunar surface from waste stream materials like exhaled carbon dioxide from the astronauts. That's what the microbes consume. It's their food or their culture medium. In addition, those similar biologic synthetic pathways can also produce a true polymer. And I was actually corrected one time when I called it a biopolymer. They said, no, it's actually a polymer. It's the same molecular structure as the polymers we use today that are derived from petrochemicals, but it's produced by these microbes. And so we've actually tested this already with an off-the-shelf commercially available grade that was compatible with our hardware as it exists today. And we printed this test block in less than a day of trial and error. So that was pretty amazing. And it proves that this could be a pretty scalable and viable approach to manufacturing in this mass-efficient formulation. So here are the specimens, excuse me, that we produced as part of this can, and these are actually shipping to NASA's Marshall Space Flight Center next week for CTE testing, or coefficient of thermal expansion, for tensile testing, because we expect the lattice structure when it's surrounded by the BSC to improve the tensile strength of the whole composite, and then pure compression testing as well. And finally, Foster & Partners has begun creating a taxonomy of lunar habitat outfitting components for us, and is helping us design a demo structure for outfitting concepts that we're going to produce with CFAB and BSC in the next 3 months. And we're having a demonstration event at the end of this contract. Having a demonstration event at the end of this contract that we invite actually anybody in this room to come to in our facility of Chattanooga, Tennessee in September. So here's that structure, including the freeform 3D printed matrix, some solid FDM components, the bio-bound soil composite, and a variety of demonstrated functions for outfitting. And so ultimately the goal is to sustain lunar and eventually Martian operations. We have to think differently. We have to use materials more efficiently. And we think CFAB and freeform 3D printing is the key to that. So thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Now, we're going to invite our final speaker, who's going to essentially moderate our panel. So all the people you've just heard from you'll have a chance to ask them questions. So Emmy Clancy from Optus will be moderating the panel. So Emmy, Optus is Australia's largest and most experienced satellite owner and operator, with 5 satellites currently in orbit, providing satellite services across Australia and New Zealand and to the Murdo Sound in the Antarctic. For more than 35 years, Optus has been Australia's preeminent satellite provider, launching 10 satellites, operating 13 spacecraft, and providing support to over 100 international space programs. Currently, Optus is planning to launch its 11th spacecraft and the Asia-Pacific's first software-defined KU brand satellite named Optus 11, and we will utilize the world's first mission robotic vehicle and mission extension pod to extend the life of Optus's D3 spacecraft. So, Emmy, thank you.
Thank you. Well, I'll invite our presenters back onto the stage who just gave their presentations. They want to come up and grab a seat. I get to be the EQ person that Ryan was just talking about in the last moderation, but after listening to all those presentations, I'm pretty inspired, so I think I have an easy panel to work with. So just reminding you as well, there is the online platform for Slido if you wanted to submit questions, but we also have the microphone that'll be coming around, so you can pop your hand up if you have that. Well, a limitless question. The first one I will ask our panel of experts is, if budget was no limit, what do you think is the next critical piece of research to reach a sustainable Moon and Mars environment? So over to the people who have the microphones first. Who wants to take it?
Man, budget is no limit. Oh, wow, this is loud. Well, I can speak from our experience. I'm not an expert in any of the other things that you heard about today, so I'll limit myself to what I say here. But for us, it would be to begin prototyping hardware for the next generation of materials that we expect to use as our feedstocks. That's why it was such a unique and interesting outcome that we were able to print with that commercially available biopolymer, the bioproduced polymer. And so exciting to see, because it is unexpected that viable materials work with a process that's tailored for, terrestrial construction right now. So, and that is not going to always be the right material for every application on the lunar surface. So I would say for us at least, it's the hardware that's going to be needed to tailor and match the feedstock material that we are expecting to use.
Yeah, I'll give a parochial answer for nuclear power. Well, the first thing I'd like is a new office. Because this is a lovely building. The second thing really is accelerating the timescales to flight test a reactor and put it on the surface of the moon. So the Artemis program does have fission surface power in the program, but it's the end of this decade. After humans have got there and spent the first few missions there powered by solar power, we think if budget was no option, no risk constraint, we could accelerate that. You could do it in parallel, and I go back to how I opened the start of my presentation. The more power we've got on the surface of the moon, the more we can do. So we can recharge a whole fleet of drones. We can do some, more science. We could put a reactor on the dark side of the moon and power a telescope for deep space observation. The more power we can do, the more we can do. So I'd plow the money into flight testing a reactor.
And your office.
And a new office, absolutely. Yeah, free coffee.
I think one of the things that's a struggle with colonizing the moon and having a presence there is so much we still don't know. So if budget was no issue, there's so many great ideas out there that engineers and researchers have, so many untested techniques that they would love to be able to just throw some hardware up there and start getting into it. When you think about companies that innovate and move quickly, they're not afraid to fail. But in space, when you're in space, failure isn't really quite an option. You can't waste all that money sending something up there for it only not to work. So if you had unlimited budget, you could take a lot more risks and you could learn a lot more quickly. So I think that would be the thing that would be exciting about having more ability to undertake work and to test things, when right now we have to test it all from Earth, get it right from here, and then hope that it applies across. So I think that would be something exciting. And I think that as launch costs do come down, we're going to see a new way of working in space, which we already see with the small satellite industry, where you no longer have these multi-billion-dollar satellites. You can really be flexible and design and learn and launch, and it's not so prohibitive that you're prevented from doing that. So I think that speed of innovation and being not so afraid to fail.
Pretty loaded one with the use of funds there. If I had all the money in the world, I think something in making more science fiction movies, to be honest. When the panel was talking before about the arting, that's a big part of it, honestly, is about sort of the inspirational parts and getting more people involved in the whole market, really. That really is quite important. Thank you, Nagle, that reducing payloads. So how do we do that? Well, we need more players and we need to invest more money, but also, as per the first panel, we need that demand side. You look at VCs, they want returns, but the stakes are high up there, with hardware, particularly in space, right? So it's going to take longer to build those things. That percentages from Elon Musk about hardware manufacturing, it's hard. It's not like a SaaS where you can get out there, capture a market, and do a big exit. It's not like that at all. So we need to sort of somehow, whether it's a sustainability angle, get more VC involved in hardware and space, and sort of involve more people from different sectors in this sector itself.
Yeah, so money. Yeah, and give myself a job first before I give myself an office. But I think that the idea of collaborating across the globe on having a collective, space effort again would be a kind of goal. And I think that the forums like this that bring us all together and kind of synergy of what's happening in the Earth to get to space is an important first step. So I think that more collaboration, more bringing together some of these brighter minds like this biopolymer that these guys are starting to work with. I think this is the key not only to bringing minds together for space, it's also to bring them together for Earth. So this kind of like materials that eventually we should be able to eat our buildings. We should be able to grow them and eat them, and we should be able to do the same thing in space. So one could imagine that whole plant-based biome, a human biome, becomes one, and then we don't really destroy the resources that we have here, but we can actually, in our Mars project, we drew part of the polymer from the Martian atmosphere, which was a byproduct of creating the hydrogen fuel. So I think that that kind of particle level, elementary level particle physics is I think, part of what we've got to be looking at. And that's really interesting. So any research that goes into that, I think is where we should be spending the money.
Yeah, I think really similar to what other people have said is that, what are the basics that we need to do, and then put the money into fueling that growth. So, rovers can't be that successful without, well, if you have a swarm, without having power. But then if you had power there, then we could have a lot more there easily. So what are those key interdependencies that you could fund, fail fast, and then push the boundary for everyone versus just one widget?
Absolutely. Well, hopefully all of those fantastic suggestions on unlimited budget soon become reality as well, including jobs and offices, right? So the next question we have is, in your experience, where have you found yourself pushing up against constraints due to space law and regulation or lack thereof? Who wants to take that one first? Michael. In your experience, where have you found yourself hitting constraints due to space law and regulation or lack thereof that we have right now?
I don't know. I mean, in our group, we're getting more and more specifically involved with NASA in sort of direct assignments. So it was, when we first entered, it was kind of an open territory that, we proposed Ice House as our first project. And then we won the competition, beating Foster, and the European Space Agency. So we're like little David beating these giant firms and established agencies. But the next competition, they disallowed ICE. It was too innovative. So that was our first experience with blowback, that you got 0 points for ICE. And we know that ice and water are the best radiation shields. So it seemed to make sense because Mars had great abundance of ice. So that was our first little bit of like, okay, you can't be that innovative.
Yeah, I'll have a go at this one, and I don't want to plug Arup too hard, but I suppose we haven't had any thus far. But one of the stuff, one of the big ones we're working on in the US is actually helping design those codes and standards for the Moon and Mars, and that's really exciting. I think this network all sort of got similar agendas and intents, and a lot of people are quite collaborative. And even on the IP side, with startups we're working with, it's been a very open discussion. So to be honest, we haven't really found any thus far, but we want to be involved in creating them, if that's the right answer, yeah.
Fleet Space is a satellite communications company. We're launching our own satellites, and it's more of a physics problem than a law and regulation problem, but the regulatory environment for spectrum allocation is incredibly complex and a difficult area to operate in. And there's a lot of companies that have gobbled up quite a lot of the available spectrum, and to gain access to the right to use your equipment, we could launch satellites with incredible capability, but if we don't have the right permissions, then we're hamstrung and we can't really use that. So it can definitely be a challenge for companies that are startups and are growing and expanding, that they need to play on that same field and can potentially be held back. So I don't think there's a way really around it, because there is only so much spectrum, but it's definitely a challenge that every space company that's looking to communicate from the Earth to low Earth orbit and back is going to face, and it's a big challenge.
Yeah, I have a very real example we're working through right now, which is ITAR. So working with, innovation has a lot of paperwork associated with it. I never knew. And I get it, control of space technology and nuclear technology, and put those together, and I really do understand the control aspect. But the ITAR regulations kind of fly in the face of the international cooperation that Artemis is set up for, and will ultimately lead to its success. So we still, I think, need to find the sweet spot, especially working with the US on ITAR regulations.
Great, thank you. Well, we're going to jump to the crowd now to see if anyone or online has a question. So if you have a question, pop your hand up. We do have people with microphones. We've got one down the front here, two down the front here. We've got microphones coming.
Hi, Bill Barrett, Asia Pacific Aerospace Consultants. With this esteemed crowd on the panel, we hear a lot about the challenges of actually working in space. It's a harsh environment. Are there any issues that you've come across, or any areas where your applications can be enhanced by being in space? I mean, this is out of the box stuff, but what is better being done in space than being done on Earth?
I can go first on this one. I've actually had people ask me this question a lot with regards to our 3D printing process. And if you're in a habitat printing something, I think it's actually going to be a lot easier for us to do our type of 3D printing in space, because the biggest thing that we're fighting in our process here is gravity. Turns out it is quite complex and difficult to make polymers solidify in free space wherever you want them to, according to a pre-programmed robotic path plan. And we have over 100 different parameters that we optimize in real time during our print process, most of them geared towards fighting gravity. Printing outside of the habitat is going to be a whole different challenge. But to answer your question, the actual free-form motion for us is going to be greatly enhanced, I think. Yeah.
There's two parts. The first one is that the astrometallurgical processes that are being proposed for refining materials, a lot of them are looking at how we can use things like vacuum to help process the minerals. And there's things that there would be no reason at all to develop technology to do this kind of thing on Earth, because it's just so much easier to do it in other ways. So using the solar radiation that comes in and how strong that can be, that heat that you have, and easy access to a vacuum means that there's techniques for mineral beneficiation that have never been developed on Earth, but could be really practical. And one of them is to do with using the vacuum, I think it's called vacuum dissipation, can really help with that. So there's definitely ways to leverage it. And the other is that with some of the techniques in Grail already made use of this, the fact that you can fly so close to the moon, because it doesn't have an atmosphere, you can get really precise measurements, and distance for communications is all about the distance that the signal goes. It gets weaker, so you can actually get some of your communications to go a bit further because it doesn't have that that distance and atmosphere getting in the way. So if we're having a relay satellite that is picking up signals from the surface and then using the satellite's higher power to go back to the Earth, you can actually get some pretty high speeds doing it that way. So there's a couple of things there.
Yeah, I think there's a few things. Gravity, for one. So it's going to be less stressful on the structure, but obviously the extreme variations sort of, outweigh that a little bit. Temperature, leveraging that. So you saw in the Mars X city design, the ice dome, we wouldn't be able to do that on Earth, to pump it up into the sky and then ice it and filling out the gaps there. But I was just, this is a good one, on energy. Like I was just thinking, the Jurassic storms, when we get up there, surely we can harness that for renewable energy.
Yeah, just speaking from the mining industry, it's really what I mentioned before is the space engineering approach, in that you have that blank sheet of paper and you're looking to solve the problem, and you're not worried about how did you solve it before. There's no biases. You're purely focused on that. So that's a big learning that, and everyone speaks the same language, so it doesn't matter if it's NASA, ESA, they're all talking the same way, which is quite amazing. Whereas, in most industries, pick any industry, it's almost about an iterative process. How does it evolve over time versus revolutionary? So I think that's a big learning from space.
I would say in architecture, it's a real paradigm change in the way that we think about every resource. It's like you have to, think of everything when you go to space, and we somehow lost that way here on Earth. And I think, when architects sort of comment on it, they're like, wow, when you do a space project, it's like going back to Brunelleschi and creating the Duomo in Florence, because you are really inventing the material, the way it's put together, and what it's for. You're sort of doing aspirational things, and that, I think that architecture is in large part, we've taken so many assumptions with resources, and I think that space really is a great problem for any architecture student to engage in, because you're responsible for everything. And, the more you can invent out of the air, the better you are. You don't have to bring it with you. So that in situ resource utilization is a very serious thing that we need to, I think, have a great deal more reflection about here. So I think that's it isn't a separate thing to me. It's like the universe we just have an expanding universe, and the universe is part of nature. So I think that somehow our Venn diagrams are even problematic, because they sort of still isolate Earth and space, where it's really the same problem. I mean, we're on spaceship Earth.
Now we have time for one more question before we wrap up, but our panelists will be around, so if you have more questions after that, I'm sure they'll be more than happy to talk to you about it. Do we have one more question? We've got a microphone, there, over there.
Yeah, g'day. So my background's military infantry officer, and I find it hard being outfield for 30 days straight without my phone, without creature comforts. So the obvious problem here, and James touched on it with ARUP a little bit in terms of how we design the environments that we're going into, but there's a lot of talk around the manufacturing and the infrastructure side, and I know that's the point of this. I think in that previous question, in terms of what are some of the challenges we're facing, it's going to be the human side and what we're doing, not just to create that environment, but to prepare people and to change the mindset. We're born on Earth, we've evolved for the environment that we live in here, and we're going somewhere completely foreign. I guess my question is what does that look like in terms of that preparation and that mindset change?
Yeah, I'll jump straight into that, because I think that's a really good question, and I've not got a good answer. I spent most of my career working on nuclear reactor design for submarines, So we now have submarines that are fueled for 40 years. They could, in theory, stay under the ocean for 40 years. The limiting factor is how much food they can carry for the crew and the crew's mental well-being. So you very rarely see a mission beyond 100, 120 days, just because of the stress it puts on the crew and their family. So I think that's a really, really good point, and one we can't really walk past.
And I think that's one of the reasons outfitting has emerged in NASA's portfolio as such a key component recently. When we were first sort of re-engaging with them, there were only two real verticals in this field. It was extraction and mining, and it was construction. And outfitting has emerged as sort of the umbrella of that, three-pronged trident that attempts to cover those human factors and attempts to account for methods and processes to manufacture things in space that will increase the comfort of the creatures that are going to be up there, the human creatures that are going to be occupying these spaces. So that's been encouraging to see how NASA's starting to, include that more as like a key research vertical, and we're lucky to be able to, start thinking about the manufacturing approaches that are going to be used, with the key understanding that in situ resource utilization is the, the stem from which all the vines grow, but the goal, what it's growing towards, is what Michael said earlier, the human factors, and how do we make this a more livable habitat? How do we make a habitat home? So it's being thought about more as of really the last 2 years, which is good.
Thank you. Well, unfortunately, that is all the time that we have for this panel, so please give them a round of applause and welcome Tim back to the stage.
Thank you so much, everyone. Grab that. Hi, folks. We're going to take a 5-minute comfort break, and then we're going to rip into our next panel, which is about systems integration. And so we'll be seeing how we can push that system to go a little faster so we can finish today. 5 minutes, and we'll see you back for our next panel. Thank you. In a moment.
I don't think anyone was listening to you.
Cool. We should be starting soon as everyone sits down.
Thank you to all of those who are online listening in. We're hoping that it's been a very rich conference so far. Or if you're watching the video sometime in the future, we hope that this was a seminal event for you.
I thought it was earlier, and it's just a miss.
Okay, folks, so we're going to try and do this next session as a fast and furious session with a high energy and quicker presentations if we can, just because it's Friday afternoon and we know we are keeping you from a lovely red wine or a Prosecco or a cold beer. So the next session is about systems integration, and it gives me great pleasure to introduce the moderator, Imelda Alexopoulos, who is a partner at PwC. Imelda, I'll just do the introduction. So Imelda leads PwC's space industry focus. She is a biomedical scientist by qualification, so I'm sure you found that previous session fascinating, and has been working in professional services for about the last 15 years to make sure they get proper funding. She leads the financial advisory practice in South Australia, so welcome to New South Wales, and also PwC's Business Align and Connect program, which identifies leading edge scale-ups enabled by technology and helps them achieve accelerated global growth. So Imelda's going to be moderating the next session, and she'll be introducing the panelists. Thanks, Imelda.
Thanks everyone, and to the speakers I'm short, so you're going to have to move the microphone back up. Fascinating day so far, so thank you to everyone who has been up here to speak and to moderate panels. As I explained before, my name is Imelda Alexopoulos. I am not going to do my intro because we have got Jordan Noon on the line, who is the co-founder of Embedded Ventures in Relativity Space, and he's been waiting very patiently to be able to present to us and is going to be short on time, so we're going to go straight to Jordan. So just a bit of an intro to Jordan. He's co-founded, in terms of his organisation, it was co-founded by Jenna Bryant and Jordan Noon. Embedded Ventures is the next generation venture capital firm investing in dual-use space startups beyond launch. So best described as the skunk works of venture capital. Because of their unique investment approach and backgrounds, Embedded has a first-of-its-kind partnership with the United States Space Force, and Jordan has had a lifelong interest in aerospace and began designing and building spaceflight hardware at the University of Southern California, where he led USC's Rocket Propulsion Lab and became the first student and youngest individual in the world to receive Federal Aviation Administration clearance to fly a rocket into space. After graduating, Jordan worked at SpaceX and later co-founded and was the CTO of 3D printing rocket startup Relativity Space, most recently valued at $4.2 billion. Jordan also serves as the CEO of portfolio company KittyCAD. So please join me in welcoming Jordan.
Jordan, can you hear us?
Oh, I can. Yes. Thank you for that introduction. And it was wonderful hearing the presentation prior to this in the panel. I was quite inspired, especially by the branch technologies, not only presentation, but some of the panel answers and where that went. So I'm excited to share my perspective, and some of that really echoes what I heard on the branch presentation there. But my name's Jordan Noon. I have a variety of titles. My main one today is general partner and co-founder at Embedded Ventures, and which you just heard the brief synopsis of. What I'm going to do today is step through some of my career and how that intertwines into my vision and kind of the shared vision of all the companies and individuals I get to work with today, as far as how that plays out in space, what's next in space, and hopefully my perspective going through all of those areas is valuable on not only what is needed ideally for seeing some of those areas play out, and but also on what can be done today step by step. I loved hearing the question on what would we do with infinite capital, but we don't. And that's something where in a really resource constrained environment, on talent, on capital, on rockets going up, whatever the constraint is there, there's a realism to what we need to do. And my background, I've been working on space projects for more than a decade now, achieving first of their kind results on all of those. And that's something that is really needed to be kept in mind as we go through this exploration into the moon and Mars. As far as my journey, you heard part of this in my introduction. I'll go through step by step from where I was in college to what I'm working on today, and along the way. The photos from left to right on the top, the top left is flying one of those space shot rockets as a college student. And then I started in college in 2010 at USC, which is the University of Southern California here in Los Angeles, and to build a rocket to fly to space. And that's something that excited me, so much, as a first year college student, that it really shaped the rest of my career from there on. That got me a job at SpaceX. I worked on a variety of crew capsules there, which I'll detail out as we go through this. And that was really my engineering arc, what I'd consider my years as an engineer. And then I became a founder. I started Relativity Space back in 2015. I was just 22 years old. Relativity's 3D printing rockets and developing the world's largest metal 3D printers. And we've raised 1.3 billion in private capital to date. The company's just over 800 people now, having grown that from 2 of us in a WeWork back in 2015. It feels very different, and it's sometimes odd to talk about that dynamic change in size, happening so quickly, but really shaped what I wanted to do afterwards. And in 2020, she's in the picture with me, towards the right on the top there is Jenna Bryant. I'll talk about her more on the embedded page when we talk about my current day job at Embedded Ventures. But we started a venture capital fund in order to back, founders in the way that we would have wanted to be backed, either, myself as a founder, herself as someone who was a partner at the venture capital, in the venture capital ecosystem here in Los Angeles. And on the right are my kind of 2 day jobs today. The top right is Embedded Ventures, and we'll talk about that in detail as we jump in here. And then we did spin one company out, and that company is Kitty Cat, and that's the kind of the cute cat combo Macintosh logo on the right-hand side there. And we'll jump into why we spun a company out and why we thought that was necessary, especially for the vision we all share at this presentation today for what it looks like to iterate quickly and efficiently on these space projects that can be very, very bottlenecked in really interesting ways. And I wanted to highlight this. I rarely share photos of me, pre-college, but I do often get the question of, did I want to be an entrepreneur? Did I want to be, do I want to be a billionaire someday? Did I want to always work on rockets? And I had no real planned vision for that entire career arc. And for me, it was really starting working on things, building things, loving making things that got me, into the engineering world. But then, seeing the reality with it, where manufacturing is hard, designing things is hard, making projects that have the potential to shape, life on another planet, in human civilization expanding to be multiplanetary. Those projects are very difficult. And there's been a trend in my, the projects that I've worked on and in my career as far as making tools, almost like tools for tool makers. When you talk about 3D printers, it's a tool. What Kitty Cat does on a digital engineering side is a tool. And even Embedded Ventures is something where we didn't see the right fund out there to back the projects that we wanted to see.
And so we started that fund to do so. And that fund is another kind of leverage tool within the toolkit, of making those projects reality and not just seeing the constraints. It's how do you build tools to get past them. Some highlights from my career and how those fit together in the early days. I talked in the USC Rocket Lab, amazing opportunity, amazing student group, shaped the rest of my career. Try to be the first student group to fly a rocket to space at 22 years old, or not even 22, at 19, I got that first license to fly those rockets. We were flying them 0 to Mach 7 in about 13 seconds out of the Nevada desert here in the United States. All as students, we made the composites, we made the propellant, we made the simulations, we did all of the FAA clearances, the Federal Aviation Administration clearances. It was quite a project for a bunch of teenagers going on early 20s. That got me a job at SpaceX, where I worked on 3 generations of spacecraft. That was my first exposure to 3D printing, was my exposure to seeing a really complex project coming together with the tools available, in the day. And this was kind of 2014, so not that long ago. But manufacturing, very difficult. Scaling an engineering team to make human spaceflight worthy, rocket components is very difficult. And people tend to focus on the product. They focus on, how do we get a rocket out? How do we throw more people at it? How do we throw more money at it? But there was very little attention going towards the underlying manufacturing development. And other areas. So underlying manufacturing development, underlying digital tool development. That led to Relativity. And what you see here is a set of Relativity 3D printers. This time lapse is years old now. But 4 of the 3D printers we built that were running in parallel at the time. That's in 2019. And then chasing us to the actual foundation story. I spoke on a lot of this at the beginning. But you can see me and Tim. This was our original pitch video back in 2015, and I think I was 22 there and had a little bit more hair, and we both didn't have the decade of building the company on top of us. But in the bottom photo there, you see me and Tim. One of the first 3D printed upper stages we made. It's a fully printed tank, a fully printed rocket engine, nozzle bell, all the auxiliary components. Basically everything metallic on that was printed, and that achieved the original vision for Relativity, which took me to Embedded. What we did with Embedded, I mentioned Jenna earlier. She's the most non-traditional person in venture capital I know. She recruited me to the venture world when I didn't really know what I wanted to do next post Relativity. And we built a fund. The fund's thesis is space technology beyond launch. We invest in 3 areas, and there's the kind of obvious usual suspect one of space operations. And so things happening in space. But 2/3 of our portfolio, and it's really what I was getting at on the areas not getting investment today, advanced manufacturing and digital engineering. Those are areas that help enable the flywheel of hardware development. They help, unconstrain those projects, see the things that you want to be designed in an easier manner, whether it's on the factory floor or the kind of the design floor. But you don't see them getting investment attention. They're not the exciting space projects with the fire and smoke coming out of them. And that's something that was disappointing, in addition to seeing that there was not investment really moving in beyond the launch sector. Launch is getting amazing commercial traction today. And that's something that we wanted to see get past. The way that fits together there, we have our Space Force partnership. We're funding those projects, but we see that expansion not only in space hardware investment, but the underlying infrastructure underneath those for advanced manufacturing, digital engineering being the real driver. And that's why I did that bounce back to the branch technologies presentation, that there is significant advancement to be had there on the underlying infrastructure, not just the projects that are very visible. And with that, thank you for listening, to that story and how that ties together. And take a look at Embedded Ventures, our website, and either our material to check out our portfolio and more about KittyCAD, Chromatic, and all of the other companies that we're working with today. Thank you.
leader. So, and I represent the Australian side of things, so I work very closely with our global space practice leader, Luigi Scattia, who is based in Paris. So at PwC Australia, our purpose is to build trust in society and solve important problems. We work closely with both private and public sector to help the Australian space industry grow. We work with organisations from startups, scale-ups, all the way through to multinational companies, state and federal government, including defence. The type of work we do ranges from strategy, project management, business planning, business case development, financial advisory, think sexy things like tax and deals, and even sexier, audit. So I'm glad I got a few laughs. But we also assist with government funding through different programs like the R&D tax incentive and government grants. Another example is PwC is supporting Fleet, so shout out to Jeremy with their Seven Sisters Consortium. The last thing that I wanted to leave you with that we are focusing on is cyber. So PwC Australia has a cyberspace capability that we've been building for some time. So if you have any questions in terms of cyber in space, I've got my partner Rob, pop your arms up. So Rob DiPietro, who is a partner in our cybersecurity and digital trust team. And we've grown our cyberspace capability from leveraging PwC's global space practice, along with our long history in conducting cyber assessments of high risk and mission critical environments. So please also pick up a flyer if you get a chance on our cyber capability. All right, that's enough from me. I got that in. Let's move to the next speaker. So I now want to welcome Van Wagner from Lunar Outpost, who is a senior mechanical engineer. And in advanced robotics, Lunar Outpost is an advanced robotics startup in Denver, Colorado. I'm sure we all know this. Van actually leads mechanical development of Lunar Outpost's MAP rover, which has 2 currently scheduled missions to the moon in 2023 and 2024. Please join me in welcoming Van. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you for the introduction, Imelda. Like you said, my name is Van Wagner. I'm a senior mechanical engineer at Lunar Outpost, and I'm going to take today to tell you a little bit about our company and some of the exciting things that we're working on. Is there a trick here? Oh, geez. There we go. So Lunar Outpost creates autonomous robotics for conquering extreme environments. Now, as a company, we really have one primary mission, which is to extend humanity's presence in space by expanding our sphere of economic... Oh, yeah. We have one primary mission, which is to extend humanity's presence in space by expanding our sphere of economic influence to the moon and beyond. So Lunar Outpost was founded in 2017, just outside of Denver, Colorado, and since then has grown into an international corporation with more than 60 employees operating in both the US and Europe. We have established relationships with entities like NASA, the US Air Force, US Space Force, and European Space Agency, and have been able to work on contracts that involve autonomous robotics, planetary mobility, and advanced instrumentation. So not only is Lunar Outpost an international corporation, but we're an interplanetary one as well. Within the next year, we'll be one of only 2 entities in the world that are currently, or that are operating on 3 different planetary bodies simultaneously, the Earth, the Moon, and Mars. So here on Earth, we successfully commercialize and operate thousands of air quality monitors that collect data to the tune of well over 30 billion data points. Now, along with this, we also have a host of terrestrial robotic solutions that we both test, develop, and operate here on Earth. On Mars, we are successfully demonstrating the first ever utilization of space resources. The Mars Oxygen Experiment, or MOXIE for short, is currently creating oxygen from carbon dioxide while aboard the Mars Perseverance rover. So these 2 really successful kind of campaigns happen in conjunction with our lunar surface operations, for which we have 2 contracted missions to the moon. The first of these, or M1, is a fully funded commercial mission. So our mobile autonomous prospecting platform, which you can see here, or MAP for short, is slated to launch aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 and land via an Intuitive Machines Nova C lander within the next year. So MAP is going to have the opportunity to be the first rover at the lunar South Pole, and will have various commercial objectives. First and foremost, we'll be providing mobility to Nokia's 4G LTE antennas. This will enable their qualification and testing, and will help lay the framework for future high bandwidth lunar communications, which is going to be critical in the development of future lunar infrastructure. Along with this, we're also going to be providing mobility to various other secondary commercial payloads, which are going to increase the profitability of the mission and dramatically increase the scientific return. Following this is our M2, which is slated for 2024. Now, this is a fully funded NASA mission in which MAP will similarly be launching aboard a SpaceX Falcon 9 and Nova C lander, and will have the opportunity to be the first rover to explore the Reiner Gamma region of interest. Now, this is a really interesting equatorial location on the moon in which magnetic swirls are visible on the lunar surface. Now, these swirls have baffled scientists and astronomers alike for centuries, and likely hold clues to the formation of the moon, the Earth, and other planetary bodies in our solar system. So obviously we are super excited about the opportunity to shed some light on that mystery. So we also acknowledge the benefits of partnering with established entities within the space realm, and for this reason we're working with Northrop Grumman, AVL, and Michelin on their lunar terrain vehicle bid. This will be a larger scale mobility platform that will essentially drive around astronauts in future Artemis missions, and will be the first to do so autonomously. Not to mention just the first lunar terrain vehicle since those used in the Artemis or the Apollo missions. So Lunar Outpost is led by a team of stellar executives, each of which with extensive spaceflight operations and development experience. But we really like to show this picture because this depicts an image of the NASA administrator, Senator Bill Nelson, handing us the first ever check for lunar resources. For those of you that are in the know, it is actually a check for 10 cents, which is a little bit of a funny story, but I'd be happy to tell you guys a bit about that later. So here's just a quick snapshot of some of the facilities that we have access to at Lunar Outpost, from clean rooms for assembly of spaceflight hardware to full-service machine shop and rapid prototyping capabilities, and then our partnership with the Colorado School of Mines Center for Space Resources that allows us access to a lot of sophisticated testing and research labs. Now, before I leave, I just want to kind of depict a little bit of what we've been able to accomplish in the years since our founding, from our very first product sold in the months following 2017 through multiple aerospace contracts with the DoD, Air Force, and Space Force, and then to the successful creation of Oxygen on Mars with MOXIE and beyond. We're super excited about what the future has to hold, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk new space with you all here today. So if anybody has any questions about Lunar Outpost and what we're doing, I'm happy to answer during the Q&A. So thank you.
Sorry, please remember to put the microphone back up. That's fantastic, thanks, Van. Next speaker, we have Matthias Seifert, who is from Airbus and works in the relatively small Australian team of Airbus Defence and Space, together with Sasha Hapke and Martin Rouse. He is the key account manager for R&D partnerships based in Brisbane, and in his role, Matthias looks to develop collaborations with Australian partners, particularly startups, SME and academia, for exciting new technologies, demonstrators and skilling initiatives to grow the Australian space capabilities and to integrate these in current and future projects. Welcome. Let's give him a round of applause.
Thank you very much, Imelda, for the introduction, and thank you, Ben, and the National Space Society for organizing such a wonderful event, seeing so much enthusiasm, excitement about space. You see here on our slide a little bit of Airbus involvement in space. As I said, I'm part of a relatively small team here in Australia in our space department. Airbus globally, we're something north of about 130,000 employees. And you may know, in Australia, New Zealand, we've got about 1,500 employees. But not so much in the space part. Space part is something new, where we're hoping to build it here with Australia. On the slide, you see a lot of space projects where Airbus is involved. And I've been very amazed to see how much exciting technologies, projects are already here, starting in Australia. In books and in movies, we've been in space for many years. And yeah, I can also see in our hearts, in our minds, we're already back on the moon. We are going to Mars. So this is just a matter of time, it's going to happen. And I can see here in Australia the momentum building up. And what I'd like to invite you to a quick tour of the horizon where Airbus is involved, what we do, and what we see could be the future. I've seen in Australia a lot of the low Earth orbit missions starting, capabilities. There's great companies here in Australia. And we say, once you've got the low Earth orbit, when you can do this, you've got a gateway to space. So it's taking something to launch it, but once you can launch it and you can keep it on orbit where you want it to be, then you've got a gateway. And this low Earth orbit value chain covers a lot of segments which are important to be mastered if you want to go to space and from a low Earth orbit to Moon, to Mars and beyond. So in this low Earth orbit value chain, just as a bit of a credential also for Airbus, we've been a part of the International Space Station with Columbus, the European module on the International Space Station. We're part also, we have developed for the International Space Station a specific platform, let's say a balcony, but a specific platform to test future technologies, payloads. This is Bartolomeo, and another example for life support for space missions is Simon. We didn't call it Watson, it would have been too close to Castaway, but Simon is basically the space equivalent to Tom Hanks' I think it was Wilson, not Watson, yeah. So Simon is now the second version of artificial intelligence crew member on the International Space Station. That's also a part where we see it's important to allow for long life missions, artificial intelligence. I'd like to go a bit further besides these things where we've been involved, and also it is just incredible. The International Space Station has been occupied by humans now for more than 21 years continuously. And if you think about this, how many astronauts, crew members were on there, I think it's probably, I'm not sure anyone has done the math, but we possibly have around 100 years of humans living in space, if you would accumulate it all into one. What we do, I think that's a bit fast. On this slide, I want to pick up on what is needed to make it possible, a sustainable space exploration. And you've seen all these fantastic pictures of Lunar and Mars habitats. Yeah, I'd certainly like to live in one of these, but what is required to make it happen? And I liked the previous session, which told us a lot about we need to make use of in situ resource. If we can't use what we find on Moon, if we can't use what we find on Mars, it will be not sustainable to bring everything from Earth up. So one aspect that I'd like to show in the in situ resource utilization is also what we think is important to create oxygen, but also fuels, metals, materials for building in space. And on this lower slide, you've seen it in different formats. the timeline for lunar missions going forward. And within Airbus, we have developed one technology looking at how can we utilize in situ resources to produce oxygen. And such a process needs to be as simple as possible, but it should be fitting different environments, not only a lunar surface, maybe it can be adapted to Mars and other things. Some of the criteria here for such a process would be, it has to be possibly one-size-fits-all environments. And we have developed within Airbus a process. This process is called ROXY. ROXY is the idea of using regolith on lunar surface, later on other surfaces, to create oxygen, and also to create, within this process, you create metals, you create a potential energy source or energy storage solution, which can solve many of the, or can enable many of the ideas of building, of 3D printing, other things on the lunar surface, later maybe going onto Mars. Just a simple picture on the chemical process. But what we found within Airbus, it's not only what we want to do for the future in space. Many of these applications have a direct feedback impact on how we create the future on our planet Earth. And with such a ROXY process, we think it will be also very applicable to create new processes for carbon-free energy storage and carbon-free metals production on Earth. So it's a bi-directional development. We heard about many of the previous speakers doing prospecting on a lunar. So we'd be keen to see how to mine regolith, how to characterize the right regolith, how to process it into the right powder to use in such a reactor. Maybe here, and we think such a ROXY process would be a key element, a core element of a future value chain in space. Is that not only for oxygen, for life support, but also for fuel systems, for energy storage, and so on. So it will be fantastic. We have developed to date a lab demonstrator. We're looking forward to seeing flight opportunities, and we're looking also what kind of collaborations can be done. Can this be as such a ROXY reactor, as a tiny model, first for a flight demonstration on a lunar surface, and with a more future goal of creating a ROXY plant on a lunar surface to support all the different life forms, habitats, but also the whole building material. Just as a quick overview, the ROXY roadmap. So besides having a lab demonstrator, we're looking forward to, and we're looking also for international partners to create a mini version for a lunar mission, to create a certain amount of oxygen as a real lunar demonstrator on the moon surface, and then from a first mini model to scale it up, to bring it to the full a full factory on the moon. And this is it's an ambitious timeline to go there, but it will be, in our view, it will be a core enabler to create the future of this. A bit more on life support and energy systems. These electrolyzers and others are used in various forms. You may know, and what you've seen on the very entry slide, Airbus is involved with building the Orion European Service Module, which provides the water oxygen supply to Orion crews. It will be, we have built two of these, we have delivered two of the European service modules so far, and it will be a key element. You see, it is international collaboration. It's for all humankind. At this stage, many of these projects are, of course, very expensive, and it takes international collaboration, international funding to make it possible. But as it becomes more possible in the future to do more, I can see if you build the launch capabilities and further, you will have the chance to build services, build launch capabilities, build others, and the customer will come. Build a lunar gateway station with Axiom or others, and have this available to future customers. So I'd like to thank you for your attention, and I'll be still around a while for further questions. Thank you.
That's great, thanks Matthias. Now I'd like to welcome Rob Joyce. Can I call you Rob? Does it have to be Robert? Okay, Rob. So Rob is a Nokia CTO for the Oceania region, accountable for promoting Nokia's technology leadership and supporting all of Nokia's customers and stakeholders in the region. Rob has over 25 years of industry experience in mobile telecommunications, having worked for a number of operators and vendors around the globe. Notable projects that Rob has been involved with include designing the network for the FIFA 2022 World Cup in Qatar and launching the world's first 5G network in 2018, also in Qatar. He has published numerous academic papers on mobile communications and holds a PhD in self-organising mobile networks. Please join me in welcoming Rob.
Hey, good afternoon. I will try and stick to my 12 minutes. I think Nokia on the Moon is the title of my talk. It's not about putting snake in the hand to keep them occupied while they're up there. It's a bit more beyond that nowadays. And a bit like Jake, I think I started my career in submarines, but more at the front pointy end, the bit that sort of flies out. So we have a bit of commonality there. Right, let's see how we get on with the slides, because that's where people have struggled. And that's where I'll struggle. So just a bit about Nokia. What I'm going to do today, three things. What Nokia does, because a lot of you have probably forgotten what we do. Now we don't do phones, although we do. How we got to be going to the moon. And then when we get there, what are we going to do up there? And I think you heard from the Lunar Outpost guys, you get an idea of what we are going to do. So Nokia nowadays supplies most of the network infrastructure for the mobile network operators around the globe. Here in Australia, we supply Optus with their radio technology. We supply Vodafone TPG with theirs, and we actually provide the Sun engine that actually optimized Telstra's network. We also provide most of the NBN network here in Australia as well, if you didn't know. But we do more than that. Nowadays, 5G and 4G has moved beyond the realms of your pocket phone to controlling the mine machines that we heard about earlier. A lot of those Caterpillar trucks, they're connected to a Nokia private 4G or 5G network, and hence autonomous systems are now delivered using 4G and 5G technology. So how did we get to where we're going? Well, if you didn't know, Bell Labs now falls under Nokia, so a lot of the inventions of the 20th and the 21st century that got us to where we are were invented in Bell Labs, including the first satellite and the cellular radio concept. Again, I'm conscious of time, so I'll skip through to the next slide. One of the projects that we did at Bell Labs, starting in 2015, was thinking about putting LTE or 4G base stations on what we call high altitude platform systems. They could be airships, they could be balloons. We did our own. This is some pictures of testing in Alaska, but we also got involved with a crazy project, and I did think it was crazy at the time, called Google Loon, hence its name. And we were the base station provider on the Loon project as well. Unfortunately, that didn't quite fly, but we certainly had mastered some of the technology that we need to deliver in terms of putting LTE in harsh environments. Hence, when it came to the tipping point solicitation, we were successful in winning our place on this project, and hence we are now going to go with with lunar outposts and intuitive machines to the moon on a mission. As we said, we're going to deploy the first 4G. LTE stands for long-term evolution. It's the technical standard behind 4G, but we're going to deploy the first 4G lunar network. And why is that so important and interesting? Well, nowadays, most of the things here are connected to a 4G or 5G network, whether that's a driverless car, whether that's your mobile phone, whether that's a drone delivering pizza. They're all reliant on a 4G or a 5G network. Hence, the laws of physics are not much different in space. We can deploy a lot of the stuff that we're going to put on the moon, and we can connect it using 4G or 5G. I think you guys probably know what we can and what we can't connect, but certainly we heard it today. We can connect the astronauts to the lander. We can connect the rovers to the lander. We can connect the machines to the lander, the machines to the machines, and also because of the low distances involved, we can connect orbital craft down to the surface, also using 4G and 5G. And of course, spectrum isn't quite so much of a problem on Earth, on the moon as it is on Earth. So we should, yes, exactly. So we should have plenty of bandwidth. And if you didn't know, 5G nowadays can go up to about 20 gigabits per second in terms of throughput. So plenty of bandwidth for all those applications that we've not yet dreamt up that we'll have on the moon. I won't go through in detail, but I think you get the gist. Why invent a new radio technology when we have one that's fit for purpose? We just need to ruggedize and test the equipment that we send there. And that's what we're busy doing now. We're busy testing the equipment in order to make it fit for purpose on the lunar surface. That includes on your left the modem that would be connected to the rover, the antenna system for the rover. The higher we can get the antennas, the more range we have to the rover, and the higher bandwidth we can get to the rover. We need to think about the module on the lander, and this consists of the radio as well as the core network, so the bit that will switch the bits and bytes from either rover to lander to another rover or back to the Earth station. And obviously we need to think about the software that will actually optimize that network and ensure that maybe somebody sending a text message in the future is not prioritized over controlling a lunar rover. So quality of service can be applied on the network. We're busy mapping the moon's surface. As you heard, it's the South Pole that we're aiming for. So we're busy mapping the lunar surface and predicting the radio coverage at the moment. And we've even been doing some early trials in Spain to try and make sure that what we predict, our prediction tools and our models actually match what we're seeing on the ground, literally. So some of the key highlights here of what we're trying to achieve. We're trying to prove that we can build a base station fit for purpose, fit to get to the moon and land on the moon and withstand all the radiation and the physical aspects. We're trying to prove that LTE is fit for purpose, or 4G is fit for purpose, and 5G in the future for lunar missions of the future and also beyond the moon. And we're also trying to take all that data and actually apply that to the stuff that we deliver here on Earth. If we can master building a network on the moon, we can master building a network in harsh environments, either here on the surface of this planet or deep below it in the mines of Australia. So in summary, it's all about, for us, it's all about hardware, it's all about software, and it's all about getting the systems right. So hopefully I was within my 12 minutes. Thank you very much.
We're doing such a great job with keeping to time and maybe making up a bit of time as well. So thank you, Rob. I'd next like to introduce Mark Masiri. Did I say that correct? Woohoo! Thank you. Mark is the head of robotics and technology development at Woodside Energy. He was formerly the head of the Intelligent Robotics Group at NASA Ames, program manager at DARPA, and engineering manager of the Sphere's International Space Station facility. Mark has been a regular advisor to senior officials of the White House Office of Science and Technology Policy, US Department of Defense, Department of Homeland Security, and NASA on strategic, technological, and partnership development. let's welcome you up now. Thank you, Mark.
All right, so hello, everybody. I'm going to talk about a couple different things. I'm going to shift this up a bit. I realize that we're all trying to get out into space. I represent Team Robot, and so if you'll allow me a little bit of fun rivalry, I'll explain why Team Robot is going to be what allows Team Human to do what they're going to do. Why am I in energy? Turns out I switched over to Woodside about 2 years ago after leading, I guess most recently, Viper. So at NASA Ames, the team that I formerly led is doing most of the software for Viper. And before that, worked on, was the engineering lead for Spheres, which eventually became Austrade, which is the 3 free-flying robots that are now up on the International Space Station. Why move to energy? Well, I'll make a deal with everybody here. I've shifted to trying to save the planet, so I will work on that while you guys figure out how to get us off of the planet. And if we can both succeed, then that would be really, really awesome. My origin story, since I've heard a couple of those, grew up in South Florida. And so I can remember very distinctly being a kindergartner and our teacher taking us up on the roof. I've dated myself because that was back when you could take kindergartners onto the roof of the school and not have that be a career-ending move. But we used to be able to watch shuttle literally launch from the top of our school. And I remember thinking distinctly, like, that is awesome. I want to work on that. And then, frankly, after doing some homework, I figured out how tough it is to keep humans alive in space. Effectively, a 2-meter bag of water, requires food, oxygen, has almost a criminally intolerant temperature band that it can live in. And so I decided to join Team Robot because, frankly, the robots will be there before, in the scenarios that I'm really have focused on through most of my careers, the robots will be there before the humans, setting everything up. They will cohabitate while the humans are doing their things. And long after the humans are having problems with radiation and all the rest of the stuff that causes them to have to depart, the robots will be there continuing to do the science and kind of maintaining things. And so I say all of this, one, to create the fun rivalry, but also say that a lot of the investment, as you've heard here, needs to be in robotics. Turns out energy needs a lot of the same things. And that was kind of my epiphany was as I looked at and talked to companies like Woodside that were transitioning to renewables and other things like that, realized that a lot of the core problems that NASA was trying to figure out for astronauts and other things we need to do on this planet, not only to enable our ability to have clean energy, but to keep all the humans safe that are working in those environments. So let's go through, what I'm going to do is just go through some vignettes of the kinds of robot projects that Woodside is working, and then explain, kind of provide an analogy as to why this also applies to, and why we should continue working together, energy and the space areas, in terms of advancing all of this technology. So the first one of the things that I haven't heard a lot of discussion on is what happens to our lunar facilities when they've been up there for a decade. We're all worried on the how do we even get it there. But when you start talking about maintenance and other things like that, these facilities are going to get old. In this case, this is kind of a bespoke robot that was built in about 6 months. So this would normally have taken about a year or two to build. And due to wonderful COVID closing down our borders and causing us to not be able to get resources that we would normally tap from the North Sea, my robotics team had to go off on an adventure in terms of building a robot that was able to go down into these large tubes. These are called caissons. Think of them as just large 70-meter long tubes that either bring water up from the ocean, may put water back down into the ocean after it's used, and store things. And so this robot was built specifically to measure and give us a really, really good idea of what does the metal thickness look like for these types of structures. One of the things that I would challenge everybody in this room to think about is for the materials that you're selecting, for the manufacturing methods that you're thinking of, and other things like that. While building it is great, think about how it's going to degrade in all of the craziness that is out in the vacuum of space. And then what would the solutions look like to help measure that degradation and ensure that the humans that are presumably living in those habitats are able to remain safe. It turns out that getting humans on and off, especially our offshore platforms in helicopters, is still one of the most dangerous things that we do. And so one of the initiatives that I've taken on is figuring out how to leverage these unmanned air vehicles that were originally designed largely for Department of Defense type applications and bring them over into the civil sector. So this is when you hear about UAVs, you're thinking about upscaled quadcopters and other things like this. This is actually a downscaled heavy fuel helicopter that all of the capabilities and flight systems in it would have normally been used for crewed flight. And we're talking about remote operations, so this is requiring us to set up communication infrastructure and other things like that to not only operate what's effectively heavier robots than we otherwise would, but to operate them at scale over a very long distance. There are so many analogies, and I can tell you that so many of the conversations that I have with our business partners that are helping with this kind of technology are these same conversations I had at NASA when we were talking about setting up communication infrastructures on the lunar surface or out in outer space and other things like that. When the humans are not there, the ability for those systems to run around autonomously and monitor the state of that environment becomes hugely important. You're going to have a lot of compressed gases and other things that want to leak out of vessels. Turns out if you're storing hydrogen, especially, that's a very small molecule, likes to slide through lots of things. And so the ability for robots to autonomously be monitoring that environment and informing not only the crew, but ground controllers of what the situation is in those habitats is going to be hugely important to your future missions. We can't lose the dog video. Can you start that in the back? There we go. One of the things we've been looking at, and I love how this makes, I see like 4 or 5 smiles in the room. So one of the things that we're looking at here is it turns out most of our onshore assets are up in Karratha. It gets wickedly hot up there. And in this particular case, we had an inspection scenario in which we frankly wanted to see if the robot could go do the same thing that the human would otherwise do. The analogy here, and I'll just give you the spoiler alert, this is a lot like an EVA. So if you have that micrometeoroid strike or something like that, and you want to go see what that dent or that damage to your spacecraft looks like, robots are an awesome option. NASA's been exploring that all the way back into the 90s with AirCam, with shuttle and other things like that. Just last week, so this video is actually a little old, just last week we did this same scenario, inspecting things up in Karratha while operating them from Perth. And so the idea that remote operations is a core part of our operations is definitely something that is not only in our roadmaps, but it's things that we're basically testing right now. And finally, if you don't believe me or you don't trust that Woodside has a vested interest in the space industry and our ability to go forward, let it be evidenced by the fact that we've had a Space Act agreement with NASA for over 5 years. It has allowed us to work on remote operation tasks like this. So what you're seeing here is a manipulation task to do what's called a block and bleed. So it is a way of, in a high pressure situation, going through and closing valves in an order that allows you to render that piece of equipment safe. Humans do it all the time. Turns out most of our plants are built for the human form with this evolutionarily designed manipulator and other things like that. And so we have, for the last 5 years, been working with NASA, have a Robonaut in our lab, and have been working with mobile platforms like this. We are hopefully about to set up a new Space Act agreement for another 5 years, in which we are going and starting working with the full human form, so the full torso. And that will hopefully bring out, it turns out that the same needs, so when you hear about Gateway or any of the lunar surface modules being minimally or optionally crewed, if you are designing those habitats for humans, it might behoove you in your design process to maybe borrow the human form in terms of the way that you're designing your robots. And so Woodside is going to go scratch this itch. To the gentleman who suggested earlier that there might be a possibility of us being downloaded into robots, I can tell you have to get in line behind me because I want to be loaded up on one of these and be the one that basically does the midnight shift on Gateway. All right? And so with that, I'll say thank you very much for your time. Oh, okay.
Can I get the other panelists to please, make your way up? Thank you. Sorry. No. Go. You know what? No, stay there. Stay there. Come up and stay there, please. Sorry, Alex. I don't actually have your... Let me get it. I can introduce myself. No, we can't have that. Leave it with me. Just bear with me because there's been a few changes. We'll make that work. Perfect, thank you. Sorry, last but not least, we've got Alex Nelson. Sorry, Alex, from Microsoft, and is the Azure Mission Partnerships Lead for APAC and Microsoft, and based in Sydney, at Microsoft and based in Sydney. So Alex has worked with Microsoft for 15 years across product management, app developer, evangelism and channel development. And for the last 2 years, Alex has been with the Azure Space Engineering team since its inception, bringing her specialist focus on strategic partnerships and ecosystem development. Alex has enjoyed immersing herself in all things space and the opportunity to learn from innovators and entrepreneurs in Australia and globally. She's excited to be part of this exciting stage in the Australian space industry and supporting its growth and innovation. Please join me in welcoming Alex.
Thanks very much. And I know I'm between you and the beers, so I would try and keep it light, and I would try and keep it rolling. So, sorry. So first of all, I guess a bit of context. So at Microsoft, our mission is to empower every human and every organisation on the planet to achieve more, to achieve their best, and to achieve where they think they may be able to go. And we've always said that that's on Earth, but now we're saying that's off the planet as well. And our purpose really with Azure Space is to democratise access to the benefits of space and really serve as a platform for innovation. So if we think about supporting the integration of multiple systems and the solutions across the supply chain, Microsoft has a ready-to-go, open, interoperable, scalable platform that can support space, compute, and data and analytics needs. And we do this today. We have thousands of developers building applications on our system in the tools they want to use. We have hundreds of thousands of systems integrators, solution providers, building and deploying their solutions on our platform, and all of those can be integrated with common tools, common interfaces, and common management approaches. So at a high level, the Azure platform delivers networking, compute, storage, all the good things you might know about cloud, but also advanced analytics, AI, and automation capabilities. We do that at the central headquarters, we do it at the remote edge, and now we're doing it at the ultimate edge in space today. This map is just to illustrate the scale, I guess, of the massive scale of our network, and also the networks of our partners that complement that global network, both on land, undersea, and now in space with satellite connectivity. So we're a technology company, we're a platform provider. We don't seek to compete with the companies here today. We want to partner and support businesses who are driving this level of innovation. So if we look at Azure Space and what we're doing there, people are often curious as, well, why is Microsoft getting involved in space? What's that's got to do with anything you guys do? We've moved on to productivity, by the way, so we're not just Office 365. We see that Azure and space have a huge amount of similarity and overlap. So cloud, if you think of it, is fundamentally data centers and networking. So in space, instead of networking with physical fiber connections across the Earth, there's no reason it can't occur through a satellite link. Similarly, there's no reason why a data center can't be on the moon. Or an edge device that sits on a satellite that's roaming around. And similarly, we manage remote infrastructure. So all of our data centers, which was on the map previously, distributed globally, 60 plus regions, 160 plus edge sites, all of that goodness is all managed remotely. For patching, for updates, for deployments, the whole lot. So you can see the similarities with software in Orbit as well. So we created Azure Space to meet the specific needs of the space community. To that end, we've got 4 pillars of effort that are underway with differing levels of maturity and products coming to market over the next month, year, 2 years. At a high level, firstly, global connectivity. So aligning to that connectivity map that I showed you, we want to connect data anywhere in the world at any security classification, from anyone to any device to anywhere. Our partnerships include KSAT and Viasat, SES, and SpaceX. This broad ecosystem enables the downlink of data from space in a secure and compliant way. Our next pillar is geospatial analytics. This is really about turning all the data that's generated in space into assets that are usable, and not just for the data scientists and the academics, they're fantastic operators, but also for companies across industries, for users in the companies that you guys are building and running, not necessarily data scientists, but democratizing access to the data and the AI insights so that everyone can make use of that insight, to solve the world's most pressing problems. The third pillar is tools that we're developing for satellite developers. So this is our digital engineering effort. This is about looking at how you can build, test, and evaluate satellites in the virtual world before you put them up into the physical world. And finally, Azure in space. So this started as a future dream 2 years ago. Now we're on the International Space Station. We're connecting Azure via the HPE Spaceborne computer, and that's supporting research projects on the ISS. We're also investing to support the Australian space industry through 2 initiatives. First is supporting space entrepreneurs, one of those here today, Fortify Edge and Malcolm and the team. We support them with 3 areas. One is technology benefits as they grow. The other is innovative and access to engineering. And the third is around partnerships and mentor and guidance. The second program is, we've recently started the first cohort in a STEM space program, which supports diverse candidates into new roles in the space sector who might be transferring from other sectors. So just a couple of examples now I wanted to pivot to. For the systems that are available and in use today, how do we think about applying those in a future off-Earth habitat? So we've got, at the moment, through a partnership with NASA and HPE, we've got an AI workload running to test astronaut gloves. So what's the condition of the gloves, analysing previous and existing images of new gloves, worn out gloves. How do they understand what is the condition of the gloves the astronauts are wearing, and then repair those, replace those, and help the astronauts to be able to continue the work that they're doing. Then I wanted to switch gears a little to health, because I think some of the remote health scenarios that are in place primarily in Australia today, because we've got so many remote and rural communities who require access to health solutions. So first step in any treatment is assessment and diagnosis. So 2 live scenarios today, New South Wales Health Pathology and their point of care testing unit. They're leveraging Internet of Medical Things devices in the cloud for remote testing and reporting. So as you may likely know, lots of the COVID testing had to pivot to remote testing, particularly for aged care facilities, for example, and that data needed to be uploaded to central records. The other solution I wanted to show you is built by a doctor who Microsoft has partnered with called Drumbeat AI. It's using AI and Azure to recognise ear disease in Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander kids in rural and remote areas. So using a database of images and applying an AI algorithm, the frontline workers can get data that helps them assess the condition of the children's ear, and then escalate and triage them for urgent treatment if that's needed with a specialist ENT. So then what about treatment? If we're in an off-Earth habitat, how do we treat the patient once we know what's going on with them? So the first example I wanted to show was from October last year, where the chief surgeon of NASA, Joseph Smith, was holoported onto the International Space Station along with a number of his team. And that was a nice meet and greet and PR opportunity. But what that showed is that you can have people based on Earth, those specialists who can interact with operators in a space environment to provide guidance or to guide them on a particular procedure. The other example there down the bottom is computer-assisted surgeries for inserting screws into a person's spine, which just blows my mind. So using telerobotics over 5G networks with a surgeon at a central HQ office talking with a lesser qualified surgeon on site with the patient and using a robotic arm to position all the elements needed to insert the screws. The final piece I wanted to touch on, which will be relevant, we've heard a little bit about cybersecurity today, is cybersecurity and privacy. From Mars, it will take 20 minutes to say hello to someone on Earth and another 20 minutes for someone on Earth to say hello back. If we're needing to verify someone's identity or an autonomous machine's identity in the case of a rover, that's a total of 40 minutes to determine if an astronaut's glove checks out or if the device that's roaming around is actually under the control of the right people. That's just simply too long to wait. We're also working with leading companies and organisations to develop common standards for space data. We're also working with the DIFI consortium of space industry companies to advance interoperability among space and ground system networks. And at a local innovation level, we're proud to be partnering with a company, Fortify Edge, through the Microsoft for Space Startups program. So what the Fortify Edge team have done is look at the round trip that Earth and the length of time a round trip between Earth and Mars might take to send commands to a rover. Fortify Edge have developed a decentralized identity management platform using TinyML on a smartwatch. It's built on the Microsoft Azure Stack Edge platform, a device about this big. And it's designed to use machine learning at the edge to identify the user of any device or any vehicle, whether that's autonomous or manned. And if the platform finds something amiss, built-in software and AI algorithms automatically shut down access to a system. And Fortify Edge is now exploring how machine learning can meet the space mission needs such as astronaut or tourist, potentially, identification, status and safety in collaboration with our Azure Space team, with the NASA team, and on the International Space Station and HPE's Spaceborne computer. So this was a whiz through of some of the work that's happening today. Already in use, we can see the applications. Space really is the next generation of what's possible with data and the cloud. And we can bring cloud connectivity to the corners of the Earth to where that terrestrial network just can't go. The faster we can all access the data, analyse it, reason over it, and act on it, the more valuable that data will become. And Microsoft knows we can't and we don't do this alone. We work with an extensive partner ecosystem, and they're a big piece of making all of what we've talked about today is possible a reality. We're focused on bringing the right companies together to develop multi-orbit, multi-band and multi-vendor cloud solutions for space today as we speak, but also into the future. Thank you. Oh, that's all right. I'm just gonna,
Fantastic, and so great to see in all of those presentations the real world examples of problems that you are working on solving right now. So I'm going to ask a couple of questions, and rather than get everyone to answer, I am only going to pick on a few of you if that's okay, so that we can, we are a bit short on time. Probably the first one, I was thinking, and because you've got the microphone, we might go to you because that's convenient. And have a think about it if there's anyone else that is dying to answer this question. As experts in your field, what do you think are the challenges others think are difficult but you know are easy? And thinking from a systems integration perspective. So that's the first part of the question. And on the flip side, what are the problems that are actually really challenging to solve?
Yeah, I think the first thing that we've realised is the moon's pretty barren, and so normally we design systems to go through glass walls, to go between skyscrapers, etc. So there's no trees or anything like that that's going to stop radio propagation on the moon. So that's great. That said, there's not much reflection either. So if the rover did go into a crater, we can't guarantee that there's a skyscraper across the road from the crater that would bounce the signal off. So on the one hand, direct propagation is fairly easy, but indirect propagation is proving hard. So that's two answers there.
System's saying no. It wants to go to bed.
It's a microphone now. Okay, there we go. It's working again. They fixed their bugs. Yeah, and the other part was what we didn't realise was the radiation and the cosmic rays can flip the bits in the EPC. So all of a sudden, where software is pretty stable and we don't need to do much parity checking in our software on Earth, on the moon it's totally different. We need to be a lot more robust, and we need to be aware to be able to correct these bit flips if they occur, which is new to us. So that's my answer. Thanks.
Fantastic, thank you. Does anyone else have an answer to that question?
I do.
Awesome, and you're holding the microphone.
Very loud. I guess one of the challenges that Microsoft is working on, as I talked about, is connectivity piece, and how you do that at the edge, but also sometimes disconnected. You can't always have an internet connection or a satellite connection. So, and the key is not just being able to connect, because we've proven that we do that for defence and intelligence scenarios today, but how you do that to enable AI processing at scale. So the amount of compute power you need at scale to do the volume of AI processing on the amount of data that's being generated by all the space-based assets. So we have not cracked that yet, but we're, with the likes of HPE and others, we're working on it. But yeah, that's definitely a challenge.
Awesome. Thank you. All right, I have one other question. So, and please pass the microphone around who would like to answer it. So, again, thinking about systems integration, how, and this could go down the rabbit hole, so please keep it brief, how do we design for successful integration now, but allow for enough flexibility for new technologies in the future?
I'll take a quick stab at it. I think kind of from a mechanical engineering perspective, a really good way to go about that, and also a good way to kind of keep costs down in the immediate, is to make a concerted effort to use COTS components. We have a lot of interfaces that have been defined already, and so if we can kind of design systems around those interfaces that have been established, that'll only make it easier in the future to implement kind of new technologies that are built around the same architecture.
And I'll throw in kind of I'll answer it kind of sideways. Okay. And that's to say, one of the things that I see a lot, I know NASA is certainly guilty of this, is building systems that are very bespoke and frankly not wanting to look outside of its own tribe for solutions. One of the things I would offer up for everybody is when you talk about what is Australia's unique capabilities. Leanne mentioned earlier about the mining companies and specifically Rio having like a 14-to-1 ratio between the number of robots to human operators. NASA does not do that. Department of Defense does not do that. Australia not only knows how to do that, you already have that intellectual capital here. And so my suggestion would be, in terms of, while it isn't digital interoperability, when we talk about deploying 40 robots on the lunar surface, capture the intellectual capital and the experience that your companies already have here. It is very unique. And it's something that NASA would have to figure out how to do, whereas you guys already do it.
Yep, it's one of our strengths, right? Absolutely. All right, I might take some questions from the audience now. We've got some mic runners, please. Yep, excellent. Good. Good on you.
Thanks. Bill Barrett, Asia Pacific Aerospace Consultants. Somebody got to get the ball rolling.
Thank you.
From a lot of the systems technology really depends on systems that we have operating here on Earth. And I guess it's a similar question to the one I asked the previous panel. What is different about being on the moon or in a space environment? What advantages do you get? Are there positives that you get from operating your technologies or thinking in a new way in those environments as opposed to being on Earth? And then the challenges. And I know, I can't remember your name, but Nokia talked about the spectrum issues. So a little bit more on the spectrum issues as well in terms of, yes, there are no, it's a bit of an open field. There are large swaths of the spectrum are not tied up like they are here on Earth, but that won't last. And so we may be replicating some of those things. And so how do we prevent that from being a free-for-all at the moment? And then opening that up to everyone else in terms of the positives and the negatives, the challenges of thinking outside the box in a different way that you can have and bring to your businesses by operating in the space environment.
Yeah, I mean, I'll touch on the spectrum one. I think you're right. It needs to be policed, but it shouldn't be overly policed. What we see here on Earth is that there's Australia, for example, large parts of Australia, the spectrum's licensed and can only be used by the big three operators, but it's not used, and nobody else can use it. And to actually use it, it's a real rigmarole to apply through the ACMA to get that spectrum. So yes, of course, spectrum needs to be regulated on the moon, but we need to be having short-term licenses. So when a mission goes down, it's got access to the spectrum, but when it's finished, that spectrum is then freed up. We can't be having states or companies or consortiums hogging the spectrum. And I think, but who does that? Whether it's a part of the UN that does that, maybe. I think it needs to be in place and needs to be well regulated, but very dynamic.
So I'll do one from Team Robot.
Yep.
Getting rid of gravity is awesome. When we do aerial vehicles and stuff here, we
Some gravity, though, otherwise you're going to drift off. I mean, 1/6 gravity on the moon is fine.
Yeah, actually, so having done a lot of robots on the International Space Station, I can tell you microgravity is great.
Yeah.
Because here I have to worry about mobility, I have to worry about getting over things. Here we have to have propellers and other things that are not safe for astronauts. And so the idea that you can eliminate all of that, all of the work that we've done and all the examples of free flyers, especially cohabitated with humans, that is hugely advantageous to not have to have propellers keeping the gravity vector from, dragging it to the floor.
If I can add and chip in, so on terms of microgravity, of course, we look forward to in-space manufacturing. If you can avoid the launch from Earth, from gravity, you're going to have a lot lighter structures. You can use a lot of different materials. And we know a lot of experiments have been done on the International Space Station. We possibly have only scratched the surface, what can be feasible, what you could think in building spacecraft which do not need to sustain a launch from Earth.
Awesome. I am going to have to cut it short there, but I just wanted to, let's give these guys a round of applause again. Thank you.
Thank you very much, panel. Now we have one panel to go. And we're going to take a really short break, and we're going to do a quick exercise together before that break. Everyone please stand up and turn to the person nearest to you. And what I'd like you to do is reach out and touch their nose. And hold it. I want you to hold it. Reach out and touch your nose. So you touch my nose, I'll touch your nose. Okay. All right. Okay, and all together, we're going to say, let's make space sustainable. Let's make space sustainable. Fantastic. Thank you very much. So we're going to have like a 3-minute break, comfort break, and then we're going to get back together to talk about space sustainability as our last panel of the day. And I'm going to get the speakers to come up the front now. Thank you.
We don't have a roving mic, do we? They just speak into that.
There is another one.
Yeah, but when they're talking, do they speak into this? Is
Yeah,
that all?
when people do their panel, they're just talking.
Yeah, there's got to be there.
Yeah. Okay, so it gives my great. I have the great pleasure on a Friday afternoon of introducing someone who's been working on space sustainability for quite a while, Jason Carr, who is the New South Wales digital market lead for GHD. And he was formerly at Arup, which is where I met him. So certainly someone who's no stranger to design. Jason, I'm going to read out your bio because it's pretty impressive. A chartered geologist. Jason is part of GHD, which is an employee-owned engineering firm working across the built environment. So here we are, 2022. A space conference and working in Lend-Lease with people from the built environment. It's very exciting. Jason's also on the board of directors for the National Space Society of Australia, where he serves as a director for sustainability, and he's passionate about emerging technologies and how they can contribute to shaping a sustainable future for space. Jason, welcome, and Jason will be moderating our final panel for today. Please make Jason welcome.
Thanks very much, Tim. So before I get started, I just want to let you know that the fun does not end here at the end of this session. Oh no. We have a session, a networking event that will be located at Arup at level 5, 151 Clarence Street. So it's not far, and the session will include a practice pitching session for upcoming companies and ideas. And it's not for money tonight, but it's the practice for the money of the future. So just as an opening comment, so going into this sustainability and replication session, I was fortunate enough to attend the Future.New South Wales conference on Monday at Darling Harbour with Victor Dominello, and in fact Microsoft were there, and many other future thinking companies were there as well. And it was really interesting. There was somebody there from LinkedIn who was talking about the most desired jobs for 2022. And it was interesting that digital and environmental science actually topped the list. Not doctors, not lawyers. It was environmental scientists and digital. So that's really exciting for me because it shows that millennials and the upcoming generation have a real passion for sustainability, which I just love. But it's interesting working at GHD where we work on projects all across the built environment, and you have these younger environmental engineers and scientists coming through, and they come in and they say when they're being interviewed or when they first start, it's like, I don't really care which project I'm working on as long as I'm making a difference, and I want to be working on sustainability. And that can be quite difficult, especially when many of these firms are still working in oil and gas and mining, and many of these companies are transitioning to what a new future looks like. And it is a very exciting time, I will say. So over the last 10 years, I've been working on many underground projects, mining projects and oil and gas projects, and many people sort of point the finger at these companies, but so many of them now are looking at what that transition looks like. There are old power plants that are transitioning to batteries and battery powers, and mines that are transitioning into pumped hydro sites. And you get these amazing photos of these huge open voids, which actually right next to it, you have these giant solar farms that are right next to it. So it's actually a very exciting time that we're living in Australia, particularly in the built environment. And I've been fortunate to work as a hydrogeologist across many of these projects where we actually look at the reuse of water on site. We're looking at the impacts, the environmental impacts across these sites. And it's just amazing just to watch that transition, and it really makes people working in that sector a lot more hopeful, I guess, for the future as well, as that maybe they've seen what their legacy perhaps looked like. And I've worked in some of the most hostile places in the world, and we talk about space being a hostile environment. I've worked in Siberia, and I've worked in Western Australia in the Pilbara in plus and minus 50 degrees Celsius. And I have to say that at the end of the day, in both of those environments, I ended up wearing shorts because I'm Australian. So anyway, I do go on. So love to keep talking about that. But for all these state and critical infrastructure projects, no matter which project you're working on, when it comes to sustainability, we have to be thinking about how we design sustainability at the very start of the project, because so many people get involved too late in the project. and you have a great idea, but it's too expensive and it's not feasible because you've already designed and you've run ahead. So the importance of customer experience and human-centered design when it comes to sustainability, it has to come very early in the project. And I think, looking at this Future.New South Wales conference and other conferences, CX is actually a really important emerging skill set. And it's got to be important not only for projects here on Earth, but also up in space as well. So, and I'm delighted as well as a geologist to see geology take the forefront of many of the presentations today, which is just awesome. And I'm proud to say, that GHD is getting involved in the future of many of the launch facilities, in fact, securing a $300 million job recently with NASA to provide architecture and engineering services to rehabilitate, modernize, and develop new and existing infrastructure facilities and ground support systems. That's going to include launch facility sites worldwide, actually. So without further ado, I'm going to invite our panel up, and I believe we're inviting them all up to start with, just to save on time. So does everyone feel comfortable coming up and sitting in these awkward chairs? No. All right, it's a tough crowd. So we're going to invite Boeing, Edwin Batar, who will be the first person to speak today. So Edwin is a principal systems engineer at Boeing Defence Australia, with a fanatical passion for space. He has a dual-hatted role working across Boeing's global accelerator program supporting Australian SMEs and startups, as well as the lead engineer of Boeing's Australian component of their current Artemis work. So welcome.
I don't care if there's not a presentation. I'll just roll with it. So welcome, thank you. And first up, I'd actually like to just do a quick acknowledgement to country. I'd actually like to acknowledge any of the Indigenous and First Nations people that are in attendance, either in person or online. And I just want to hold that thought for just a second. I want to make it clear that our Indigenous and First Nations people are some of the world's oldest stargazers. They are also some of the world's oldest custodians of our land and sea. And I want to highlight that point because it might seem weird that I'm talking about sustainability when I come from a defence contractor. I'm a dirty defence contractor. But we have people here that live it as a philosophy. And I think it's important to highlight that sustainability is a key design principle. And when you actually think about it, we say it's a new domain, it's a new discipline, but it's not really. If you design a system to work across a proper life cycle, you are taking in those inherent sustainable concepts. And I also want to highlight that like our First Nations people, being custodians of the land and the sea, anything we do in the lunar environment or the Martian environment starts here on Earth. We cannot do anything unless we include it as an Earth-Moon system or an Earth-Mars system. They are not separate, they are not isolated. They are all combined. Oh, sweet. Thank you. So I just want to set the scene. We've spoken a lot about the Artemis missions, and we've seen the NASA diagrams. But what I really want to do is highlight that there aren't humans for quite some time. I'm just going to click because there's a lot of clicks. So we're going to be looking at Eclipse Lander coming down. Eclipse Lander provided by a commercial lunar payload service, provided by someone, own interfaces, their own operating procedures, and there's going to be multiple of them. We're going to deliver science payloads, we're going to deliver small rovers, we're going to end up delivering quite a large Eclipse Lander and deliver half-ton to 1-ton payloads with like a lunar terrain vehicle, which incidentally is the project that I'm working on with Boeing. We're going to deliver foundational services such as the VSAT, the vertical solar array technology. We're going to deliver power supplies, we're going to deliver cables, we are going to deliver comms systems. And we've all heard components of that, but what I want to highlight is we are talking about a system of systems. Look how busy that slide is. I just want to highlight that 90% of what you see up there is junk. It is single use, it is disposable. And I mean that in the nicest way, and I wanted to make a controversial statement, and there it is, it's junk. Eclipse Lander cannot be reused. We do not know how to dispose of it. Potentially, we're going to dump it into a crater. So what is sustainability? Sustainability is just, the bottom line is, it's just making sure we have something for the future. Let's not overcomplicate it. We hear a lot about environmental sustainability, and I hear it at work. I asked the question at a Queensland forum the other day, the May the 4th space event. Yes, We are a bunch of nerds, and yes, it was intentional. I asked, what is our ethical and moral responsibility with developing technology going to outer space? We asked, how are we making it sustainable? And we get the usual, we're using hydrogen and oxygen, it makes water. We're making sure we remove hazardous substances. Absolutely, very critical. We also need to understand we have an economic sustainability element and a social sustainability element. I'm going to talk about those in a second, but I think they are extremely critical on how we set up our programs, how we engage the community, and not just about the environment, the materials we use down here, the processes, how we engage our supply chain, and how do we deploy and dispose on the moon. A couple of random quotes by random people. 2019, 2020, 2021. I want to highlight that things are out of control, in a good way. Love it. So 2019, things have never been as fast as they are now, and they will never be as slow as they are today. 2020, in the next 10 years, we can expect every industry to be reinvented. 2021, I hope I got the order right, I'm just kind of memorizing this. In the next decade, we will see more technical change than we have in the last 100 years. Okay, so I'm making that point for a reason. How the heck are all of us sitting here designing for something that will not be deployed for another half to a full decade's time and know what we're working with? There is uncertainty, there is change. What are we doing to deal with it? One of the first things we have to realize is we need to be extremely adaptable with our design. We need to understand that we're going to have obsolescence. I will guarantee you if we have long lead, those traditional long lead acquisition contracts, by the time we deploy, that technology will be obsolete. What are we doing to manage obsolescence? What else have I written? Uncertainty. Uncertainty is going to be, with the amount of change, we will have an element of uncertainty we have to be able to deal with. And that's not just like what the technology that we have. Who are we interfacing with? Who are we integrating with? We are not existing in a vacuum. Okay, we are existing in a vacuum. We are not existing in a silo. We will be working with someone else. Who will that be? It could be an organization that doesn't even exist today. So how do we deal with uncertainty? We are talking about going back to the moon. We are working with our best educated guesses, and 100%, we are not idiots in this room. There is not an idiot I can see in front of us, but the first thing that lands on the moon will change every design that we've thought of. We will learn so much from that first landing, that second landing, that third landing. We do not know the environment until we get there and start operating. I'm just trying to keep things quick. 10 minutes, did you say, Tim? Yeah, sweet. 3 to go. Awesome. The Great Pacific Garbage Patch. You are going to be wondering, why am I talking about 1.6 million square kilometers in the Pacific Ocean? 80,000 tons, 1.5 trillion items, more than 250 items of plastic per person on this Earth. Small bits, we were naive perhaps, ignorant, and we have screwed up the Pacific Ocean. Just for small bits at a time, small bits at a time. Everything on that list is junk on the moon. Big moon theory, I'm calling it big moon theory like we call big sky theory. We are already polluting the moon. And I will get to a point in a minute about our operational procedures. If you've read the NASA Heritage Guidelines, they suggest for the Apollo sites, you do not fly within a 2 kilometer, you do not approach within a 2 kilometer radius. You do not overfly an Apollo site. We have already created a restricted operating zone on the lunar surface, and we haven't realized it yet. Every one of those bits of junk up there could be heritage. We have created an environment we now need to design approach procedures, departure procedures, navigation procedures on the ground, and we haven't even addressed how do we operate effectively on the moon. Hierarchy of waste. Look, I have no idea about hierarchy of waste. I asked my sustainability manager and they said, Google it. I'm a systems engineer. I make cool defense stuff and lunar stuff. But there's a hierarchy here, and I hear recycling a lot. Recycling's down the bottom. And I think this is really critical. And I think for a sustainable lunar architecture, it's really important that we can repurpose and reuse. It's really easy to say we're going to design so things don't break. Now, how many engineers have designed something here that didn't break? Yes, brilliant. One of the first steps as an engineer, you might hear a thing called a FMEA, a failure modes effect analysis, a failure modes effect criticality analysis. If you haven't heard of it, 2 minutes, brilliant, thanks. I'll be real quick. If you haven't heard of it, it will affect how your system operates. If I identify how my system fails, I identify what I need to do preventative or scheduled maintenance in order to keep it operational. Simple things like I'm placing a rover on the moon. How do I inspect it? How do I make sure I carry out the right tasks to keep it operational? If it fails, or if once I'm done, how can I repurpose it so someone doesn't have to spend $1 billion to make it economically sustainable and they can repurpose my equipment, they can reuse my equipment? I'm moving real quick, sorry. Logistics and standards, my bread and butter. Logistics, I'm going to talk about a couple of random things. It's not be all and end all, this could be a whole day seminar. I want to highlight things like S&TE, support and test equipment. Who here has heard of support and test equipment? Brilliant. Who here knows what the common tools and equipment that an astronaut uses? And why are you designing a system that's not using the current common tools and equipment? Why are you designing something that might need to be taken up for a single task to the moon at the cost of $1 million per kilo to land to the surface? If you need to move it to another area, $5 million a kilo. You need to use common tools and equipment. Actually, why are you designing anything for a human? Humans for the first half decade will only be on the moon for a week. Robots will be there, autonomous systems, remotely operated systems will be there for 51 weeks operating. We should be designing, as my friends at CSCO, I'll give them full credit, for robots to do inspection, to do maintenance. Humans are adaptable, humans are flexible, humans should be the secondary consideration. What are we designing to? Reliability, availability, maintainability. Items, like I say, interactive electronic technical manuals. How are you training a geologist to carry out a repair on a line replaceable unit or a lunar replaceable unit or an orbital replaceable unit? How are you ensuring that a system can be repaired by a remove and replace procedure when someone has limited oxygen and limited mobility? We need to ensure that we can design a sustainable system, and that is right down to the individual that needs to operate it. Standards, technical, not going to cover it. Everyone's spoken about it, brilliant. Programmatic, I think, there's a lot of details around programs, how we should run them, whether they should be long lead. Operational standards. I think this is going to be critical because we do not have a common set of operational standards. How many people in here have heard someone going to say, I'm going to put a rover? What is the communication format for a European rover, an American rover to navigate? What is the safety standard to make sure an astronaut doesn't get out of the lunar terrain vehicle and someone from Earth takes it over? What is the right of way for two systems approaching each other? Simple stuff. We're not reinventing the wheel. We have the procedures in airspace, in naval, in road. We're not reinventing the wheel, but we need to take that into consideration for our design. Social license to operate. Look, there's a chart up there. I'm going to talk about, I'm going to ask the question. Who in here has had the question asked to them, why are we spending money in space? We've all had it, I'm sure. Okay, simple thing, right? Mining industry apparently talks about social license to operate. Last slide, I'm all good. So what do we do to gain that social acceptance? We cannot go to the moon for the moon's sake. We need to go to the moon because we are achieving something as a human race. We're giving something back to society. We need to be able to communicate the why. And I'm going to go Simon Sinek here. We need to understand the why. We need to understand the passion, because emotion sells, emotion gets us funded, emotion lets us live our dream and follow our passion. Thank you.
And there you have it, folks. Boeing, the space junk company. But in all seriousness, that was actually a breath of fresh air. So thank you very much. In fact, I had the pleasure of reading your slides before they were presented today, and it was heartening to see all the ESG stuff up there and looking at all these hierarchies, and good to know that at least there is some kind of thought, but also some honesty going into that as well, because we do need to be honest about it. So, second up, Sabre Astronautics. Andreas, where are we? There you are, sir. So, Andreas, and how do you say your last name? Antoniadis is an executive director of Sabre Astronautics. He currently oversees general business operations and strategy for defense projects, space mission planning, electronics design,
Andreas is an experienced embedded engineer, entrepreneur, advisor, specializing in hardware design for space technologies, modeling of systems, manufacturing, compliance, assembly, testing, working with machine intelligence and space and defense applications. Good God, man. Yeah, you need a break.
All right,
well, welcome.
Thank you. Firstly, I'm going to say thanks, Edwin. I'm not going to be able to top that. That was fantastic. Second, I think that my talk today actually fits across almost every category. So whilst it's in sustainability, awareness is the awareness of everything. And as I've already been introduced, I'm just going to talk a little bit about Sabre and just dive straight into the Prezzo. Since our establishment in 2008, our vision at Sabre has been to democratize access to space, to create space mission software and solutions that the entire industry can benefit from and accelerate their ability to operate in space. We do this through mission operations services, space domain awareness technologies, and collaborations, as well as using next generation machine intelligence. We're currently looking at a substantial push forward to sustainable presence on the Moon and Mars. And with all the excellent conversation happening today, we do need to talk regarding the implementation, we do need to talk a little bit about where everything is, or awareness, awareness of where you are in space, awareness of your neighbors, your orbits, current space weather conditions. These are all things that are pretty critical in managing a safe and sustainable future for both automated and human spaceflight beyond LEO. Sabre's been working on a number of core technologies over the years to encompass this vision, and I'll discuss this with you today. So the first thing I'd like to talk about is knowing where everything is. To tackle any sort of awareness problem, you have to have the infrastructure and processes to track and coordinate where things are around you and in orbit and beyond. This problem has already been largely solved for air traffic, and you mentioned this as well in passing. And at the moment, as an industry, a space industry, this is what we're currently tackling. From a technological standpoint, what we've been doing at Sabre is assisting industry efforts through data fusion of large volumes of data that otherwise is very complex, from space and ground sensors, performing orbit determination and estimation, conjunction analysis, and building platforms from the ground up that are designed for community collaboration. These mechanisms have been built with the expectation for the vast amount of data that we're going to be encountering as we progress to an industry with a lot more spacecraft and also greater distances. And we want to do this so we can take that data and change it into actionable intelligence. An example where that progresses into space domain awareness management, once we have all this data, we've been working on something which is, it's a global space traffic and war games exercise, which you may be interested in, which is known as Sprint Advanced Concept Training, which is a terrible acronym, or SACT. Sabre originally brought this exercise to Australia, and we coordinate SACT for Asia Pacific, and that includes international defence bodies and dozens of organisations. The collaborative efforts of actually doing these exercises has resulted in a rapidly accelerated global response to on-orbit threat modelling, and that includes collisions and whatnot, safety of flight, and pattern of life analysis, which is something, again, which is well established for air, but we need it for space, especially as we're going to be pushing out to Lunar and Mars missions. We have engaged with a number of partners to actually achieve this, and that ranges from SDA companies, or space domain awareness companies, open distributed ground infrastructure, through to data ingestion from major government providers such as the Australian Bureau of Meteorology, NOAA in the United States, and the Unified Data Library. The outputs of these efforts are made available through collaborative knowledge bases and robust APIs for space companies, developers, open source toolkits, and new emerging web technologies. Machines are now able to talk to each other in an automated fashion, where previously we'd actually pick up the phone to report something going wrong for space traffic management, and we no longer have to do that. We're building to scale and to work at a distance, and we're going to have to do that in order to support the collective mission forward. The end state of this achievement as an industry is that we've built the foundation of processes and infrastructure that will soon expand beyond just Earth orbits to cislunar and Mars, as I've said. Now, once we've got data coming in, we need to think about intuitive command and control. Understanding the complexity of the immense amounts of data coming in and turn it into decisions rapidly, we need to look at interfaces and command and control for spacecraft. We're a space mission operations provider. It's our bread and butter. And the facility in Adelaide, funded by the Australian Space Agency's Infrastructure Fund, is enabling the rapid integration, flight and space domain awareness that we're trying to solve, not just for us as an ops company, but for the entire industry. Collectively, the facilities are known as the Responsive Space Operations Centres. I think some of you may have even visited the RSOCs in Adelaide. They've been established in Adelaide, Sydney and Colorado as well, and we're working with as many large space operators as we can to help consolidate and solve these control problems. Now, one big thing that we've done is to work on the interface itself. Many of you actually have played with this software in this room. It's called the Predictive Ground Station Interface, or Space Cockpit you may have encountered, that allows for taking simplified visualization of complex data and making space operations accessible and informative for our operators. We as humans, we struggle to deal with vast quantities of data that are flooding from our sensor networks and spacecraft, and we're squishy. We can miss things, right? You know, and that's where software steps in to help. When you're dealing with Moon and Mars missions, you've got thousands, if not millions, of different sensors, and many payloads, including precious human cargo, will require precision decisions to be made. So that's kind of been our goal, to build a platform that makes it super easy to see where things are going. You're able to see a spacecraft in 3D and manipulate it instead of having to deal with rows and rows of numbers. And as a result, it means that we've taken a complex month, maybe 6-month problem of training someone to do operations, and someone can pick it up in as little as an hour when we take away that complexity. And we combine that with marketplaces and data sources from other providers to try and make operations for any mission easy to set up, easy to navigate, and as the complexity increases, we can handle the crazy missions that you lot are dreaming up, because some of them are pretty crazy, and we want to be able to help. Just really quickly. Oh, nope, it's stuck. These are a little bit hard to see, but these are just some captures of the mission operations software in action that allows this to be possible, as well as tools that we've developed which allows for the general public to actually track what we track and just see how complicated it is, and you can access this online as well right now. And the final photo, again quite hard to see, is our Mission Operations Centre in Adelaide, South Australia, where we're constantly iterating the ops tools during real-time scenarios to prepare for human spaceflight and long-range missions. Now, I should be pointing this way, right? Next slide, if we can pop it forward. Right, so to tie it all together, when we're dealing with huge amounts of data, be it spacecraft telemetry, human health, space weather conditions, and orbital predictions, we're actually in a golden age of data processing and information derivation. We've spent the better part of a decade pushing the boundaries of machine learning to take everything that we've discussed so far and vastly enhance our understanding of what is happening. Finding patterns in this data, forward predicting, what something will be, and even making decisions during times where we cannot, is exactly where these new techniques excel. And I'll paint a quick hypothetical. Right, you have an onboard error that occurs on the far side of the moon without a spacecraft's ability to talk to Earth before we have relay stations. What we're working towards is allowing complex machine learning systems modeling to not only enable it to understand that something is wrong, but why it's wrong, and to be able to apply the appropriate correction procedures. And that's where we have to head, especially when we're dealing with, again, squishy life forms in tin cans, we're at distances that we've never dealt with before, where response times are needed faster than ever because, you know, life is at stake. I think one more slide. Yep, cool, sweet. And just to give a few examples of where we've gone with this platform over the years, some examples includes autonomous spacecraft fault detection using telemetry, and you know, I gave an example on onboard hardware and space weather prediction systems, as well as autonomous signal threat detection, which we can use on the ground and in orbit, which we've proven via GPS and software-defined radio systems. We incorporate model outputs into software and then into our own input decision systems and work with really cool space companies like Boeing to create models for them as well. And we've proven them. They can often get as accurate as 98% and last for years and years and years. And that means that we can remove the human in the loop and action things a lot faster when the time is necessary for it. And yeah, we'll see more derivations of that in the coming years, I think, when we are dealing with long duration missions on Mars and the Moon. So last slide, because the clickery thing isn't doing anything. No, it's a thank you slide anyway. Yeah, these are just some of the ways that we're putting in place infrastructure to control and have awareness of space assets, both here and around other celestial bodies. We are, Sabre is, and I am exceptionally proud to be part of the Australian ecosystem and helping build the future of how we conduct these missions. We really do want to engage with as many space companies as possible to achieve this extraterrestrial vision. As each one of the companies, a lot of you in this room specializes in additive collaborative technologies very separate to our own. And yeah, this summit is just such a great representation of why Australia is ready for the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Andreas. I'm actually really happy that you have all of those different titles and qualifications, because that makes me feel a lot safer about the future as well. So that was absolutely brilliant. Next up is a topic I'm very excited about. It's a topic of healthcare in space and how we're actually going to sustain life, how we're going to monitor, are we actually sustainably living up here? So HDR, Samuel Fagan, he's an associate director from HDR on the topic of space healthcare. He leads their advanced technology sector. HDR is a global employee-owned integrated architecture and engineering design firm. Welcome, Samuel.
Okay, I'm going to speak a little bit about sustaining human health and performance in space from a healthcare perspective, focused on a building that we've done for NASA. So, yeah, we are a global employee-owned integrated services architecture and engineering firm. We work across a whole range of sectors. I've just pulled up a couple of key ones here that relate to the topic at hand. So, aerospace and defence, bioscience through to BSL-4 facilities, advanced technology including level 1 clean rooms, high hazard spaces, extreme environmental control, that kind of thing, and healthcare. And of course, education as well with universities. I should be clicking this way, shouldn't I? Oh.
Pretty fiddly.
It is a little bit. Ah, sure. Alrighty, where were we? So I'm going to be talking about the Human Health and Performance Laboratory at Johnson Space Centre. Sorry, let me just get organised here. Sorry, that's actually a slide ahead. We've actually done quite a lot of work with NASA. The most recent project we've completed is the IDF facility at Goddard. But yeah, Human Health and Performance Lab. So that's really a health laboratory, environmental sciences, think tank, inventors workshop, and an outreach centre, and it all sort of comes together in one place. It's the centre of the Human Health and Performance Directorate, and the mission is really to, I guess, understand, maintain astronaut health, both on Earth, low orbit, and into deep space. So the human research program is kind of structured around those 5 pillars there. So understanding things like ergonomics and how we interact with spacesuits, things like how fatigue affects missions, countermeasures, how to exercise programs, nutrition. How do we counter some of those risk factors? Inventing the new kind of generation of deep space medical systems to maintain health through lunar habitation and deep space spaceflight, coordinating the science that goes on in this laboratory with the science that goes on in the ISS, and also understanding the effects of space radiation. In terms of the program, this building pulls together departments which were previously dispersed throughout the campus. So it's a complex interweaving of medical science, and this is why we talk about this idea of a research village. It's not just about the efficiency of bringing everyone together under one roof, it's key to the science, because affecting one of those little nodes can cascade through the physiological system. And again, I guess this just illustrates it takes a lot of people, it takes a lot of science to create a kind of the sustainable system for this complex subject. So briefly touching on the physical architecture in the building itself. So it sits off to the edge of the campus. It anchors itself on the kind of the existing urban grid, but it twists a little bit. I guess this is a kind of a narrative gesture to turn the building towards a new horizon. But it's not just a narrative move, it's a practical move to improve the solar amenity of the orientation of the building and to help it open up towards the prairie environment. So simple building diagrammatically, 2 wings opening out to that prairie. And I guess the point I'm also making with this slide is that human health has developed an intimate relationship with the natural world. Michael touched on it a little bit with this concept of the human-plant biome. It's not just that we're going to need to take biological material, plants, up to space for food source, for medicine. We know from our work in healthcare that simply putting a window into a hospital room has significant effects on recovery time. Even the perception of pain is improved when people have a view to the outside world. Mental fatigue, concentration, they're all improved when we have this intimate relationship with nature. So there is a task to how do we take some of these fundamental relationships that we have with the natural world with us to assist in the maintenance of human health and performance. Look, a couple of slides of the facade. This it's a little bit hard to see. There's a tritone black granite facade which talks about our obsession with deep space. And the other facade, which is the sort of terracottas and sandstone, which talks again about our vision for Mars and the relationship with the tones of the planet. So again, simple building. There's no complex geometry in the facade. There's not a lot of complex engineering. It's a fairly rectilinear form at the end of the day. The complexity comes around the variety and the diversity of science that gets hosted inside this building. It's very rare that you get this diversity in one single facility. It's 2-story. I'll just jump through the next one. So, one wing. It's more sort of focused on the physiology. And there's interesting points like the Bone and Mineral Lab tracks bone density for all astronauts, living and retired. So there's a legacy and a concept of, I guess, learning from our elders, which is fundamental to maintaining human health. Microbiomedical science wing. It all looks a little bit mundane there until you realize the 3rd wing of the laboratory is the ISS. Because the science that happens on Earth, the science that happens on the ISS is intimately related. with the commercialization of launch, the ability to go up and down is, vastly more practical now. There can be a lot of transfer between, subjects, tissue, sample, science, and knowledge. But obviously, once we move beyond low Earth orbit, all of those challenges of maintaining human health become a lot more difficult and more profound, just due to the length of time, due to the isolation, all of the environmental challenges, with lots of things that have been touched on today. Limited contingencies to carry medical devices, medicines, even medical knowledge with you. So a lot of the countermeasures have been touched on. Alex mentioned AI, remote diagnosis and telerobotics. Andreas mentioned machine learning. Michael again mentioned the issues of circadian rhythms, the human plant biome. David and Troy, gravity agnostic 3D printing. And all of these things are going to be important to the maintenance of human health in space. And I guess the conclusion is that it takes a research village, it takes a community in order for us to do this. And so I guess we're here, in support of that community through our expertise in the design of advanced facilities, which are going to house, all the wonderful science, engineering, invention, and manufacturing that's going to be done by the community to put us into space. Thank you.
Thanks very much, Sam. They're very sneaky at HDR. They put all these sensors under your seats actually to monitor your fatigue levels. The results are back, and it's great to see that you're all totally still awake. So that's really, really great news. Now, next it is my pleasure to introduce Veronica Larregina, who is the CEO of NanoRacks Europe. Before she joined NanoRacks, she was the Strategy and Business Development Officer at RHEA and appointed at the European Space Agency, ESTEC, as Business Innovation Expert of the Commercial Partnerships Initiative for space exploration in the Directorate of Human Spaceflight and Robotic Exploration. She previously worked for ESA and Technology Transfer Program Office Department of International Relations of the Italian Space Agency. Yes, and I believe you're going to be focusing today on NanoRacks and the application to the Artemis mission, aren't you? Excellent. So please welcome Veronica. Thank you.
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone, and thanks to organize such an inspiring day. I mean, it's been a long day. We still have many things to learn and to share each other. So let's see where I'm going to point. Yeah, it's here. So NanoRacks, we like to define ourselves as the space station company. We came, let's say, more than 10 years ago with the idea to unlock the access to space. So our mission, it is really democratizing the access to space, space for everyone, for Sterling really short. Basically, the idea is quite simple. You would like to bring something up to space. We were used to work in a controlled economy. If you would like to send something to space, you apply to public space agency to send something up to space. Let's unlock, let's have a commercial-driven ecosystem, in which way partnering with the space agency. So we work under the Space Act agreement with NASA. We have been self-funded the facility to hosting commercial-driven payload, and we can acquire payload from everyone. So in 10 years, we have been developing a number of different facilities that give us the opportunity to open office globally. So we are present in Italy, we are present in the Emirates, and we have been serving really a global community around the globe. So we start from a nanolab, something very simple. Nothing is simple in space, I should say. Something very affordable in a way that is a box that gives you the flexibility to host whatever you want, because you have power, data connectivity, and then your dream is included in that. Then we move something more sophisticated. I would say we went to something that is instrumented, like the bioplat reader for biopharma research. Then we moved for something more and more sophisticated, because we went from internal of the ISS to the external. First to deploy satellite from CubeSat to microsat. Actually, recently we have been also released the smallest satellites from the ISS, 0.3, so below the 1 factor. We know we have been see a trend of miniaturization in space. And then we have been moved to external platform where the space is definitely more challenging. You have exposure to radiation, you have exposure to vacuum, you have exposure to microgravity. So a number of, let's say, factors that makes space a big laboratory. So if you would like to test something and you are exposed to a number of challenging factors and your item is going to preserve its function, so your item has been tested, means that is innovative, can work in such environment place. When things are going well in a way that we succeed and we are learning and we are getting sustainable from financial economical point of view, we would like to be bigger. So we are moving now to have the space station, our own space station, the Starlab. So you can see that the needle on this chart is going from the external platform to a commercial airlock based on the station, and then to the commercial space station. This is a landscape of our customer that we like to call them innovators. Of course, the chart is not very comprehensive, but just to give you an idea, here we have space agency, we have a space company, we have non-space company, so definitely space is closer than we think. I think with having the opportunity to have a launch up to the ISS every 4 months, the recurrent flight, the recurrent capability to retrieve the payload back, makes space closer to everyone. What are the main sectors that we can serve? First is education. So we need to inspire a young generation and create capacity building. We are so proud now after 10 years that when we hire someone, they say, you know, I know how to do because I did at the high school. And who was your implementation partner? Nanoracks, wow. So we definitely unlock, the vibrant young generation. And then we move to science. So the other big community is science. The main factor exploited is microgravity. So the lack of weight give you a number of opportunities to better understand some target phenomena. Should never forget that science is created the needs to go up to space, to understand better, and to foster the engineering solution to work better in space. So basically, science is the needs. And at the end, we can say that in this equation, no science, no money. Then, what next? We can do operation in space, release a satellite, so in-space services. And on the other side, we need to have instrumented infrastructure. So the most complex infrastructure that we have on the station, it is the Bishop airlock. It is an airlock capacity, so enabling the transfer of the payload from a pressurized environment to unpressurized environment and vice versa, so we can also retrieve it back. And on top of this infrastructure, we have a hosting facility for a payload, small, big, large enough to be exposed to space in order to exploit everything can be done in this environment. But then we are still in LEO. It's just 400 kilometers. We would like to go to the next, and we would like to do something larger, bigger, and the aging of the ISS can be a barrier. But if we would like to move forward, we are one of the companies that we are aiming to have our own commercial space station. The design, it is the Starlab. We would like to be a responsive solution after the ISS in a way that here we can see it's a sort of satellite having the opportunity to have a service module, so we have a capability to have a free fly to guarantee quality of uniformity of microgravity, that is the main factor for production in orbit, plus an habitat module that is coming from an inflatable technology. So basically one launch and we have the station. Instead to have a compiling, first you go with service module, then you go with the module for research, then you go with the habitat modules. You need at least 3 launch. From here we have one launch, one shot. You have a crewed space station. The goal is to be in orbit by 2027, so to have an opportunity to switch the transition from the ISS to the new infrastructure. And then you can say to me, we are still in LEO. How we move to the moon? Well, Moon is something far. It has been the focus of this day. We have been learning such inspiring activity, but any trip to space, LEO, Moon, start from ground. So the first capability that we have developed at NanoRacks Europe is a sort of a space analog, Moon analog. So we are working a number of deliverable of identified regolith simulant, particularly extracted from Italy. You know, Italy is a very old geographical, geological area. So basically we have ashes and soil that they mimic at best the lunar soil. But on top of what we find as a raw material, we can actually adding a number of additives to improve the quality of the mimic of the soil. So it's available on market. We can ship to you, and just let know for which purpose do you need it. Just to have the soil is not enough. We would like to unlock also the Moon economy in the same way we unlocked the LEO economy. In which way? The same mimics what we have been succeeding LEO. So we are bringing almost the same facility hosted in a moon shelter, that is the Italian contribution to the Artemis, to hosting facility in order to perform activity to satisfy the science on the moon objective, the science of the moon, and the science from the moon. So we have 3 big clusters that can be hosted in this facility, that can be mounted inside the moon habitat, outside, on a, or maybe on some rover transportable facility. Here we can have the opportunity to see how they look like. They are internal, instrumented, flexible enough, or external. And then this is the overall capacity. So it is still a plug-and-play capacity, deployable, foldable. So basically you need to be adaptive, not only to the infrastructure where you are going to be hosted, but also to the user needs. Saying that, thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. That was great. And I've got to say, great to see another presentation that focused on geology again. So that's excellent. And great to see such an array of partners and customers that you are working with. I mean, in some of the presentations before, I guess there's kind of this, where are our customers? And in fact, you are actively working with so many at the moment is just, that's really inspiring. And I think the last thing I want to say was just great to see how you're working with schools as well. And I think, no matter whether you presented today or whether you're sitting in the audience, I think everybody here is, going to have a hand in shaping what the new, Horizons space future is going to look like. So who here is going to be bold enough to raise their hand and say, I want to go back to my primary school and talk about space in the next year? Who's going to do it? Yeah. Come on, who's going to evangelize? That's like 7. So that's pretty good. Who's going to keep them accountable? More hands. So, lucky last, Anne. Fantastic. No, I mean, I can read this, but I've worked personally with Anne, so I'll talk after. Anne leads, Anne Kovacevic, she leads the foresight and innovation team at Arup. She has worked as a sustainable buildings engineer for over 20 years with a technical modelling background. She has completed a PhD in hypersonics at the University of Queensland and has maintained an interest and relationship with the space ecosystem throughout her work at Arup, and I was there, and I can testify to that. I was there. She's an absolute powerhouse in the field of foresight and innovation, so we're very lucky to have you here to talk about the topic of circular economy. Great way to finish up. Thank you, Anne.
Thanks so much, and it's a real pleasure to be here today, and just to see the wealth of information that's been shared today has just been amazing for me. I often have to go to buildings conferences and things like that, and I would much prefer to be in a room talking about space and all these exciting things that we're doing around the world and throughout the supply chain as well. So thank you to organisers and everyone. So today I'm going to talk about the parallels between how we design systems using the circular economy principles on Earth, and how that also translates to how we would use those same principles in space. And I'm also going to reflect on how we can use that learning to improve how we live on Earth. So, as Jason mentioned, I lead foresight and innovation for Arup, and most of my career I've worked in the sustainability industry. But I did definitely do my PhD at the University of Queensland in the high top program. So I spent a lot of time, about 4 years, covered head to toe in grease and screwing in pressure transducers and working in a shock tube there. And so I've really done everything from the really on the front line experimental physics and engineering to working in more of an environment where we design online and we share information through these kind of forums. So it's great to have been part of that whole space mission. And I don't need to convince this room, but I often get asked what's the connection between sustainability and space, and how did the link happen? And I think we all realise, and we've seen it said quite a few times today, that if we have the curiosity for space, we have this exploring nature, we can remain curious, we can remain innovative, and we can come up with new solutions, not only for space but also for the Earth. So I'll be quite quick today, because a lot of the stuff that's been that I'm reflecting on is sort of summarising a lot of stuff that we've heard today, which has been great to see that we're exploring the same kind of ideas and going in the same direction together. And I'm well aware that I'm sitting between you and beers. So, so I've stolen this picture. Marsha, thank you very much. I got this because we're talking about designing Moon, Mars, all of these places, but quite hostile environments. And as it's been reflected today quite a bit, we're not just looking at how we're going to survive, but we're also looking at how we're going to live, how we're really going to look at how we can maintain not just, you know, a few hours or a few scientists that are in experimentation mode, but a much broader audience of people that will want to go to space. I think these two elements are really interesting when we start to think about the circular economy principles, because they really, the constraints are already there, so it's really driving us to work within all of the principles that we design with on Earth so regularly. So here's a slide about how we would develop a circular economy strategy we use this framework for Earth, but it's really great that we've seen this reflected today. So we'd start with some circular policy. So in buildings, we'd look at the economic activity, we'd look at land use planning, things like that. But then when we reflect on what that means for space, we really need to start thinking about those governance structures, policy planning for these areas, and this has been talked about quite a bit today as to how we think about those, not only those policies but also the social demands that we face in design in space. Second, we're looking at circular business. So we would talk about organisational level value creation and strategy in space, considerations of available assets and how these elements are going to be maximised. When we get down to the design, which is a lot of what we've been talking about today, so a big focus, but we have development briefs and assets designs, whereas in space we can design layers of flexibility, adaptability, and ease of maintenance and deconstruction. And then finally, we get to the materials. So we've talked a lot about materials today as well, really looking to have healthy, safe, renewable material. And even on Earth, we're starting to get to materials passports, so that we know how that we can reuse different elements and also have governance over those elements. And I think, again, this is something that we need to start thinking about already in space, so that people are responsible, as we heard, for their space junk, so that we can not only have the responsibility so we're not polluting, but also use those resources and make sure they're going back into the supply chain.
So in circular economy, we have three main principles that we look to. So designing out waste and pollution, keeping products within products and materials in use, and thirdly, regenerating natural systems. So again, I'm going to go through what this might mean in a space situation. So there's a number of things that we can reflect on when we're designing in space, and as far as designing out waste and pollution, there's a number of different elements. So we start with renewable energy. There's been a few presentations on fuels and things like that. So what can we be actually extracting? And great presentation looking at different fuels. So traditionally, in my work, we've used a lot of hydrogen. There's a lot of discussion about hydrogen, obviously use on Earth and space, but there was some other comments about high-test peroxide and other things that we can actually extract and renew in space. So I think that was really interesting. No single-use products it seems quite obvious, but really need to start going that way. Zero food waste, thinking about what we can use in the sharing economy, so making sure all of the different systems are being shared and used to their maximum value. Durable clothing and products, so if we're actually living in space for long periods of time, textile waste and things like that is huge problems on Earth, and things that we need to make sure that we're able to reuse and recycle. And I suppose at the bottom here we've got if we actually do create waste, so there will be some waste, clinical waste, biosecurity risk and toxic waste, and there needs to be some way of disposing of that where it can be held safely. So keeping products in play, we look at principles like adaptable construction and products, standardized parts, so pulling everything together and having standardized parts that can be put together in numerous different ways. Things like the right to repair, and making sure all of the products that we're using in space can be repaired. 3D printing of recyclable material, we saw quite a bit today, and then recyclable and durable e-waste, textiles and material. And then the last one is regenerative farming, is regenerating natural systems. And obviously when we're talking about space, we don't have these natural systems, but we're going to have to create them. So we're almost working at a way of always being in regeneration mode. So things like biodiversity increase, producing oxygen, focusing on well-being and living in harmony with nature. So I'll skip over the waste hierarchy, but I'll just finish off by saying, I think today we've had a great look at design for habitation on the moon, but really makes us reflect that we're designing for systems, we're designing for places overseas that are quite harsh habitats. And we do have a planet that's perfect for human habitation, and we really need to use space to make sure that we're looking after that as well. And so with that, I reflect on the planetary boundaries. So these are the 9 Earth systems that have been defined that we need to maintain in order to have human habitation on Earth. And each of these has a scientific boundary that's been defined. And at the moment, there's 4, in fact, as of the last few days, 5 that we're saying that we've already transgressed the boundary that we can live within, and therefore really important to make sure we keep using the space data that we have to improve life on Earth and monitor these planetary systems. Done.
Brett, do you want to go first?
Yeah. I've got one. Seriously.
seriously?
No, one question, and you can ask it.
Yeah, I can ask a question. Okay, give me that. Thank you very much. Yeah, we got to get more. Jesus. Yes, we got to get folks home, and thank you so much for all of your presentations today. It was. Oh yes, we're going to Arab for drinks. That's exactly right. So I guess my question is, we obviously had Boeing all the way through to Arab and various different levels of sort of thoughts on design and principles and circular economy, and there's all sorts of principles around there's a hierarchy of sustainable through to restorative through to regenerative type design, and of course there's very practical ways of designing through to a very very not advanced but just other ways of thinking about design when it comes to space. So I guess my question is around, some of the companies that we have here today are already sort of working in low Earth orbit, or they're already working in space, and they already have a social license to operate. I suppose, and maybe they have that now, but do you think that your company is set up in the future that you will have a social license to operate in the future based upon the design practices that you're following now, or do you believe that those will need to evolve? You got the mic? Yes. Look, to be honest, this is something that we do talk about because Boeing is pursuing the Lunar Terrain Vehicle bid, and Boeing Australia is part of Boeing US's bid. So this is something that has been brought up because we're the naive people in Boeing. We're the early adopters, so we ask the stupid questions. So we are forcing people to think about this. And thinking about design from that initial architecture, that initial deployment, right through the sustainment, because if you ever get bored and want the shortest novel to read the LTV NASA requirements. It's 10 need statements, not even requirements, and you have to create a system from that. That need a 10-year design life cycle, or 10-year, life of type. So it is absolutely stuff that we are talking about. It is stuff that we are considering is sustainability for us is an economic success. Now, the benefit is that we do get that social license to operate, but we don't achieve a successful project and we don't get awarded a NASA contract unless we can meet that economic and environmental condition as well. So for us, asking the stupid questions of our American colleagues, we do force some very interesting conversations. And yes, we are awesome.
Also, yes. I think from our perspective, we're not really dealing with, we're dealing purely with the after effects of the evolving industry. So with respect to what we're trying to do is provide the information, especially with what's in orbit and how things are moving with respect to each other, so that everybody that's engaging can actually start to make the decisions and evolve with the way that the scenarios are changing. The amount of different objects increasing each passing day, the way that different dynamics are associated with spacecraft command and control and the different systems we're putting up there. So I agree, and we're just trying to help where we can.
Look, of course, design is a constantly evolving thing, and our life is constantly evolving. Our understanding of each other, our relationships with each other, with the built environment, with the natural environment, are constantly evolving. So as long as we have human and environmental centered design at front of mind at all times, I think we create our own license. Yes.
Well, I would like to add a different perspective in a way that definitely today we participate more the activity in space. We are definitely more actor accessing to space. So I would say that if we are more, the probability of a chaos is higher, but actually there are more people taking care of the urban asset. So actually let's say the self-protection, I don't want my satellite or my stuff is going to impact with another one. So if we are just two, we have to take care of factor 2. If we are 100, 1,000, we have attention of more. So I would say that the self-security regulation is also one driver. I think about like on Earth. If you go in a big square at night, you are alone, you feel unsafe. If you go in a big square during the day full of people, you feel safe. But actually the risk of collision is higher.
So that's it.
Oh, and I suppose, you know, at our sustainable development is very much at the core of what we do and it's part of our strategy. But I think with all companies, there's a massive evolution that we just need to go from here onwards, and we're really only starting to scratch the surface of what is sustainable design and what we need to do to maintain the health of the planet and maintain and safe design everywhere.
Awesome. And we're not going to let Bill have his question, are we? Sorry, Bill. You can ask them afterwards. Thank you very much, everyone. Do you want to say something to them all?
I do want to say thank you, everybody else. I want to bring out Greg and Luke. Edwin, if you have to run to the airport, you go. Panelists, what an event. I'm going to be real quick. I'm not going to do any more violating of COVID principles, I promise. But these guys have put together quite an extraordinary event. There's no surprise that it ran out of time. So much amazing content, so many fantastic international guests. So I think, Greg, you need to thank some folks. So I'm going to give you the mic to do that. And but I think we definitely need a round of applause at the end for these guys. So you can take it away.
Okay, hi. So I'm Greg. I have a lot of thank yous to say. First of all, I'd like to thank our partners and sponsors. So the following: so Optus, SciTech, Space Research Network, PwC, UTS Tech Labs, the Methuselah Foundation, and JigSpace, and also to My Security and Media for letting us leverage their network as well. Thank you to our international counterparts. Thank you for flying down to a random country from a LinkedIn DM that I sent you. So I really do appreciate that, and I look forward to seeing any connections that come out of this and potentially people closely working together. On top of that, thank you to everyone around the room. I should note as well that our team is completely volunteers. So thank you, and a big round of applause to our IT team and everyone who's part of it. So. On top of that as well, one of our co-chairs is virtual because he has COVID, so that's unfortunate. We spent like a year working on this, but hopefully he's seeing this. Thank you. Now I will let Luke do the fun part.
Yeah, thank you again to everyone. It's been an amazing day, if exhausting. Behind the scenes, we've been going crazy, but did want to bring up that I've been told there's no such thing as a free lunch. There is a catch to tonight. I've been told by Arup that they will get in trouble if we don't drink enough for over-ordering. So make sure you do hang around. We're going to head down to a few contingents. Arup's very close by. So yeah, head on over there with us and we'll wrap up the night in the best way. Thanks, guys.
Let's do it again next year. Let's do this again.
Yeah, let's do it again bigger. Yeah. We're also told that we're able to leave some of like the merch and so on around on the sides as well until Monday. Been told. Awesome. Yeah. So you don't have to worry about it now. You can just come drink. Awesome. Thank you.
international family.